Chapter 111 Father and Daughter Reunion. They hadn't entered Luo City base yet when Yu and the others ran into trouble. Looks like something's up ahead, Qin Mo, who was driving, suddenly said to his words. Everyone looked up. A crowd of people ran for their lives like being chased by dogs, panic on their faces, occasionally throwing some supernatural powers behind them to shorten the distance. Oh no, they were being chased by a tiger. A low thunderous tiger roar exploded like lightning. A huge white tiger was closely pursuing them, opening its mouth and spitting out a fireball. Yo-Yo's eyes suddenly lit up. Yunemo, look, kitty, big kitty. The girl excitedly leaned halfway out the window. Yunemo couldn't help but smile and pulled Yo-Yo back into his arms. That's a tiger, not a kitty. Whether it's a tiger or a cat, it's a feline anyway, pretty much the same. The great white tiger was long and lithe. Its patterned fur exceptionally beautiful. Yu watched it without taking her eyes off it. Just then, the people who had originally been fleeing in panic noticed their vehicle. A gleam flashed in their eyes, and with a turn of their feet they actually ran straight toward them. Obviously they wanted to bring Baihu over to have them help share the burden. Only when they got closer did you see the familiar clothing on them. Weren't they members of the Church of the Radiant God? Damn! It's those sons of the Church of the Radiant God again. Qi Yan cursed and muttered, really shameless. Qin Mo hurriedly turned the vehicle around, intending to leave. No one knew how the followers of the Church of Light had provoked this white tiger. Tigers were already dangerous beasts before the apocalypse, let alone after it. When they became mutated creatures, they certainly didn't want to confront this white tiger. However, they wanted to leave but couldn't. Qin Mo had already floored the gas pedal, but the SUV stayed in place. What's going on? Luo Tang asked anxiously. It feels like the wheels are caught on something. Qin Mo's face looked grim. They had no choice but to get out of the car for the time being. Qin Mo inspected it and found the wheels entangled by green vines. Cleaning it up would probably take quite a bit of effort. Qi Yan was so angry he was about to go after them and beat them up on the spot. Those bastards have no shame. They deliberately provoked the mutant white tiger. When they couldn't beat it, they wanted to drag others down with them. All right, the white tiger wasn't coming for us. The followers of the Church of Light are their real targets. Yunemo raised his hand to store the SUV into his space, motioning for his teammates to run into the nearby building. In this situation, the huge off-road vehicle would instead become the target. As he said, Baihu's primary target was the people of the Church of the God of Light. He wasn't very interested in them. Roar! The deep tiger roar sounded like rolling thunder. The crowd was stunned and dazed by that sound. The followers of the Church of Light were the first to be hit. They all clapped their hands over their ears, stunned for a moment. The big white tiger seized the opportunity, clamped down on a man's arm with its jaws, and shook it violently. The man's arm was ripped off cleanly, blood gushing. The pain nearly made him faint. His teammates rushed over and hurriedly used their powers to treat him, but they could only temporarily stop the bleeding. The lost arm could not be restored. Hold on, we'll go back to find the Divine Lady. She will definitely heal you. Hurry! That damn tiger is catching up again. What are you standing there for? Run! The great white tiger fell into a frenzy, its eyes glowing a bloodshot. Yet it raised a paw and slammed down hard, turning a man outright into a meat pancake. Goodness, this is just too brutal, Qi Yan exclaimed. Luckily it wasn't them who encountered the white tiger. Those running behind, the followers of the light, some were killed, some were wounded. The scene was extremely grisly. The great white tiger did not linger in the fight. It moved its limbs and hurried after them, its running form agile and beautiful. Don't come any closer. The light sect followers running ahead were a man and a woman. They had already caught up with Yunemo and the others, running at their side. However, the great white tiger was even faster, suddenly appearing like a streak of white lightning. A sharp gust of wind came from behind, carrying a strong stench of blood, already closing in on their backs. The man and woman's faces were full of panic. With their lives threatened, the man didn't hesitate and threw the black backpack he had been clutching tightly in his arms. Catch it! The black backpack traced a perfect parabola through the air, finally landed steadily in Qi Yan's arms. Roar! The big white tiger instantly shifted its target to Qi Yan. What the hell? The big white tiger, which had been relentlessly pursuing them, suddenly changed direction, and the man and woman both breathed a sigh of relief. Are you crazy? That's the divine lattice possession. Immediately the woman realized and scolded with a darkened face. I think you're the crazy one. If you don't throw that thing away, we'll all die here. The man growled, but Although the man made a valid point, the woman's expression remained conflicted that we went to so much trouble to get it. Now you want to give up? How do we explain this to the divine lady? It's nothing. A flash of cruelty passed through the man's eyes. Those people look quite strong. Wait until they clash with the big white tiger. Both sides will be weakened, and we'll be the ones to profit. Hearing this, the woman's expression finally eased considerably. So far, this was the best plan. Don't blame us. Blame their bad luck instead. Of all days, today of all days I ran into them. Fuck, why am I so unlucky? Qi Yan's exclamation tore through the air. The white tiger had already switched targets and was hot on his heels. No way, man. Did I steal your wife or kid? I'm just watching the show. Why are you chasing me? Qi Yan's face turned beet red. He bolted, wishing he could run on wind and fire. Don't come any closer. Luckily Qi Yan hadn't skipped his training. Otherwise the white tiger would have pounced on him by now. Racing a tiger like this is really exhilarating. But how could 2 legs outrun 4 legs? Qi Yan turned his head and the great white tiger nearly bit his butt. Frightened, he jumped up on the spot, screaming wildly. Idiot! Throw what you're holding! Qin Mo shouted angrily. After his reminder, Qi Yan remembered and, without hesitation, threw what he was holding. The black backpack landed directly in Qin Mo's arms. Qin Mo? I told you to throw it away. I didn't tell you to throw it into my arms. Qin Mo hurriedly tossed the backpack back, intending to throw it farther to shake off the big white tiger behind them. Unexpectedly, the backpack whooshed over to Yu's side. Yu instinctively reached out to catch it. It was heavy and no one knew what was inside. Roar! The big white tiger felt mocked by the others and became unusually agitated, charging straight toward Yu. Yu froze, just about to summon the bloodvine to block the great white tiger. Just then a voice full of fury suddenly rang out. Beast! Don't you dare hurt my daughter! Chapter 112. Don't be afraid. Daddy's here. The white tiger sensed danger and instinctively backed away a short distance. That a large metal blade was driven into the spot where it had just been standing. Yu turned her head to look, and at the sight of the newcomer she couldn't help but be slightly stunned for a moment. This person. You don't be afraid, Daddy's here. Lin Xian thought his daughter had been terrified. A look of pain flashed in his eyes. He soothed her in a gentle voice, then immediately launched an attack at the white tiger. The white tiger had already fallen into a berserk state. Its blood-red eyes were full of killing intent, and its roar shook the heavens. Killing intent filled Lin Xian's eyes as well. Damn beast, you dare harm my daughter, bring it on. If he hadn't arrived in time, Yu would have been wounded by this tiger. Thinking this, Lin Xian wanted nothing more than to skin that old tiger. Daddy Yu's clear apricot-colored eyes stared intently at the man's figure, and she murmured the name. Is this her father? At the moment she saw the man, an unprecedented feeling of familiarity and intimacy welled up within her. This made Yu absolutely certain. Yes, this was her father. Yu. Yunmo's figure suddenly appeared beside her, his arm looping around the girl's slim waist, and in the next moment the two of them moved away from the battlefield. Are you all right? Yunmo stared intently at the girl. Only when he saw Yu was unhurt did he relax. Yu shook her head. Seeing Lin Xian and Big White Tiger locked in a fierce, evenly matched fight, she hurriedly pushed Yunmo and said anxiously, Yunmo, go help Dad quickly. All right. After bringing the girl to a safe area, Yunmo turned and rejoined the battle. Lin Xian glanced at him without saying anything, and the two of them launched an attack on the Big White Tiger together. At that moment, Yu suddenly felt movement from the bundle in her arms. Looking down, she saw the black bundle wriggling continuously. It was as if something was trying to break free. What's in here? Qi Yan and the others gathered around at that moment. They knew they weren't a match for the Big White Tiger, so they didn't go up to cause trouble and stood at a distance to watch. It was this black backpack that had caused the Big White Tiger to chase them all the way and nearly cost them their lives. Qi Yan and the others were naturally very curious about what was inside. Hurry and open it to see. Yu unzipped it, and a little fluffy head immediately popped out. Wow, Yu cried out joyfully. Kitty. This isn't a cat, it's a tiger. It must be the cub of that tiger from earlier. Qi Yan corrected him as he murmured. No wonder that Big White Tiger kept hunting us down. It turns out someone stole its cub. Saying that made Qi Yan even angrier. It's all the fault of those despicable, shameless people from the Bright God cult. Sister said it's a kitty, so it's a kitty. Muse looked at Qi Yan coldly, as if asking, do you have a problem? Chi-yen. Fine. Kitty it is. Awu. The little white tiger opened a pair of deep blue eyes. Sensing strangers, the fur along its body puffed up, turning it into a fluffy plush ball, and it let out a fierce but cute roar at them. Awurahoo! Chi-yen couldn't help laughing out loud and reached out to poke its forehead. Hey! This little thing isn't even weaned and dares to be so fierce. Who are you trying to scare? The little white tiger let out a howl and snapped down on his finger. Fortunately, Chi-yen pulled his hand back quickly, otherwise it would have been bitten off. Good, good. Yu gently stroked the little white tiger's head. The little white tiger, which had originally been bristling with alertness, gradually relaxed under her touch and began to purr. The little white tiger rubbed its head against Yu's palm, as if acting coquettishly, seeing Chi-yen and the others click their tongues in amazement. How does this little thing have two faces? It seems to really like Yu, Shirley said. Yu smiled with curved eyes, holding the little white tiger in her arms, looking reluctant to let it go. Roar! A thunderous tiger roar rang out again. When the white tiger heard the little white tiger's voice, it rushed toward Yu without hesitation. A murderous intent flickered in Yunmo's eyes. Using his spatial ability, he restrained it, intending to finish off the tiger. The next second, he heard Yu's anxious voice, "Wait, don't kill it." Yunmo paused in his movement. The big white tiger broke free of his restraints again and charged toward Yu with fierce momentum. Awu! The little white tiger sensed his mother's presence and yelped incessantly, struggling to run to her. Yu released him, and the little white tiger immediately sprang from her arms and scampered toward his mother, tail wagging. At the moment he saw the little white tiger, the previously frenzied big white tiger finally calmed down. But his gaze toward these humans still brimmed with deep hostility. Awu! The little white tiger cried in a babyish voice, rubbing against its mother's leg as if trying to communicate something. The big white tiger exhaled a puff of hot air through its nostrils, nudged the cub aside with its nose, and fixed them with a pair of eyes full of hostility. From those brutal tiger eyes, Yu could see its murderous intent. The big white tiger was convinced these humans had stolen its child and gravely wounded it. In its agitated state, it was filled with a fierce urge to destroy, wanting nothing more than to tear these humans apart. Yo-Yo, get out of the way. Lin Xion's voice came from afar, full of tension, but Yo-Yo didn't move aside. Instead, she released her psychic energy, trying to calm the white tiger's agitated mood. Roar! Yo-Yo quickly established a mental link with the white tiger. She could feel that in the tiger's mind there was only one thought: kill, kill, kill. Kill all these damned humans, kill everyone. The girl's brow furrowed slightly. The great white tiger's spiritual power, like the mutated bloodvines, was somewhat disordered. Yu also found some black mist in its sea of consciousness. It was probably that dark cloud that made Yu feel so bad. She suspected this was it, the reason the white tiger had lost its mind and become so agitated. Yu tried to draw that wisp of black mist out. During the process, Lin Xion hurried over. Seeing his daughter so close to the crazed white tiger, his heart skipped a beat in fright. He instinctively wanted to intervene and pull the tiger's hatred onto himself. Lin Xion had just gathered his supernatural power when Yunmo quickly stopped him. Wait, don't disturb Yu. Seeing the girl so focused, Yunmo knew Yu was using psychic power again. Interrupting her now would cause a backlash to the girl. With his intervention, Lin Xion gradually calmed down and soon discovered something unusual. Although the great white tiger was frenzied, it delayed attacking Yu. Yu stared intently into the great white tiger's eyes, struggling to extract those black mists from its sea of consciousness bit by bit. After half an hour, the crimson savagery in the great white tiger's eyes slowly faded, and its pair of blue tiger eyes gradually regained clarity and reason. Chapter 113. Dad finally found you. After regaining its senses, the big white tiger finally suppressed that raging brutal impulse. The big white tiger knew it was the girl before it who had helped. It gave a low growl toward her, seeming to thank her. The deep tiger roar was majestic and domineering, followed by a childlike, high-pitched, adorable mew that melted everyone's hearts. Awurawa! The little white tiger wagged its tail and toddled over to Yu. Bumping its head against her calf with a plop, the little white tiger immediately flopped onto the ground, exposing its white, fluffy, soft belly. Is this a staged act for sympathy? Yu blinked, then unhesitatingly reached out, rubbed its soft belly, fully indulging her urge to touch. Chi-yen watched, his hands itching, restlessly wanting to step forward and give it a rub. Unexpectedly, The tigress turned her head and let out an angry roar at him. A foul stench tinged with the smell of blood wafted over. The tigress' sharp upper teeth were still stained with blood, looking very gruesome. Qi Yan silently took a step back, unable to provoke it, not daring to move. The little white tiger spread its belly without any defense, whining and acting spoiled. Why does it like you so much? Qi Yan asked in puzzlement. The little white tiger seemed to have clung to Yu. Wherever Yu stepped, it followed. The young girl suddenly stopped, and the little white tiger rushed straight into her, yowling incessantly. Are you going to follow me? Yu asked it, surprised. The little white tiger seemed to understand, nodding in a surprisingly human-like way. Qi Yan clicked his tongue in disbelief. These days it's one thing for plants to mutate, but even tigers can become spirits. Yu cradled the little white tiger in her arms, stroking the furry little ball with eyes full of affection. Yunemo, I want to raise a kitty. Yunemo gave the tigress a look without changing his expression, and, in front of her, led her cub away. But who told Yu to like it? Yunemo thought. If the tigress didn't agree, he'd just have to take it by force. Roar. The tigress let out a furious roar at the little white tiger, seemingly scolding it that it couldn't just follow humans around. But the little white tiger was determined, howling as it clung to Yu, nudging its small head into her arms and leaving only a furry little rump visible, its tail wagging happily. Qi Yan watched with envy. He also wanted to raise a mutated beast, and a tiger at that. How majestic it would be. Unfortunately, the little white tiger only had eyes for Yu and didn't glance at anyone else. The little tiger cub was stubborn, insisting on following Yu. Tiger mom couldn't persuade it, her cry sounded utterly helpless. Come with me, I can take care of you. Only kids make choices. Adults of course want them all. Little Yu decided to kidnap the tigress as well. Follow me and you'll have meat to eat, and no human will be able to snatch your cubs anymore. A lone tigress with cubs isn't safe. You'll easily be targeted by humans like those bad guys just now. Little Yu coaxed persuasively. The tigress' blue eyes flickered with a trace of human-like contemplation. Think about it, Little Yu said, holding the little tiger cub in her arms even tighter. It's not that she stole the cub. Little white tiger was the one who staged it first. Zhuang can testify. Heh. Zhuang squealed unhappily at little white tiger. No one has ever hugged him, he's upset. Well, have you decided? Yu asked, eyes full of expectation as she looked at Mother Tiger. Mother Tiger glanced at the little white tiger who was edging his elbow outward, and gave a low growl. A woo. The cub had already run off with the human. Did she even have a choice? Was that supposed to mean yes? Yu blinked her eyes and immediately burst into a happy laugh. She hadn't expected that coming to Luo City would not only lead her to find her father, but also allow her to take in 2 cats. What a gain. Right, speaking of her father, Yu suddenly remembered the overlooked Lin Xian and couldn't help but turn her head to look over. When he finally noticed his daughter, Lin Xian stepped forward 2 excited paces and hugged her tightly to his chest. Yu, Daddy finally found you. Lin Xian hadn't expected that after searching for so long, he would find his daughter here. This moment he was incredibly grateful that he had chosen to come this time. Otherwise he and Yu would have missed each other. In order to draw out the mysterious force behind the scenes, Lin Xian deliberately brought Zhou Xian as bait and left the base today. He didn't expect to run into Yunmo's squad fighting the great white tiger here. At first Lin Xian did not intend to intervene. Until he saw Yu's figure even from afar, Lin Xian was absolutely certain that it was his daughter. He couldn't possibly be mistaken. Seeing that Yu was about to be attacked by the big white tiger, Lin Xian didn't hesitate to act. Are you Daddy? Yu's soft, syrupy voice suddenly sounded. Hearing that, Lin Xian's smile faded slightly. You young one. You don't remember Daddy? Before Lin Xian could ask more, the hurricane squad hurried over with Zhou Xian in tow. Captain Lin. Daddy. Zhou Xian called out very naturally. This was the arrangement between her and Lin Xian. Outside she would play his daughter and draw out the people behind him. Because Yu was facing away from them, the hurricane squad members didn't see her face. Hearing that Daddy, Yu couldn't help but look over. When she turned, she saw a face that looked exactly like her own. Yu was momentarily stunned. Isn't this her father? Why is there another daughter? Yunmo's gaze suddenly turned icy, faintly tinged with murderous intent. Who are you? The real person had caught the imposter. The atmosphere instantly became very awkward. Chapter 114. I am Yu's boyfriend. The members of Hurricane Squad were even more startled. Old Ju's eyes nearly popped out. Captain Lin, what's going on? How do you have two daughters? They look exactly the same. Could they be twins? Old Ju couldn't help but exclaim. Nonsense. They're not twins at all. She's a fake. Muze was young and impulsive. He immediately blew up like a little beast whose territory had been invaded, almost losing control and attacking Zhou Exen. You dare impersonate my sister? You're asking for death. Don't misunderstand, we're on the same side. Family. Zhou Exen quickly deactivated her superpower disguise, revealing her original face. Daddy? Yu turned her head to look at Lin Xian, her eyes asking, looking at his daughter's clear, unblinking eyes fixed on him. Lin Xian suddenly felt a bit embarrassed and hurriedly explained the whole sequence of events. Someone else is looking for me? Yu and Yunemo exchanged a glance. It should be people from the Church of Light. As he spoke, several members of the Church of Light in white robes ran over. Having finally calmed down and licking her cub's fur, the tigress let out a low threatening growl the moment she saw them. The Church of Light had suffered heavy casualties and, well aware of the white tiger's strength, took 2 steps back in fear. What do you think you're doing? Qi Yan glared at them with ill intent. So far, the people from the Light God cult they had encountered were all despicable scoundrels who preached lofty ideals while committing shameless deeds. These few before him were no exception. Seeing that the squad had not been killed by the white tiger and had even subdued the ferocious mutated beast, they naturally grew covetous. This little white tiger was the one we caught first. It rightfully belongs to us, the followers of the Church of Light said shamelessly. Opposing the Church of the Light is a foolish choice. Be sensible and hand over the little white tiger. Although these people of the Church of Light weren't very strong themselves, most of the other powered individuals were inclined to stay on their good side. Offending them was equivalent to offending a huge community of powered people. You should know the consequences. The Light Sect follower threatened. By the way, this woman is also someone we're looking for. Hand her over as well. The men's gazes fell on Yu, and their eyes immediately lit up. Hearing this, Lin Xian, who had been frowning, suddenly showed a flash of cold in his eyes. You're the ones who've been following me behind my back, aren't you? So what if we are? The worshipper of the light raised his head haughtily. This is the decree of the goddess herself. Do you dare oppose the Church of the God of Light? Bang! No sooner had he finished speaking than the arrogant worshipper's body suddenly burst apart like a balloon. The sudden change made everyone around him scream and scatter. Followers of the Church of the God of Light. I've already killed so many. A few more won't matter. Yunemo looked at them with cold eyes. That if he could act instead of just talking, Yunemo proved with action that he not only dared, he dared to kill them. Yu released the blood vines. The man-eating flower excitedly ran over, opened its big mouth, and swallowed them one by one. Having eaten all the small treats delivered to its door, the man-eating plant burped contentedly and hopped back over to Yu with the eyesore dealt with. It was time for the father and daughter to be reunited. Yu let Daddy have a look. How have you been since the end of the world? The old father's eyes brimmed with tears as he took his daughter in from head to toe. Yu's eyes were bright and her cheeks rosy. Even in the post-apocalyptic world she remained innocent and carefree. Her dress was clean and neat, clearly well cared for. Lin Xian felt a bit relieved. He had always worried his daughter would suffer without his knowledge. Seeing Yu doing reasonably well put his mind at ease. Father and daughter reunited after a long separation. Lin Xian's eyes were fixed on his daughter, and only after a while did he belatedly realize another issue. Where's Su Yan? Why didn't he come with you? Lin Xian asked in a low voice. The daughter really was his daughter, but Yu had somehow gone through something and lost her memory. She didn't remember him as her father. Lin Xian felt both sad and dejected. The cold-faced devil in others' eyes almost shed tears over the fact that his daughter didn't remember him. His precious daughter didn't remember him. After a moment of sorrow, Lin Xian couldn't help but think of Su Yan, the culprit, and immediately vented his anger on him. If he hadn't secretly taken you away back then, Dad wouldn't have been separated from you. Lin Xian was furious. Since he took you, he should have taken good care of you. Brother. Yu's voice faltered, her expression drooping in despondency. Brother is dead. Hearing this, Lin Xian, who had been seething with anger, was momentarily stunned, his expression extremely complicated. He's dead? Lin Xian opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but it finally dissolved into a heavy sigh. Were they all your teammates? Afraid his daughter would be too saddened to bring it up, Lin Zion hastily and awkwardly changed the subject. Lin Zion's sharp eyes swept over each member of the squad, lingering on Zhuang Zhuang for a few seconds, his brow slowly furrowing. A zombie? How could these people be carrying a zombie with them? A zombie has no reason left, only the instinct to eat people. What if it hurt his daughter? Lin Zion's brow creased tightly. His precious daughter was so delicate, how could she live with a zombie? A zombie is a mindless beast, better to kill wrongly than to let it go. Dad, this is Zhuang Zhuang. Yu's voice, sweet and soft, sounded suddenly. Zhuang Zhuang is the zombie I raised. Seeing Lin Zion staring at Zhuang Zhuang, Yu took the initiative to introduce him. Although she had lost her previous memories, the moment she saw Lin Zion, Yu felt an unprecedented sense of familiarity. You raised it? At the sound of that, the murderous intent that had quietly appeared in Lin Zion's eyes suddenly vanished. Our little Yu is amazing. She can even raise such a ferocious zombie. Lin Zion showed a proud, fatherly smile and spoke in a tone that praised the child. This zombie was raised well. You can tell at a glance it's a gentle, well-behaved zombie. Everyone, don't think we didn't see. You weren't thinking that a moment ago. This is Sister Luotang. Yu happily introduced a member of the team. Luotang slightly nodded. Hello, uncle. Hello. When it came to his daughter's friend, Lin Zion's attitude was gentle and friendly. Uncle Yunemo. Without Yo-Yo introducing them, Yunemo stepped forward and extended his hand to Lin Zion. Young man, you're quite impressive. Lin Zion showed a look of admiration. He just teamed up with Yunemo to fight the great white tiger. The young man in front of him is very powerful. Thank you for taking care of Yu before. Seeing Lin Zion's appreciation for him, Yunemo's tightly drawn face relaxed slightly. Don't be fooled by his calm and composed appearance. He was actually quite nervous inside. After all, this is Yu's father. What if my future father-in-law doesn't like him? From the looks of it, Lin Zion still has a pretty good impression of him. Yunemo quietly breathed a sigh of relief and solemnly introduced himself. Uncle, you're too polite. Taking care of Yu is the right thing to do. After all, I'm Yu's boyfriend. After Yunemo finished speaking, the smile on Lin Zion's face vanished completely in an instant, as if it had never appeared. Lin Zion stared at him expressionlessly. What did you just say? Chapter 115. Do you like him very much? Lin Zion took a deep breath, his tone betraying uncontrollable anger. Where's my knife? Captain Lin, calm down. The Hurricane Squad members were frightened and hurriedly blocked him. Whenever Lin Zion thought of his delicate daughter being abducted like that, he felt so furious he wanted to cut Yunmo's heart out. Bring my knife here. Don't anyone stop him. Today he will definitely kill Yunemo. Uncle Lin Zion angrily. Don't call me uncle. He now found Yunemo unbearable no matter what. Yunemo readily changed his address. Father. Lin Zion, I want to kill him. Captain Lin, calm down. Old Ju quickly stepped in to stop him. Otherwise Lin Zion might really have cut Yunemo down. After painstakingly searching for his precious daughter for so long, she was actually stolen away by another man. Thinking about it gives him a heart attack. Puhaha. Qian laughed out loud with schadenfreude. Who would have thought the captain would have a day like this? Yunemo looked over coldly. Very funny. Qian hurriedly covered his mouth and shook his head, though his shoulders kept trembling. Not funny, ha 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 ha. Daddy? Yu looked at him with a bewildered expression. Just a moment ago Lin Zion clearly admired Yunemo. How could he have drawn his sword against him in the blink of an eye? Humans are truly strange. Seeing his daughter's pure, innocent expression, Lin Zion's heart ached. His gaze at Yunemo was filled with murderous intent. Our little Yu is so innocent. And you could still do this, beast Yunemo. He awkwardly rubbed his nose. For the first time he felt a headache. What if his future father-in-law doesn't like him? Panic, waiting online urgently. Yo-Yo, come on. Go with daddy. Lin Zion was anxious, taking his daughter and heading for the car. Yo-Yo obediently responded, hugging the little white tiger and following her father. Zhuang Zhuang happily followed along. Zai Zai finally doesn't want that stinky man anymore. When Zhuang Zhuang passed by Yunemo, he even deliberately stepped on his foot. Yunemo stood alone in place. He couldn't help but sigh lightly, resignedly following along. Qian was so delighted his mouth nearly split to his ears. I didn't expect to see such a good show. Seeing the captain get humiliated, I was even happier than when he had triggered his abilities. Dad, don't you like Yunemo? Of course I don't. Lin Zion snorted coldly. Yunemo took away his precious daughter. Lin Xian being unbothered by him was already good enough, there was no way she could like him. Yo-Yo, do you like him a lot? Lin Xian asked jealously, feeling a pang of bitterness. Clearly, his beloved daughter used to like only him. Now she not only forgot him, but also liked another man. The more he thought about it, the sadder he became. The old father nearly burst into tears. Yu immediately became alert. Seeing Lin Xian looking as if he was about to cry, he said cautiously, "Tu don't really like him that much." Hearing that, Lin Xian's expression eased a little. That if Dad and Yunma both fell into a horde of zombies at the same time, who would you save first? Yu said without hesitation, "Save Dad." Hearing this, Lin Xian's expression softened, and he felt greatly comforted. Sure enough, his daughter still loved him the most. From now on, Dad will protect you, little Yu, so you don't have to live in fear anymore. Softly, Yu said, "Okay, Hurricane Squad." Everyone wore an expression of wanting to say something but holding back. They looked at the zombie by Yu's side, then at the mutated little white tiger in her arms, and at the mutated large white tiger following behind the car. Does this look like someone terrified in the apocalypse? Chapter 116. The dewy little cabbage got pushed aside after finally finding his daughter. Lin Xian had originally planned to take Yu back to the Luoqing base first, then decide the next step. But Zhuangzhuang is a zombie, so he simply couldn't get into the base. After what happened last time, Yu no longer felt comfortable leaving Zhuangzhuang outside the base. What if she ran into the light god cult people again and they killed Zhuangzhuang? She had no choice but to find a temporary place to stay in a nearby village and discuss with everyone where to go next. "Yu, tell Daddy, are you?" Lin Xian quickly noticed that Yu's body temperature was abnormal. His expression changed slightly. He felt carefully and discovered that Yu had no pulse. Lin Xian's fingertips trembled slightly. Had the thing he feared most still happened? "Daddy, what's wrong?" Yu noticed his sudden change in expression and looked at him with concern. Yu Lin Xian hesitated, unable to finish. He looked at his well-behaved daughter in front of him. His eyes were clear and moist. She didn't look like a rabid, irrational zombie. "Uncle." Yu Xianmo seemed to have guessed what was on his mind and whispered a few words in Lin Xian's ear. Sure enough, Lin Xian let out a deep sigh. Facing Yu's puzzled gaze, he forced a faint smile. "It's okay, Daddy is fine. Even if she were a zombie, she would still be his daughter. Besides, his little Yu doesn't eat people. Even as a zombie, she would be the most well-behaved and sensible zombie in the world." Lin Xian looked at her with a pained heart, not knowing how much hardship his daughter had endured. "Yo-Yo, would you be willing to tell Daddy what you've been through?" Yo-Yo nodded, but her memories were fragmented and vague. "The research institute?" Lin Xian said, frowning. Yo-Yo had been in poor health since childhood, afflicted with a rare strange illness. Lin Xian took her everywhere seeking medical help, but even the world's most renowned medical experts couldn't cure her. Watching Yu grow older, her body grew weaker by the day. Lin Xian was so worried his hair had almost turned white. At that time he was drowning in the pain of about to lose his daughter and didn't pay much attention. Unexpectedly, Su Yan silently disappeared with Yu, leaving only a text message telling Lin Xian that he had a way to cure Yu. Lin Xian simply didn't believe his words. Even modern medicine couldn't cure Yu's illness. How could Su Yan possibly heal her? But after that, Su Yan disappeared completely with Yu, and no matter how hard Lin Xian searched, there was no result. After the apocalypse arrived, everyone told him that his daughter was probably already dead. But Lin Xian was unwilling to believe it. He thought to himself, if even an apocalypse could happen, what if Yu still had a chance to survive? Those altered by the virus didn't necessarily become zombies. In the Hurricane Squad there was one teammate who had been diagnosed with a terminal illness before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse he became a superpowered individual, and even his terminal illness was cured. "Your brother, how did Su Yan die?" Yu said. "Brother turned into a zombie and was beaten to death." Lin Xian clenched his fists, eyes filled with pain. Who? Although that child wasn't his biological son and had never been close to him, Lin Xian had raised him for many years regardless. Although he was angry that Su Yan took Yu away, separating them father and daughter for so long, upon first hearing of his death, Lin Xian felt somewhat uneasy. He had thought Su Yan had died at the hands of zombies in the early days of the apocalypse. He never expected that he had been beaten to death. Although Yu said that Su Yan had turned into a zombie and was beaten to death, but Lin Xian has always been someone who helps family, not reason. Even if he became a zombie, He was still his son. He was Yu's older brother. Moreover, his little one would be a zombie too. Lin Zion couldn't imagine. If in the future the little one were also beaten to death, what would he do? Zombies and humans are mortal enemies. He's human, yes, but he is a father first and foremost, and no matter what his child becomes, that is still his child. He will restrain his child from harming others, but others must never touch his child. Lin Zion admits he is not a good man. Rather than being a righteous person who kills relatives for justice, he prefers to be a good father. Yun Mo said those people were sent by the Beijing City Research Institute. Yu said firmly, Dad, I want to go to Jing City to avenge my brother. All right, Dad will go with you. Yu nodded, I'll go with Yun Mo, uncle, rest assured, I will definitely raise the research institute and avenge my brother, Yun Mo vowed solemnly. Lin Zion didn't have such a good attitude toward him. He snorted coldly. Who do you think is your brother? Don't go making up relatives. He already knew his daughter had been kidnapped. He didn't need Yun Mo reminding him all the time. After losing his own precious little cabbage, it was no wonder Lin Zion wasn't in a good mood. Yun Mo's eyes showed a flicker of helplessness that if Lin Zion treated Yu like a March spring breeze, gentle and patient, then toward him he was a cold knife in the dead of winter. Scraping chillingly across his face. However, who could blame him for having wooed someone else's daughter? For Yu's sake, Yun Mo could only accept it and humble himself before his father-in-law. Hurry. More zombies are coming in from the east. Hold the line. Don't let them break through the defenses. The Yuntian base was completely surrounded by a mass of black, pressing zombies. The psychics on the city wall looked down and were instantly filled with despair. We're done for, this is the end. So many zombies, most of them high-level. This situation is even more severe than the last time. Last time Yun Mo's team helped, but this time, they only have Shen Yunting as their sole backbone. As the base commander, Shen Yunting could not possibly hide in the rear. When the base's survival was at stake. At this moment Shen Yunting stood on the city wall, looking down at the wave of zombies below together with the people beside him. Desperate voices from around kept reaching his ears. Shen Yunting's expression was extremely grave, his brows tightly furrowed. No, something's wrong with these zombies. He soon discovered the anomaly. Those zombies had launched a nighttime raid. At dawn they found that Yuntian base was completely surrounded. After the last zombie siege, Yuntian base had been severely depleted, and still hadn't recovered. They could not afford another battle now. If it can spare this war while reducing casualties, that would be all the better. They seem not attacking us? At his reminder, Zhao Zhenan also noticed something was wrong. Normally, when those zombies see humans they all pounce immediately. But after surrounding the base, these zombies did not immediately break through the base gate. They're surrounding us. Like a pack of wolves penning in their prey. They encircled us without immediately pouncing, as if waiting for the lead wolf. If there's a command-type high-level zombie directing this horde, and I'm not mistaken, these zombies should be waiting for that high-level zombie to appear, Shen Yunting said gravely. It's just that no one knew what purpose that high-level zombie might have. It didn't seem to be about going on a killing spree. The other side must have ulterior motives. Suddenly, the horde of zombies below began to stir. As if given some order, they all opened a path in unison and bowed their heads respectfully. This is a sign of submission. Shen Yunting's eyes sharpened. That high-level zombie has appeared. Chapter 117. The Zombie King appears. Shen Yunting narrowed his eyes and looked over. Amid the mass of dark, pressuring zombies, a streak of white suddenly appeared. The figure was tall and slender, wearing an immaculate white shirt. Walking toward them with graceful steps. Zhao Zhenan's voice was full of astonishment. Is that a zombie? It was no wonder he had such doubt. That high-level zombie looked far too much like a human. Even his appearance was exceptionally handsome. If Zhao Zhenan hadn't seen the other half of his face rotting and grotesque like a demon, he would have almost thought this was a human. The Zombie King looked up at Shen Yunting on the city wall and opened his mouth to utter a hoarse sentence, as if he hadn't spoken for a long time. The voice was hoarse and awkward. I don't have the habit of looking up at people. Now I'll give you a chance. Come down and talk with me. This. Not only Zhao Zhenan, everyone was shocked. How can he speak? Shen Yunting's pupils constricted slightly. A zombie that can speak with intelligence. This is something never seen before, yet now it has appeared. For a moment everyone's faces turned very ugly, and their hearts sank to the bottom of the valley. Unbidden, the same thought arose in everyone's minds. Is it only this one high-level zombie that can speak, or are all high-level zombies like this? The zombies are evolving faster and faster. If their appearance increasingly resembles humans and their intelligence gradually returns, what would that world then look like? Could blood-drinking, man-eating zombies really integrate into human society? If not, faced with these predators, what chance would humanity have left? They could only be reduced to prey. But some people couldn't help but feel a surge of hope when they saw this. That if that's the case, could those zombies who had once become their loved ones before still be saved? Could their relatives come back in the future? At that moment, the zombie king below seemed a bit impatient. The previously quiet tide of zombies suddenly began to stir. As if it were about to break through the base gates and storm in at any second, the horde of zombies below stretched as far as the eye could see. It seemed like every zombie in the city had come down. At the very least there were over 1 million, and this situation, deciding who to send down to negotiate, was a problem. After all, zombies have no humanity and do not reason. That if they suddenly rioted, anyone sent in that situation would be left as nothing but bones. Ilgo Shun Yunting made his choice. Quickly. I am the base commander. Am the most suitable person to go. Moreover, he is the strongest psychic here. If he doesn't go, who else could they send? But even Shin Yunting had no confidence he could survive if the zombie horde rioted. Shin Yunting's face was grave. I only hope this advanced zombie is after something they can afford to give. Otherwise a desperate battle will be inevitable. To no, base chief. You can't go. Zhao Zhenan was the first to jump up in opposition. You are the base chief. If something happens to you, what will happen to Yuntian base? Yeah, the others also disagreed, but none of them were willing to step forward. After all, everyone wanted to stay alive. Let me go, Zhao Zhenan said resolutely. No need. Shin Yunting didn't want to say more. He left the city wall and walked outward. The Yuntian base could no longer withstand another war. If they angered that high-level zombie, the Yuntian base would surely be breached today. Wei Goen had entrusted the base to him. Shin Yunting could not allow the Yuntian base to be destroyed on his watch. Base commander, the guard at the gate looked at him with hesitation. Open the main gate. Shin Yunting ordered. Yes. The members of Thunderstorm Squad naturally fell in behind Shin Yunting. Captain, we'll go with you. That if something happens, they'll shoulder it together. In any case, they couldn't let the captain face the danger alone. A flicker passed through Shin Yunting's eyes, and he did not stop them. Facing a horde of 1 million zombies hidden, the threat of death alone was enough to make one's legs go weak. But Shin Yunting only paused for a moment, then set his jaw and stepped out with determination. After he left, the base gates closed quickly, afraid of letting a single zombie in. What do you want? Shin Yunting looked up at the high-level zombie before him. His whole body, slightly tense, constantly on guard in case the other suddenly struck. The zombie king showed no interest in the ant before him. Its blood-red eyes skimmed past him and turned to the ordinary civilians in the base, all wearing anxious expressions. Among those unfamiliar faces, he could not find the person he longed for. A flash of disappointment seemed to cross the zombie king's eyes. I am looking for someone. He finally looked directly at Shin Yunting. As long as you hand her over, I can let you off. Who is it? Shin Yunting pressed. The Thunderstrike Squad's hearts instantly tightened. My sister. You. Chapter 118. I can take you to find her. You? Hearing that name, Shin Yunting's expression shifted slightly. He knew Yu had been looking for her brother all along. He hadn't expected that the terrifyingly powerful, unfathomable high-level zombie before him would be her brother. Zombies long ago lost their human memories and emotions. They cannot feel true affection. Coming back to find Yu now was certainly not a good thing. And how did this zombie even recall memories of its past? Could it still turn back into a human? The answer is, of course, no. A zombie that has eaten humans has already become a complete and utter monster. Even thinking back on past memories, they're nothing more than demons wearing human skin. His change in expression naturally couldn't be hidden from the Zom King's eyes. The handsome zombie suddenly closed in, a pair of cold red eyes fixed on him, his hoarse voice chilling and faint. Yo-Yo, where is she? She's not in the base. She left with Yunemo half a month ago. Shin Yunting said in a low voice. Yunemo? The zombie king asked. His gaze cold. He remembered that human.it was that human male who took Yu away from his side. Good. He remembered it. After finding Yu, the first thing he would do was kill that human. The former human Suyen couldn't even tolerate a dog getting some of Yu's attention. Let alone now as a zombie king. He could not possibly tolerate a man taking the place beside Yu. His little one only needs him. The zombie king's crimson eyes fell on the humans before him, and a fierce murderous intent erupted from his body. Because of Yun Mo, it harbored deep malice toward humans, especially Shen Yunting like Yun Mo. He was a human powerhouse, and the zombie king curled its 5 fingers into claws and suddenly reached for Shen Yunting's neck. Since Yu isn't here, these weak humans, insignificant as ants, naturally have no reason to exist. It would be better to feed their flesh and blood to his zombie army. Upon receiving the edict from the zombie king, the previously quiet and obedient horde suddenly rose up and attacked Captain. Caught off guard, 2 members of the Thunder Squad had their necks snapped by zombies. Shen Yunting narrowly avoided the zombie king's attack, seeing the surrounding tide of zombies begin to assault the base. His face instantly turned very grave. Stop! Shen Yunting didn't know how this zombie had found its way here. But Shen Yunting was clear in his mind that if he didn't give this zombie a satisfactory answer today, Cloud Sky Base would surely be awash in blood. I know where she went, I can take you to find her. But he lifted his gaze and stared straight into the zombie king's crimson eyes, attempting to negotiate. You will release the people in the base. As he spoke, Shen Yunting's whole body tensed. It was a combat posture of heightened alert. You can never expect a zombie to have reason or compassion. Shen Yunting could only gamble, betting on Yu's importance to the zombie king that if I don't lead the way, you simply won't be able to find her. I guarantee. You will never find her in this lifetime. Shen Yunting's words landed heavily in the zombie king's ears. The hand that had been reaching for his heart suddenly stopped. The zombie king stared at him with crimson eyes and a cruel gaze. His cold voice was full of murderous intent. Yo, where are you? I can take you to find her. Just a little more. And Shen Yunting's heart would have been plucked out. He knew very well he was no match for the zombie king. He couldn't beat it in a straight fight and could only exploit its feelings for you. If you release the people in the base, it'll take you to find her. Shen Yunting slightly lowered his gaze, concealing the cold murderous intent in his eyes. This zombie absolutely cannot be spared. Chapter 119. One more ferocious than the last. Alright. The zombie king stared at him indifferently. Although he disliked weak humans bargaining with him, as long as Shen Yunting could lead him quickly to find Yu, the zombie king temporarily tolerated his reckless behavior. Shen Yunting knew full well he was no match for the zombie king, especially with an entire city behind him. He could not gamble with the lives of everyone at Yuntian base. Once, he had not cared whether anyone lived or died, but ever since he entrusted Yuntian base to him, he had to be responsible for these people. Spare them, and I'll go with you. When Shen Yunting said this, every member of the Thunder Squad voiced their disagreement. Captain, we'll go with you. Stay. Shen Yunting's eyes lowered slightly, concealing the emotions beneath. Stay behind and hold Yuntian base for me. Shen Yunting's deal with the zombie king was struck, and the tide of zombies below quickly receded like the ebbing sea. The survivors on the city wall, though unsure of what had happened, all cried out excitedly when they saw the scene. It's retreating. It's retreating. The zombie tide is retreating. Shen Yunting didn't let anyone else follow. He handed the base over to Yi Goen and, alone, left with the zombie king. Only after they were far enough from Yuntian base, certain that at that distance the zombie king would no longer endanger the people inside the base. Shen Yunting suddenly stopped. He struck without a word. A thick bolt of lightning shot straight at the zombie king. Boom. The lightning struck the open ground, leaving a deep fissure in the earth. Shen Yunting's eyes narrowed as a black afterimage flashed past. By the time he saw clearly, the zombie king had already closed in, and a sharp pain erupted in his chest. A pale hand suddenly pierced his heart, the jet-black nails stained with bright red blood. The handsome, sullen zombie king spoke in a dark, hoarse tone. Humans, I hate deceit and betrayal most of all. The zombie king withdrew his hand and lightly shook the blood from it. Those crimson eyes devoid of any emotion like a beast, coldly staring at him. Shen Yunting had never intended to take the zombie king to find Yu. He only pretended to comply, planning to remove this zombie from Yuntian base. He had already decided that, no matter what, he would kill this zombie, even if it cost him his life. That if this high-level zombie were allowed to continue growing, humanity would have no tomorrow. But he underestimated the zombie king's strength. Shen Yunting thought that without the help of the zombie tide, with his high-level ability user strength, even if he couldn't kill the zombie king, he could drag him to a mutual death. He didn't expect their power gap to be this huge. Plop. Shen Yunting knelt on the ground, powerless. He tried to marshal the psychic power within him, But his life force was rapidly draining away. He could even feel the domineering zombie virus quickly remolding his body. Even a high-level psychic like Shen Yunting could not withstand that terrifying, overpowering force. His eyeballs were filled with dense red veins like a web of spiders. Everywhere he looked was a sea of blood red. This zombie was so strong he didn't even have the slightest ability to fight back. His heart was pierced. Shen Yunting closed his eyes helplessly. In his final moments, the image that surfaced in his mind was that delicate silhouette. Hope? May this zombie never find you. The zombie king stood still, lowering its gaze coldly as it stared at Shen Yunting's corpse. Human high-level heteromancer, that's all. The zombie virus he carries is hundreds of times stronger than that of ordinary zombies, and no matter how strong humans are, they cannot resist the zombie virus. It's simply impossible to survive if it's on him. No. The zombie king dangerously narrowed his eyes. Besides that damned Unmo, that man seemed completely unaffected by the zombie virus, even possessing a powerful self-repair ability. But so what once he snapped Yunmo's neck? He didn't believe that this person could still be alive. A brutal murderous intent appeared in the zombie king's eyes. Whoever dares take his little one, he will never let that man go. Huff huff. After more than 10 minutes, Shen Yunting, who had originally been dead, slowly stood up. His limbs stiff and twisted. Huff huff Wong. Shen Yunting lowered his head, displaying a submissive posture. The zombie king looked at him indifferently. Take me to her. Third-grade zombies already possessed some intelligence. They regarded the zombie king before them with innate awe and obeyed his words without daring to resist. Heh. Your Majesty. Bunga man's figure crashed heavily to the ground. He couldn't hold back a mouthful of blood, staining the white uniform on his chest. The man struggled to get up, but a foot in a military boot pressed down on his chest. Speak. Unmo looked down at him, his dark eyes gleaming with a cold light. What is Jing Rukshu's objective? Ahem ahem. The man's blood surged. Coughing up blood, he said in broken gasps, even if you kill me, I will never betray the Divine Lady. The influence of the Church of Light is widespread. This was already the fourth group from the Church of Light they had encountered recently. Without exception, these people had come for Yu. Unlike the small lackey they ran into before, the recent ability users were more powerful, clearly core members of the Church of Light. Unmo, don't kill him, let the little flower eat him. The girl's gentle voice rose like a spring breeze. Hick, ugh, the man-eating flower suddenly spat him out, spewing a blurred mass of blood and flesh with no human shape left, just a mosaic of gore. He was actually still alive, letting out a faint thread-like moan, writhing in agony and rolling on the ground. Kill me, please, kill me. From the mass of pixelated clothing the man recognized that it was his teammate. A deep terror appeared in the man's eyes, compared to the man before him who killed without blinking. He feared this seemingly fragile, boneless girl even more. After all, the pets she raised were getting more and more ferocious, and they also had the nasty habit of eating people. If he were killed outright, that would be much better. One strike and it's over. The fear was that he wouldn't die and life would be worse than death. Ugh ugh ugh. The man-eating flower was so full it vomited. But when it heard Yu's command, it still tried hard to open its mouth wide, attempting to swallow the man on the ground whole weight. Facing the carnivorous plant's maw closing in, and thinking of the teammate's painful ordeal, the man finally succumbed to fear. I said, yes, Professor Jing. He said he wanted to retrieve the most perfect specimen. She is the one the professor is looking for. Subject zeroed out upon hearing the 3 words Professor Jing. A frigid murderous intent exploded from Unmo in an instant. Jing Ryue. No, this isn't right. Not Jing Ryue. Along the way, besides the Church of the God of Light, they also encountered 2 groups sent by the laboratory. Those people were clearly after him. Which Professor Jing? Chapter 120. What are you trying to do, kid? From the man's mouth, Yu learned that the person the Church of Light had put in charge of finding her was someone named Jing Lianshan. Subject? Hearing those 3 words, Lin Xian's expression instantly darkened. His precious daughter was treated like a test subject. Lin Xian could hardly imagine what inhumane treatment Yu had endured. And now the other side had even sent so many people trying to take Yu back. He would never allow such a thing to happen. No one would take his daughter from him again. Unmo, what's wrong with you? Yu noticed that ever since that man mentioned the thing about test subjects, Yunmo's emotions had become a bit strange. Even though the man was doing his best to suppress it, Yu could still feel the intense murderous intent emanating from him. along with emotions that were chaotic and enraged. Yunemo squeezed his eyes shut, and when he opened them again, his black gaze was bottomless, filled with an icy cutting chill. The man's words stirred the dark memories in the depths of his heart. Upon learning that Yu had also once been a test subject at the institute, Yunemo felt a fierce rage welling up uncontrollably within him. I am fine. Although he wanted nothing more than to kill everyone at the institute immediately, when faced with the girl's concerned question, Yunemo only shook his head. You're lying. Yu puffed out her cheeks, her moist apricot eyes staring straight at him. Yu, do you still remember the first time you saw me? Yunemo didn't tell anyone about being reborn, but seeing the girl's concerned look now, he couldn't help wanting to tell her. Yu nodded. I remember. Actually, I had already died once before. Yunmo's eyes darkened. He said in a low voice, the version of me you see now is the one who was reborn after 5 years in the apocalypse. Yu's apricot-shaped eyes widened slightly, looking at him with a face full of astonishment. Reborn? Yes, reborn, after hearing about the inhumane experiments the research institute carried out on Yunemo in his previous life. Yuho had been full of curiosity. Gradually froze over, a layer of frost forming on her pretty face. I'll go kill them. The girl's clear eyes were filled with murderous intent. Yunemo, do you still remember what those zombies that ate you looked like? Not just the researchers in the lab. She didn't want to spare a single person or zombie who had harmed Yunemo. Not one. I told Zhuang to find them and dig out their crystal cores for you. Seeing Yu's serious expression, Yunmo's deep gloom gradually dissipated. I don't remember. He was somewhat helplessly amused. It's okay, I'll find them, Yu said softly. And those people from the research institute, Jingryue. From this moment on, that name was deeply etched into Yu's young mind. Yunemo, don't be afraid. This time I'll protect you. I won't let them take you away again. The girl promised earnestly. Zhuang and Xiaobai will protect you too. Zhuang. Hee. The cub's stored food will be guarded by him. The little white tiger let out a soft childish howl, as if to say, that's right. A trace of warmth flashed in Yunmo's eyes, and his heart swelled warmly, completely filled by the girl. He couldn't help but pull the little one into his arms and bent down to kiss her. Ahem, a loud cough suddenly sounded. Yunemo sensed a gaze so intense it was impossible to ignore fixed on him. He looked up and saw Lin Xian standing not far away, watching him like a tiger eyeing its prey. Lin Xian's expression was dangerous, his eyes hostile as if saying, what do you think you're doing, kid? Chapter 121. My daughter must never be wronged. Yunemo. These past few days Lin Xian had been watching him like a burglar guard. Not only did he object to any affection with Yu, he shot death glares at Yunemo for the slightest bit of intimacy, just like now if looks could kill. Yunemo would probably be full of holes by now. Yu, come here, come to daddy. Lin Xian stared at Yunemo with a look that could spit fire. Dad. Little Yu immediately dropped Yunemo and walked over. Seeing his obedient, soft daughter in front of him, just thinking that his precious daughter had been taken away by someone made his heart ache. Lin Xian found Yunemo even more annoying. Little Yu, did that boy bully you? No. Little Yu blinked her watery apricot-shaped eyes and looked at him with an innocent expression. What is bullying? Not letting her kiss him maybe. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He wouldn't dare. If he dares to bully you, tell daddy won't let him off. Okay. 8:00 p.m. The squad couldn't find temporary shelter and had to make do outdoors for the night. Nights after the apocalypse were the most dangerous. Even outdoors without zombies. Dangers lurked everywhere. Even high-level psychics wouldn't dare spend the night outdoors easily. But this team was different, with the big white tiger and the blood vine present. The oppressive presence of high-level mutated animals radiated outward, and no brazen mutated creature would dare to attack. Yu leaned against the big white tiger, cradling a fluffy little white tiger in their arms. The person and the two tigers were sleeping soundly. Yunemo turned his head to look at the girl beside him. The flickering firelight fell into his dark eyes. His expression impossibly gentle. Zhuang served as the most genuine guard, standing watchfully at his side. This strange combination looked like a small family, both warm and harmonious. This scene fell into Lin Xian's eyes not far away, and a sour feeling instantly rose in his heart. When he was little, he had only him. The person he relied on most was his father. But now, his precious daughter clearly depends more on Yunemo. The old father couldn't help feeling a bit lost. He was no longer his daughter's favorite man. Old Lin tried to let it go. Old Zhu patted his shoulder. I think that young man's a good person, someone you can trust. They say a son-in-law is half a son. Wouldn't it be nice to think of him as an extra son? The hurricane team stayed in Luo City. Only old Ju was willing to leave with Lin Zion. Hearing the word son, Lin Zion felt his brow flicker. The previous son had taken his daughter away, almost causing him to lose you. One can know a person's face but not their heart. I only have this one precious daughter, so of course I must examine her suitors carefully. But it wasn't that Lin Zion especially disliked Yoon Mofter all, Yu liked him. Besides, from what he had observed over the past few days, Yoon Mo was indeed a good candidate. Powerful, able to protect Yu in this perilous, crisis-ridden apocalypse. And most importantly, utterly obedient to his daughter. But since ancient times, which father-in-law doesn't find his son-in-law increasingly annoying the more he looks at him? I still need to observe him a bit more. In fact, Lin Zion still had another concern in his heart. He lifted his foot and walked over, sitting down beside Yoon Mo. Yoon Mo, let's talk. Uncle, what do you want to talk about? Yoon Mo immediately took on a serious expression. How many people are still in your family? Lin Zion pulled out a cigarette, placed it in his mouth without lighting it. My father, the three of us, and my grandfather. Thinking of his half-brother's low status, Yoon Mo's expression grew somewhat cold, a trace of chill flashing in his eyes. This trip to the Ark base was not only for revenge. He also intended to go back and settle the household. You've seen Yu's current situation. If her identity is exposed and your family doesn't approve, what do you plan to do? His daughter's situation is unusual. She is no longer human but a zombie. Lin Zion looked at him with eyes as sharp as a hawk's. Remember this. My daughter must never be wronged. And if in the future you dare let my daughter be wronged, no matter how much Yu likes you, I will not let you off. Uncle, don't worry. I would never let Yu be mistreated. Sai, I believe Grandpa will like Yu. Even if Grandpa doesn't agree, he has already accepted Yuda, so what if he's not human? He is willing to raise his little zombie. Lin Zion looked at him deeply. Remember what you said today. The squad walked with stops and starts and arrived at Q City 2 days later. However, when they saw the city before them, they were all utterly astonished. Is this Q City? Chi Yen murmured. Before the apocalypse, Q City had become a popular tourist destination because of its beautiful environment. It was most famous for its excellent landscaping. The city being filled with greenery, however, after the apocalypse arrived, all those plants mutated and began to grow uncontrollably. The original skyscrapers and concrete cities were all covered by mutated vegetation as far as the eye could see. It was nothing but a vast sea of green. Seeing the scene before them, everyone felt a little melancholy and conflicted. Never before had I been as acutely aware as I am now that the era dominated by humanity has passed. Everyone be careful, don't let your guard down. This city appears calm and peaceful, but in fact it conceals many dangers. The squad immediately became alert and proceeded cautiously. Yu unleashed the mutated blood vine, letting it go ahead to scout Howl. Unlike humans' caution, the big white tiger and the little white tiger were thrilled to be here, bounding off happily as if they had returned to the forest. There are no zombies here. Yu said. A city can't possibly be without zombies. Either they've been eaten by mutated plants, or the zombies have wandered off elsewhere. But this incident already indicates that the city isn't as peaceful as it appears on the surface. Danger is surging beneath the surface. Roar! A muffled tiger's roar suddenly sounded. The white tiger, which had been looking relaxed, suddenly arched its back in alert and let out a low growl toward a certain direction. Something's coming. Yoon Mo's eyes sharpened. His ears picked up a faint rustling sound. Yu's psionic energy spread across the area and detected a creature rapidly approaching their position. It's over there. Yu looked up toward the front right, and no sooner had she spoken than Yoon Mo sprang into action. However, that thing was far too cunning. It quickly realized something was wrong and fled. Rustling noises came from the dense jungle. They only had time to glimpse a streak of tawny brown before it vanished into the foliage. A powerful psychic force assaulted Yu with overwhelming intensity, and a sharp pain shot through his mind. For a moment, Yu's mind went blank. Yoon Mo was the first to notice her unusual state and immediately pulled the girl into his arms. The man's face was sullen, and a powerful supernatural energy burst from him. A strong surge of supernatural fluctuation came through the air, and the space here seemed slightly distorted. The thing hiding in the grass was struck and let out a sharp, piercing screech. The sound seemed to carry a psychic attack. Everyone felt a sharp pain in their minds, a blankness before their eyes, and a buzzing in their ears. However, they finally saw the true face of that thing. A monkey face covered in fine fur, long exposed fangs. Looking fierce and terrifying. It was a mutated monkey and more than one. Chapter 122 Mutant Monkey Troop. The mutated monkey opened its mouth and let out a sharp howl. The fur on its chest was a dull dark red, like blood long since dried, and thin strands of flesh still hung from its white grim fangs. Dad, is that a monkey? A familiar image suddenly flashed through Yuyu's mind. She was young then, holding Lin Xion's hand, watching the monkeys at the zoo. Back then the little monkeys had been so cute, even offering her the apple in their hands, but now, seeing the sharp-beaked fangtoothed, grotesque creatures before her, they were a completely different species from the tame, adorable monkeys in her memory. They are monkeys, but they've mutated. Lin Xion instinctively shielded his daughter behind him, frowning as he stared at the monkeys. They must have accidentally wandered into the territory of the mutated monkeys, which were showing extreme aggression. Gigi. The sharp cries of the mutated monkeys rose and fell. They grabbed vines and swung through the trees, throwing pebbles in their hands. An invisible air barrier gradually expanded, enclosing everyone inside. The stones struck the air wall, crackling as they hit the ground. Seeing that the pebbles hadn't hit them, the mutated monkeys grew even more frenzied and furious, screaming as they charged forward, their sharp claws viciously raking at everyone's faces. If they were caught squarely, their eyeballs would probably be gouged out. Are these damned apes insane? Shi Yan dodged awkwardly while unleashing fireballs. These monkeys aren't very strong in combat, but they're clever and agile. Using the dense forest for cover, they dart quickly through the trees and leap out to ambush from time to time. Several of the group's attacks missed repeatedly, and instead they were made to look ridiculous by these monkeys. The monkeys hidden in the woods, seeing the group's discomfited state, let out brazen, mocking laughs. It was incredibly infuriating. The mutated monkey hid in the bushes, laughing arrogantly and wantonly. Suddenly, the surrounding trees seemed to come alive, vines wrapping around the mutated monkey's limbs, winding tightly. Chitter. The once arrogant mutated monkey cried out in panic, but couldn't break free from the vine's restraint. In a place so thick with trees, Mu Yuyu's wood-type ability can be used to its fullest advantage. The mutated monkeys weren't very experienced and hastily abandoned their companions and left. Looks like they're going back to fetch reinforcements. Those damn monkeys. Let them run. Qi Yan cursed, whether before the apocalypse or after. What I hate most is monkeys. Even with vines binding it, the mutant monkey's bulging eyes were still filled with a frenzy howl. The little white tiger was at the most mischievous, playful age, wriggling its furry little rump as it happily waddled forward. Even bound, the mutated monkey's ferocity didn't diminish. It opened its mouth, ready to bite. It almost bit the little white tiger's tail. The little white tiger yelped in fright and darted behind its mother, its round, bright blue tiger eyes watching the mutated monkey warily and tensely. Little Yu released psychic tendrils to probe and discovered that the mental cores of these mutated monkeys had also been contaminated. Moreover, their contamination was more severe than that of the bloodvine and the great white tiger. Half of each crystal core was already covered in black. Little Yu reported this discovery to Yun Mo. These monkeys have eaten people. Yun Mo's gaze fell on the nearby grass, his black eyes flashing coldly. These mutated monkeys clearly regard humans as their food. You can tell from the bones on the ground that any humans who accidentally wandered into their territory were probably brutally killed. Judging by the number of skeletons, it seems quite a few people were victims. Mutated animals that have eaten humans certainly can't be left alive, because humans have already become part of their menu. If they encounter humans again, they will hunt. But compared to these few monkeys, Yun Mo was more concerned with another question. Where is the Monkey King? Monkey troops have a strict hierarchy. A monkey troop generally has a Monkey King. From just now until now, the Monkey King still hadn't appeared. Chapter 123. That was his Yun Mo. Can you find the Monkey King? Yu released its psychic power and soon shook its head. Either the Monkey King wasn't here at all, or it was hiding too well. The girl was somewhat unwilling to give up. A transparent thread of psychic energy released in wisps. Young Yuyu's gaze was focused, searching intently, not overlooking even a single blade of grass. Last, on a branch of a lush banyan tree, she found a faint red. A huge canopy blocked out the sky, and a thin brownish-yellow tail protruded from the green leaves. Yun Mo, I found that monkey, Yuyu said happily. However, when she turned her head, she found that the Teammates who had been fighting the mutated monkey were all standing frozen in place like statues, their gazes slightly wooden and vacant. The fluctuations of the psychic ability spread outward like ripples. They've fallen into a trap. Obviously, that sly monkey who hides their head and shows their tail has a psychic ability. Psychic powers kill unseen. They're almost impossible to defend against. The teammates' expressions shifted unpredictably, sometimes showing happiness and sweetness, other times sinking into painful struggles. Yu tried to call them back to their senses, but to no avail. Daddy Unmo. With no other option, Yu had to first summon the bloodvine, planning to catch that sly, skulking, stinky monkey. If that monkey is killed, the current predicament can be resolved. Go find that monkey and this place full of mutated plants. The bloodvine felt right at home. It could sense every blade of grass and tree, so even that mutated monkey king's familiarity with the terrain was useless. A dozen minutes later, a brownish-yellow furred monkey, battered and bound in bloodvines, was dragged up to Yu. The mutated monkey king looked no different from the other monkeys, even slightly smaller in build than the rest, but those protruding yellow eyes were filled with a human-like intelligence and cunning. The little one only stared into its eyes for 2 seconds, and before it knew it was drawn in, unintentionally falling under its spell. Professor Jing, come take a look quickly. Subject 081's recovery rate is getting faster and faster. This is truly unbelievable. It's practically a miracle. The assistant's voice was full of barely contained excitement. Unmo opened his eyes. The overhead incandescent light was cold and piercing. He moved slightly and found his hands and feet bound to the cold operating table beside him. The assistant in a white protective suit stared at him excitedly, continuously recording research data and repeatedly saying the word miracle. Release those test subjects. A cold female voice sounded. Unmo slightly turned his head and a face he hated to the bone came into view. The woman wore an immaculately clean white lab coat, the nameplate on her chest reflecting a metallic icy sheen. Jingrua. The man's dark, cold eyes brimmed with fierce anger, a faint crimson sheen glimmering at the corners. Yes, Professor. The assistant pressed a red button on the console, and the chamber holding the test subjects slowly opened. Several zombies walked out with stiff steps, moving mechanically. The appearance of these zombies was very close to that of humans. Aside from their crimson eyes and overly pale skin, they were almost indistinguishable from humans. Jingruyue and her assistant had long since retreated outside, observing the situation inside. Through a transparent glass wall while recording the experimental subject's data changes, the zombie gnawed at his flesh. The intense hatred in its heart had long since drowned out the physical pain. Consciousness also fell into an endless abyss. Unmo, the girl's soft, delicate voice seemed to come from a distant place. Unmo, deep in the marsh of hatred, suddenly regained a trace of clarity. That was, little one. It's his little one. The man suddenly opened his eyes. His dark pupils still held a lingering intense malice. Chapter 124 Memories. In the blink of an eye, the scenery before Yu suddenly underwent a dramatic change. The girl's eyes flickered slightly. The scene ahead seemed somewhat familiar, a sense of déjà vu. Before she could figure it out, she saw a group of children surrounding a little girl in the middle. The familiar face made Yu recognize her quickly. That little girl seemed to be her when she was young. Is this a memory that belongs to her? Yu knew she had fallen into a trap. The mutant monkey king's power was psychic, and the scene before her eyes was all fictional. But even knowing this, Yu didn't break things off immediately. She wanted to see what had happened in her childhood. Yu stood aside like an outsider, watching helplessly as that group of children bullied her younger self. As a child, Yu was very frail and sickly in appearance, looking weak and without even a single playmate. Those kids didn't like her and always took advantage of their strength to pick on her. They snatched away her favorite rag doll, dirted her pretty dress, and mocked her as a motherless waif. I am not a waif, I have a mother. You mustn't insult my mother. Little Yu glared at them stubbornly, like a little rabbit who refused to give up. The group of boys giggled. Go on, insult her. What of it? Your mother is a fox spirit, ran off with someone else. You're a waif. Even facing a group of boys taller than her, Yu showed no sign of fear, clenching her tiny pink fists and angrily wrestling with them. The girl nearby saw this and wanted to help, but those children had no physical bodies at all, just shadows, and her hand passed right through them. Yu's brow knitted tightly as vague fragments surfaced in her mind. Did she end up winning? Yo-yo from afar, Lin Zion's voice came over. The girl turned her head and, in an instant, her eyes lit up. Daddy, Lin Zion couldn't see her at all. He ran past her without looking to either side. His appearance looked 10 years younger. The stern, severe-faced man, upon seeing his precious daughter being bullied by a group of brats, immediately ran over in a fury. "You bunch of little bastards, how dare you bully my daughter? I'm not letting you off today." The few boys scattered like birds and beasts when they saw him stride over in a grab. Only the ringleader, the chubby kid, was caught by Yu holding his shirt hem and didn't have time to run. Lin Zion wasn't going to let him off just because he was a child. The tall man trapped the chubby boy under his arm and raised his hand, smacking his butt hard. The chubby child wailed in pain, crying out for his mother. "Next time I catch you bullying my daughter, I'll beat your butt until it's ruined." Seeing his precious daughter with her face dirty and her little braids messed up, Lin Zion's eyes were full of pain. "Yo-yo, if they bully you again next time you must tell daddy, okay?" Yu learned that this kind of thing had happened more than once. Because she had no mother, she had been bullied by other children throughout her childhood. Yu gradually became more and more withdrawn, speaking less and no longer liking to go to kindergarten, as if she had closed herself off. Lin Zion saw it all and was anxious. The scene shifted. Lin Zion led a little boy to her and introduced him with a smile. "Yu, this is Su Yan. From now on he'll be your brother. Come on, call him Gruga Gij." The tender young boy looked pale and sullen, staring at her with an impassive face and jet-black eyes devoid of any feeling, although the brother seemed not to like talking or laughing, and had a cold, icy demeanor. But Yu still liked this older brother very much. The little girl's bright eyes looked at him with delight, and she sweetly called out, "Brother." Ever since Lin Zion brought Su Yan home, Yu had gained another older brother. Although this brother didn't seem to like her very much, ever since having a brother, no one dared to bully Yu anymore. The bratty kids who used to bully Yu stayed far away from her after Su Yan gave them a beating. Thus Yu Yan became like Yu's guardian, even though he was always cold and taciturn. But Yu still trailed after him cheerfully, calling him big brother in a sweet voice. That he first, Su Yan, would still warn her coldly, "Don't follow me anymore." Afterward, he had become used to having a little tail following him, and his looks toward Yu grew increasingly strange, filled with a possessive, paranoid intensity. At first, he could still maintain the gentle older brother image in front of Yu. Not even Lin Zion noticed anything amiss, until the day Lin Zion brought home a puppy. Worried that Yu's childhood would be too lonely without playmates, Lin Zion bought a little white dog. The little white dog was Yu's first friend and also her best friend. Its arrival drew Yu's attention away and tore apart Su Yan's disguise. He couldn't bear that in Yu's eyes there was anyone else besides him. Lin Zion could be forgiven. He was Yu's biological father. But a beast, why should it take away Yu's affection? It was an afternoon. Yu, who was napping, heard the little white dog's pitiful, whimpering cries. The sleepy Yu rubbed her drowsy eyes and came into the backyard. Seeing the little white dog lying in a pool of blood, the knife in Su Yan's hand dripped blood drop by drop. The bright red blood splattered across his pale, handsome face. Yu was terrified by the scene before her and stared at him in a daze. "Little one, don't be afraid." After Su Yan noticed her, he walked over unhurriedly. His smile as gentle as ever. "Brother will never hurt you. But you must be good and not keep making brother angry." "Bro, big brother." Yo-Yo's little face was pale, tears brimming as she looked at him. Xiaobai itis dead." Su Yan's eyes were gentle. He wiped his sister's tears with a smiling voice that sent chills down the spine. "It was nothing but a beast, daring to take a share of your affection. Of course brother couldn't let it stay. Otherwise, what if it took my Yo-Yo away? Yo-Yo, remember, there can only ever be one person by your side. Otherwise, it'll kill them all." The scene finally freezes on Su Yan's gentle yet possessive smile. The scene before her collapses with a roar. When Yu opened her eyes again, she found the illusion had already shattered. Yunemo looked at her with worried eyes. "Yu, are you alright?" Yu blinked. Her eyes was dull for 2 seconds, then slowly shook her head. Yunemo had already killed that mutated Monkey King. He dug out a crystal-clear transparent crystal core. It was a 5th-rank psychic crystal core. Goddamn. Once the mutated Monkey King died, the illusion naturally lifted. After the teammates regained clarity, they were all left shaken. What was that just now? What happened? Qi Yan's face was sullen. He still hadn't recovered. That mutated monkey had psychic powers. It could create illusions that trap people in their most feared, painful memories. If it can't be dispelled, they might ultimately die within the illusion. dying in a vague and inexplicable way that it seems we were trapped from the start. Those mutated monkeys must have deliberately lured us here. Luo Tang rubbed his brow, his expression looking somewhat weary. They weren't afraid of mutated beasts with powerful physical abilities. They feared this kind of mental ability that left one defenseless. Chapter 125. Absorbing a 6th-rank crystal core. Yunemo handed the 6th-rank psychic crystal core to Yu. If it had been any other time, the girl would have been very happy, but at this moment, Yu seemed a bit absent-minded. Yo-Yo Linzion had just broken free from the illusion and hurriedly turned his head to look for his daughter. When he saw Yu standing safe and sound in front of him, Linzion finally exhaled, and his tense body gradually relaxed. The illusion makes people see the memories that hurt and frighten them the most. What Linzion saw were the scenes of his wife's death and the moment his daughter disappeared. Only when he saw Yu standing in front of him did the heavy stone in Linzion's heart slowly drop. Fortunately, he had already found his daughter. Daddy, I saw brother killed Xiaobai. Although she had lost her memories as a human, the fact that Yu could see this scene meant it was what she feared most. Hearing his daughter's words, Linzion's expression grew somewhat complicated. Of course he remembered the matter at the time. Linzion never would have imagined that the child who seemed to be growing more cheerful, the obedient and sensible child, would do something like that behind everyone's back. All because that puppy had taken Yo-Yo's attention. Su Yan cruelly tortured and killed it. She had also been accidentally exposed to such a bloody scene. Linzion's gaze darkened. If he had realized Su Yan was acting strange back then and sent him away, he wouldn't have been separated from his daughter afterward. Unfortunately, Su Yan was too good at pretending. With just a few words he had easily won Linzion's trust to the point that later on, Su Yan grew increasingly mad. Killing a dog no longer satisfied him. Anyone who appeared around Yu would end up on his death list, either dead or maimed. He even harbored murderous intent toward his own father. Linzion sighed softly. Forget it, Su Yan is already dead now. Saying more about it is meaningless. The mutated Monkey King is dead, and the remaining mutated monkeys naturally pose no real threat. These mutated monkeys have eaten people and can't be left alive. The squad soon dealt with them. Unfortunately, none of those mutated monkeys had special abilities. The biggest gain was only the 6th-rank crystal core from the mutated Monkey King. Yunemo, I want to absorb it now. Generally, psychics cannot absorb crystal cores that are much higher rank than themselves. Doing so risks bodily explosion and death. But Yu's situation is special, different from others. Her body was like a bottomless pit. No matter how many crystal cores she absorbed, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Yu's current ability level is 4th rank, while this crystal core is 6th rank, a full 2 ranks higher. Yunemo frowned slightly, feeling somewhat unconvinced and worried that absorbing it rashly might be harmful to Yu's body. But the girl's eyes sparkled as she looked at him, her face full of expectation, like a little kitten begging for food. Yunemo, I haven't been able to level up for a long time. Maybe those crystal cores before were too low level and I wasn't full. Perhaps this crystal core can let me advance. After all, the energy contained in a 6th-tier crystal core is enough to match 100 2nd-tier crystal cores. Yunemo couldn't help but admit defeat. Alright then. If you notice anything wrong, stop immediately, okay? He warned anxiously that he thought that since Yu had previously absorbed a crystal core of a higher rank without any problems, she should be fine this time too. I know. Yu held the crystal core in her hand, silently absorbing the energy stored within. She had only intended to take in a little at first, but unexpectedly the energy contained in the core surged into her body as if competing to get in, as though a tremendous pull drained the core of its power. By the time Yunemo realized something was wrong, it was already a little too late. Chapter 126. What are they doing? The crystal core in her hand turned into powder. Yu felt a vast power fill her body. The force was so vigorous that it rampaged domineeringly inside her, and she couldn't fully absorb it all at once. Yu frowned tightly. Her body was like a container that simply couldn't hold this surging power. If she couldn't fully absorb it, she might explode to death. Yunmo's face changed drastically. Do what I say. He tried to guide Yu to release all the abnormal energy within her. Unfortunately, that immense power was truly hard to control. Yu could no longer govern her abilities. Yu unconsciously released a psychic power, a domineering and overpowering mental ability that struck everyone. Everyone felt as if a knife was crazily twisting inside their heads, the pain making them instinctively clutch their heads and crouch down. Yu, stop, please stop. Her teammates clutched their heads in agony. Blood gradually trickled from their noses, and their ears suffered temporary deafness. Captain, stop her quickly. If this continued, they would all die from Yu's psychological attacks. Yunemo hurriedly released a spatial barrier, enveloping everyone inside it. I almost thought I'd die here today. Qi Yan wiped the blood from his nose and said, still shaken, what's going on? What's wrong with Yu? If anything happens to my daughter, I will never let you off. Lin Xian grabbed Yunmo's collar, his eyes red. Captain Lin, calm down. It's not our leader's fault. The teammates hurriedly tried to dissuade him. They couldn't help Yu in her current condition. They could only watch her anxiously, hoping she would quickly absorb that energy. Otherwise, he would have simply exploded. Yunmo's eyes were full of regret. He shouldn't have given that crystal core to Yu. You all stay here, I'll go take a look. Yunmo's face was grave as he lifted his foot and walked toward Yu. This is bad. Just as everyone watched the chaos around Yu, helpless Luo Tang's expression shifted slightly. Listen, something's coming. Roar. The great white tiger also sensed the danger, suddenly crouching low, arching its back, and emitting a deep warning growl from its throat. The little white tiger anxiously tried to rush out, pulling Yu to leave with it, but each time it slammed against the transparent spatial barrier. The little white tiger rolled over and over several times, finally coming to a dizzy halt. Captain, look, Shirley exclaimed. Yunemo followed the direction he was pointing and saw at the far end one zombie. Then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 countless zombies appeared in succession. Zhuang, who had been ramming the barrier furiously with his head, suddenly stopped. Seeing the main zombie force arriving, he emitted a series of rapid, excited hisses, as if issuing some kind of order. Captain, the teammates exchanged glances and all looked at Yunemo, waiting for him to give instructions. Should they run? Or should they kill the zombies? Don't act rashly yet. Yunemo knew clearly that these zombie swarms were gathering because of Yu. Judging by Zhuang's reaction, they shouldn't pose a threat. Sure enough, these zombies had no interest in them at all. Even with food right in front of them, they all ignored it and ran straight past. Zombies appeared one after another, growing in number. Originally, this city had been occupied by mutated plants and you couldn't see a single zombie. But when she looked up now, it was all dense swarms of zombies, and the size of the hordes was still gradually increasing. What are they doing? Chapter 127. Look, the zombies are fighting in groups. She saw that all the zombies stopped within 1 meter of the little one, each standing motionless. Those hundreds of crimson eyes stared fixedly at the girl, like a well-trained army standing by. However, this calm scene didn't last long. A minute later, they suddenly started fighting. They were fighting to get to the very front so their cubs could see them first. The zombies fought until their heads were broken and bloodied. The zombie at the front stubbornly charged forward, while the ones behind snarled infuriated. In the scramble, it wasn't unusual for someone's head to be accidentally knocked off, an arm to be twisted off, or for them to lose a leg. One zombie had an arm ripped off and yet still pressed forward excitedly. The scene was horrifyingly chaotic, like a crowd of rabid superfans. In a way, Qi Yan couldn't help doubting his eyes. What are those zombies doing? Why are they fighting each other? Seeing zombies brawling for the first time in his life, Qi Yan craned his neck, wishing he could move a stool up front to watch. They seem to be protecting the young ones, Luo Tang said thoughtfully. She originally thought Yu's abilities were just a peculiarity of her powers, but now it seems the girl's identity might also be somewhat special. Otherwise those zombies wouldn't have been drawn here, and would have voluntarily stayed guarding around Yu, watching for danger nearby. Suddenly Luo Tang sensed a murderous intent settle on her. She subconsciously looked up and met Yunmo's deep black eyes. The glaring murderous intent within them openly displayed. It seemed that if she showed any abnormality, he would immediately and without hesitation move to deal with her. Yu's identity would sooner or later be exposed. Yunemo had long known this. Everyone else was a teammate he trusted and didn't need to worry about, only this Luo Tang. Although she usually took good care of Yu, who could tell whether, after learning that Yu was a zombie, she might turn on her. After all, humans and zombies cannot be teammates who coexist. You don't need to look at me with that expression, Luo Tang sneered. Since I regard Yu as a sister, I naturally wouldn't do anything harmful to her. That's for the best. Yunemo averted his gaze indifferently, then strode forward toward Yu. Yu's ability had completely spiraled out of control. Even the brainless zombies sensed the danger and dared not come too close to her. But Yunemo was unaffected. Only The zombies that had stood motionless like statues suddenly began to stir as Yunemo approached Yu. Roar. The zombies let out bursts of hissing and roaring at Yunemo, as if warning him not to come any closer. Get lost. Yunmo's dark eyes narrowed slightly, a murderous aura surfacing in them. Ho ho. Zhuang's hoarse call came from behind. These zombies were all just low-level ones. Apart from Yu, Zhuang could easily command them. Upon receiving Zhuang's command, the horde of zombies seemed somewhat hesitant, stirring slightly. Heh. Zhuang's roar carried more anger. It seemed to be scolding these low-level zombies for daring to disobey its orders. The pressure of a high-level zombie descended, forcing the low-level zombies to bow their heads in submission. The horde of zombies stepped back one after another, opening a path just wide enough for one person to pass. Seeing that the zombies were being so cooperative, Yunemo suppressed the killing intent in his eyes and stepped forward. Yuyu's condition was currently unknown, so Lin Xiong could not possibly sit and wait to die. He stepped out from behind the barrier and hurried forward a couple of steps. Roar. After Yunemo passed through, the wave of zombies quickly closed in and instantly returned to its original formation, forming a wall that blocked Lin Xiong's way. Lin Xiong's face went cold. Get out of here. Huff huff. This is Zai's father. Zhuang didn't dare to be harsh with him. But it's too dangerous inside right now. Zai can't control his supernatural ability, and could easily hurt someone by accident. It would be one thing if someone accidentally hurt Yunemo, but he must not accidentally hurt Lin Xiong. If Dad gets hurt, Zai will be unhappy. Unfortunately, Lin Xiong didn't know Zhuang's good intentions. With one person and one corpse they couldn't communicate, making interaction very difficult. He just felt, why do these zombies have the right to stop him from seeing his daughter? Why can Yunemo go in? Why? That is his precious daughter. Lin Xiong was so anxious he wanted to kick each of those zombies into the air. Chapter 128. It seems my little one is right there. The girl's dense eyelashes trembled gently as she slowly opened her eyes. Those clear, glass-like eyes seemed to hold a streak of red light. The moment Yu opened her eyes, she met a pair of black eyes filled with worry. Yu, how do you feel? Seeing that the girl had absorbed all that immense power, Yunmo's long-held worry finally eased. Yunemo, I've leveled up. The girl dashed into his arms, saying with delight. Little Yuyu's body was strangely like a bottomless pit. All along she had absorbed so many crystal cores, yet her power level had remained stagnant. But this time, the Monkey King's crystal core made her stalled power level shoot up rapidly, jumping 2 tiers at once. Originally, Yuyu's psychic ability could only detect a limited area, but now her mental power covered a much wider range. For example, at this moment, in a patch of grass 2 meters away, a mutated mantis was hiding, preparing to ambush. A small yellow flower next to the mutated mantis suddenly opened its petals and swallowed it whole. The scene happened so fast it was as if it hadn't occurred at all, yet it could not escape Yuyu's psychic power. Such an ability is like an incredibly overpowered cheat in an apocalyptic world where danger lurks everywhere. Besides that, what made Yu even happier was that she no longer felt hungry, since she regained consciousness. Her body had been in a state of extreme hunger for a long time, so hungry she wanted to eat people, and now that fierce wave of hunger had disappeared. Her body was filled with vigorous strength, as if she had just enjoyed a satisfying meal. Yunemo, I can protect you now, let me tell you. Looked up, happily wanting to share this with him. However, before she could finish speaking, Yunemo pulled her into his arms. The man held her tightly, as if he wanted to merge her into his body, his voice tinged with lingering fear. You, from now on I'll kill more zombies and find you more crystal cores, but you mustn't scare me like this again. The zombies watching nearby, haha. Are you polite, human? Okay. You reached out and gently patted his back. Yunma, don't be afraid, I won't die because she was already dead. Yunemo is really dumb. What's the situation over at the captain's side now? Qian craned his neck. But the swarming horde of zombies blocked his view. Sister definitely won't be in trouble, Muze muttered to himself, though his youthful face betrayed undeniable worry. How about we squeeze in and take a look? Qian suggested. Anyway, these zombies weren't moving. It looked like they wouldn't attack them. Instead of worrying here for nothing, it would be better to squeeze in and take a look. Qian couldn't help feeling a bit restless. Wanna squeeze? Squeeze yourself. Chinemo clapped a hand over his nose, his face full of resistance. So many zombies gathered together, if not a few hundred then at least 1,000, and the intense stench of rot was overwhelming. That smell. It was as sickeningly pungent as it could be. If you still want to push in there, I think you don't care about your life. If you accidentally get a bite from those zombies, you're as good as dead. As he spoke, the hitherto statue-still horde of zombies suddenly moved. One after another the zombies turned around, their beast-like, blood-red, cold eyes all falling on them in unison are being stared down by so many zombies at once. A powerful sense of danger swept over them, and even the little white tiger's fur stood on end in terror. What are you trying to do? Qi Yan instinctively took 2 steps back, watching them warily. In a nearby town not far away, the survivors noticed that the zombies who had been relentlessly chasing them suddenly all stopped and went off in another direction. What's wrong with these zombies? Why did they stop chasing us? A survivor, out of breath, stopped. Who knows? This phenomenon occurred in more than one place. Not far from Q City, all the zombies dragged their stiff bodies and, as if by common accord, headed toward Q City. Along the way, the horde of zombies grew ever larger. As if guided by something, they pressed on without regard for anything to reach there. The humans hiding in the shadows looked at one another, and their faces showed grave expressions. It was not a good sign that these zombie swarms were converging on the same place. It could be a great catastrophe for humanity. Could it really be the Zombie King? Someone guessed. But isn't the Zombie King in S City? How could he appear here? But besides the Zombie King, which other zombie can summon so many zombies at once? This topic made everyone's mood grow heavy. Enough, this isn't something we can handle. Report the situation to headquarters first. These people didn't know that the so-called Zombie King they spoke of was currently heading toward Q City. Crack. A crisp crack. The Zombie King snapped the fragile neck of a human psychic and casually tossed the corpse to the ravenous zombie minions at his feet. An overconfident human. Wiping the blood from his fingers, the Zombie King suddenly lifted his head. His eerie red eyes fixed steadily in a certain direction. That was Q City. Heh. The zombie Shun Yunting, who had been standing silently behind the Zombie King, suddenly moved. It sensed the summons. Instinct drove it to hurry in that direction. The Zombie King's red eyes narrowed slightly. It seems my Yu is right there. Chapter 129. Prey dedicated to you. The horde of zombies herded them like ducks, driving Qi Yan and the others up to you. During this time, the zombies kept a covetous eye on them, as if afraid they would escape. The squad wanted to run, but layers upon layers of zombies, 3 deep inside and 3 out, firmly blocked their way. This really was a situation where spreading wings wouldn't help. There was no escape. There was no choice. Under the threat of the zombies, the teammates gritted their teeth and stepped up in front of Yu. Huff huff. The zombies' howls rose one after another. Zombies and humans are natural enemies. They regard humans as prey. And at this moment these few humans were the prey the zombies had offered to Yu. Not only Qi Yan looked stunned, even the expressions of the other teammates were full of amazement. They knew Yu's psychic ability could control zombies, but they didn't expect it could reach this extent. Wouldn't that mean we could form a zombie army, invincible in the apocalypse, victorious in every battle? A few men paused in their breathing, looking at Yu with uncontrollable excitement in their eyes. Qin Mo and the others were okay, but Qi Yan was especially excited. He couldn't help stepping forward, wanting to take Yu's hand. However, before he could reach Yu, a zombie blocked his way. The zombie was all sinew and muscle, looking extremely imposing. As if a single punch could kill 10 people. Hoo-hoo, the muscular zombie let out a threatening roar, as if warning him not to advance. A tiny human, nothing more than their food, dare approach the cub. Mo stared at him with a cold, piercing gaze. Ahem. Tian sulkily rubbed his nose, not daring to come closer, but his eyes looked at Yu with eager warmth. Yojia. From today on you are my sister, my only sister. Yo-Yo with Zhuang protecting him at his side. Linzio no longer had such worries. The worried old father, anxious for his daughter, pushed past the zombie blocking his way and hurried over to Yu in 3 quick steps. Meanwhile, a zombie that wouldn't blink tried to stop Linzian. Zhuang slapped it away, and it immediately quieted down. Heh. Zhuang's attitude toward Linzian was much better than his toward Mo. After all, it was a highly educated zombie and knew that Linzian was Yu's relative, and how important that was to Zai. Let daddy take a look. Linzian nervously looked his daughter over from head to toe. Seeing that Yu was perfectly fine, he gradually relaxed. Daddy, I'm okay. It's okay, that's good. You nearly scared your father to death just now. Not far away, A squad of psychics hid in the dense grass, their faces grave as they stared at the densely packed horde of zombies ahead. "Captain, how did so many zombies suddenly appear here?" The subordinate's voice was full of fear. Q City was overrun by mutated plants from early morning. The most dangerous things were the plants and animals. Zombies were seldom seen. Mutated plants seemed to have a notion of territory too. Zombies rarely dared wander this way. Those zombies sprang up like mushrooms after the rain, suddenly appearing everywhere. Who wouldn't be afraid? Could it be that they're coming to attack our base? Not like that. These zombies seem to have been attracted here by something. There were far too many zombies. They didn't dare get too close. If they were discovered, there would be no remains left. The squad leader pointed to a speed-type ability user. "You go back to base and report the situation here." "Well, stay and see what these zombies are trying to do." "Yes, Captain." The speed ability user left like a gust of wind. However, the squad's attention was all focused on the nearby horde of zombies, completely oblivious to the danger that had been creeping up on them. A rustling sound came. By the time the squad leader realized something was wrong, it was already too late. Blood vines wound around their ankles, dragging the humans away and binding them tightly before delivering them to Yu. Chapter 130. Beast tied 1 mm. The small survivor group who had been spying in the dark were tied up like Zongzi and thrown directly in front of the child. When a few of them looked up, they saw the girl's face as beautiful as the bright moon, and the whole team froze. But no matter how pretty the girl was, none of them were in the mood to admire her right now, simply because they were surrounded on all sides by zombies, which had already gathered into a small zombie tide. The zombies stared at them with inhuman eyes. The oppressive sense of death washed over them, making their scalps tingle and their limbs grow cold. The psychics who had been struggling a moment before were now completely motionless, bodies stiff, eyes full of terror. The man-eating flower twisted its stalk, as if seeking praise. Yu perfunctorily patted it and accidentally knocked off several petals. The carnivorous flower, which had been wriggling happily, suddenly froze. Yu blinked, a little sheepish, and averted her gaze to look at the people on the ground. "Who are you?" The blood vines had already loosened their hold on them. A few people, upon regaining their freedom, still did not dare make any rash moves. Their whole bodies were taut like bows, entering an extremely alert, battle-ready state. Their gazes toward Yu were also filled with vigilance. Even though the girl appeared fragile and harmless, no one dared underestimate her. After all, someone capable of commanding mutated plants and swarms of zombies could not be as simple as she seemed on the surface. My name is Yang Peng. I am the leader of this team. Don't misunderstand, we mean no harm. It's just that Q City has gathered so many zombies, and we came to take a look. Seeing Zhuang standing obediently behind Yu, it was obvious that it was following the girl's commands. Behind them trailed 2 white tigers, one large and one small. They were clearly mutated animals. This group is an extremely eye-catching presence even in the apocalypse. Yang Peng's eyes flickered slightly, inwardly alarmed. He hastily lifted a friendly smile. The other's strength was formidable. They could only be friends, not enemies. Yang Peng sent out a signal indicating he wanted to win them over. Yun Mo's long brows lifted slightly. "You are the survivors from here?" "Yes." From Yang Peng's words, they learned that they were survivors from a nearby base. After the apocalypse, the whole of Q City was rapidly overtaken by mutated plants overnight. The land had almost become the domain of plants and mutated animals. Even the zombies had been driven out of this city. There are mutated plants and animals threatening the city, and there are zombies outside it. The living space for Q City survivors is being squeezed bit by bit, and their situation has become extremely difficult. Fortunately, before the apocalypse, the military set up a base here, and with the army's help most of Q City survivors were relocated to the military base. Yang Peng led them inward as he explained. The military base was built very discreetly without guidance. No one would be able to find it. Our base regularly dispatches pyrokinetic operatives to clear out the surrounding mutated plants to prevent them from becoming a threat. Mutated plants are tolerable after all. Although they've mutated, they didn't grow legs and can't run. As long as you don't enter their territory, you're fine. Far more troublesome are the mutated animals, especially the beast swarms. Beast swarms? This was also the first time Yu and the others had heard this word. They had encountered a fair number of mutated animals on their journey, but most were solitary, seldom in packs. The largest congregation they'd seen so far was a tide of corpses. Yes. The threat from a beast tide is no less than that of a corpse tide, Yang Peng said gravely. After the apocalypse, humanity has completely fallen to the bottom of the food chain. Never mind zombies, animals, plants, and even mutated insects have begun hunting humans. What does a beast tide look like? Just as Yu had this thought, the ground beneath her suddenly began to tremble violently. The girl immediately found it hard to keep her balance. Yunemo hurriedly pulled the person into his arms. This is... The beast tide has arrived. Yang Peng's face changed drastically, but he soon regained his composure. Hurry! Get into the base! Chapter 131. Beast tide to the ground shook violently like an earthquake, making it hard for everyone to keep their footing. Especially for Zhuangzhuang and Little White Tiger, who had the worst sense of balance. Little White Tiger went down with a thud, dazed. Its two paws clawing tightly at the ground. Big White Tiger lowered its head, bit the back of its neck, quickly picked the cub up, and trotted after the little one. Led by Yang Peng's squad, they quickly entered the base. Q City base had gone through countless beast swarms of all sizes and clearly already had experience responding to them after the initial panic. The base commander quickly and orderly directed the teams. All the psychics in the base rushed over as fast as possible, and each person took their place at their own post. Dozens of laser rifles were mounted on the battlements. The soldiers stood ready, and the nearby psychics also prepared to engage. The entire base was filled with a solemn, heavy atmosphere. Commander Lu, these are the psychics who have just joined the base. Yang Peng led them to the man who was laying out the battle plan at the front. Lu Jiwen wore a crisp military uniform. His features were resolute and his gaze sharp, like a blade drawn from its sheath. Welcome to the team. Lu Jiwen immediately saw that Yunemo was the leader of this squad. Yunemo gave a brief handshake to the others. This was clearly not a good moment for conversation, as you've already seen. The base is currently facing a fairly large beast tide. We hope you can help us repel it. Yunemo nodded slightly. That's natural. It's a matter of humanity's survival. We will do everything we can and respond with all our might. After asking several people about their ability levels, Lu Jiwen's face was full of surprise, his eyes faintly showing excitement, and no matter which base it was, the thing most lacking was ability users, especially high-level ones. Director Lu, what strategic reserves does the base currently have? Our ammunition is running low. Excluding the wounded among the gifted, fewer than 5,000 can still fight, while the base's ordinary civilians, the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled total 20,000. Lu Jiwen said in a deep voice. The young man before him not only had a high level of ability, but also carried an even stronger presence, an innate aura of a superior that made people instinctively obey his orders. Time was short. Lu Jiwen gathered some of the base's high-ranking gifted and quickly completed the strategic deployment. Yu followed Yunemo up onto the city wall and gazed into the distance. The whole of Q City had become a vast sea of green. Within the boundless forest, a streak of black appeared far off. From a distance, it looked like a teeming mass of ants moving in, kicking up a rolling cloud of dust wherever they passed. Humans might not be able to see that far, but Yu could, and those were not ants at all, but a pack of beasts. Inside were, besides the cats and dogs common before the apocalypse, predators like lions and tigers. These kinds of predators already had terrifying killing power before the apocalypse, let alone after mutating. Even normally gentle and cute rabbits had mutated into muscular giant rabbits over a meter tall, and without exception, these mutated animals all had a pair of crimson eyes. They were different from the zombies. These animals hadn't turned into zombies. They had simply lost their minds and become extremely ferocious. Yu lowered her eyes slightly, her expression thoughtful. What's wrong? Yunemo was constantly attentive to the girl. Seeing her like that, he thought she might be tired. If you're tired, you go rest first. Don't worry, I'm here to know. Yu shook her head, her glazed clear eyes reflecting his figure. I was wondering whether I could control these mutated animals. Ever since absorbing that 6th-rank Monkey King crystal core, Yu's previously stagnant psychic power had upgraded. She hadn't had a chance to try out her ability yet, so this beast tide was just right for some practice. Chapter 132. Beast tide. 3 inches. Less than half an hour. The beast horde had already closed in on everyone. The horde, made up of hundreds or even thousands of beasts, was sizable. One glance and you couldn't see the end of it. After mutating, these animals had not only doubled in size but also become much more powerful in attack. Even the rabbits, that had been the most harmless before the end times now kicked up their hind legs and leapt into the air, nearly clearing the base's tall walls. Bang! A beast struck with a paw, and an earthen wall constructed by an earth-type esper crumbled like a piece of tofu with a single blow. Get ready, everyone. At the command, the espers all condensed their various powers and unleashed them, and a battle began. Roar! The great white tiger made a nimble leap from the wall and, in the blink of an eye, plunged into the tide of beasts. The little white tiger wailed and howled, wanting to charge into battle with its mother. Before it could leap down, Unmo pinched the scruff of its neck, seizing its fate. Stay put here and behave. Howl! The little white tiger, dissatisfied, bit at Unmo's trouser leg. Unfortunately, its teeth hadn't fully grown yet, so it couldn't do any real damage. Yu's psychic power gradually spread over the beast swarm below. Just as she had suspected, the crystal cores of these mutated animals radiated an ominous black, as if they had been contaminated. Yu, following her previous method, began to remove the impurities inside the crystal cores bit by bit. Boom! A massive black bear raised its huge paw and slammed it hard against the metal barrier, which even bullets couldn't penetrate, soon dented inward into a large pit. Captain, we can't hold on much longer. There are just too many of these mutated animals. Third team requests support. Request support, our powers are about to be depleted. Report. The western defensive line is about to be breached. Reporting, sir, we've run out of bullets, and the altered ability fighters are about to be overwhelmed. One dispatch after another came in. Lu Jiwen's face grew increasingly grave, a heavy sense of helplessness washing over him. The beasts had sharp fangs and claws, and even their thick hides served as the best armor, able to stop bullets. And the human survivors had lost their firearms and supernatural abilities. Bare hands and fists were no match for the beasts. Was the Q City base doomed to be destroyed here this time? Lu Jiwen was not afraid of death, he was only afraid for the ordinary civilians in the base who had no combat ability. If the beast horde broke through the base, what would they do? Everyone trusted him so much. Sensing Lu Jiwen's emotions, Unmo frowned slightly and whispered a reminder. Commander Lu, pull yourself together. The base hasn't been breached yet. We should hold the final line. Only if you stay steady can the troops' morale remain stable. Once the troops' morale falters, defeat becomes an inevitability. Lu Jiwen gave a bitter laugh. How could he not understand that truth? But the current state of the battle was ominous. It seemed only a matter of time before the defensive line was breached. Some even imbued had already begun to entertain thoughts of retreat. Planned to take advantage of the beast horde breaking through the base and leave the base to escape first. The soldiers' morale had already collapsed. How could they keep fighting? If direct confrontation won't work, then we can only outsmart them. Unmo took dozens of barrels of gasoline out of the space. These supplies were all things he had gathered earlier to deal with various situations. He hadn't expected to use them so soon. Unmo, have someone pour this gasoline on the ground, and have the fire-type ability user form a wall of flames. Since ancient times beasts have feared fire, lighting flames outdoors can drive them away. Their fur would catch fire the moment it met flames. Lu Jiwen sighed softly. You don't know we've used that method before, but those beasts have completely lost their minds. They no longer fear fire. They only charge forward more crazily. If things went wrong, the whole base could be burned down. You don't need to worry. I have my own way. Unmo exuded a murderous aura, like a razor-sharp sword, unstoppable. To be why now the area Unmo was responsible for was piled with animal bones. Seeing this, Lu Jiwen was secretly alarmed. This young man's strength was even greater than he had imagined. Perhaps Yunmo's calm and composed demeanor was simply too convincing. Lu Jiwen unconsciously followed his instructions. Okay, he beckoned to his subordinates, about to assign tasks. Suddenly a voice of astonishment rang out. Wait. Look, why have those mutated animals stopped moving? A hole had already been torn open in a corner to the west. Mutated animals had broken in. The ability user stationed there fought them, but was gradually being overwhelmed. Just as the mutated animal's fangs were about to sink into his neck, the ability user closed his eyes in despair. The expected pain never came. He opened his eyes and found that the once rampaging mutated wolf's blood-red beast eyes were gradually losing their redness. A look of bewilderment seemed to flash through them. What was going on? The people who had already given up suddenly discovered that the frenzied mutated animals had abruptly stopped attacking. Not only did they stop attacking them, they instead turned and walked away. The mutated animals gradually gathered at the base gate. They all raised their heads in unison, their eyes fixed in one direction as if waiting for some command. The scene was like 1,000 beasts paying homage, deeply striking. What were they looking at? Everyone looked in the direction the mutated animals were gazing. On the tall city wall stood a slender figure. A breeze lifted the girl's skirt, and she was bathed in sunlight, exuding a sacred aura. The white tiger that had gone out earlier had returned to Yuyu's side and now stood obediently beside the girl. Yuyu lowered her eyes slightly, feeling that she had formed a strong psychic bond with these mutated animals. Yo-Yo gave the order to drive them away. And the beast horde slowly began to move. The people in the base were now plunged into shock upon noticing the beast horde stirring again. Everyone became alert, thinking that these mutated animals had gone mad and were about to attack the base. Even though the soldiers and psychics on the front lines were already exhausted, they still picked up their weapons. They were determined to defend their home and protect their loved ones. Under the tense gazes of the people, the beast horde made no other move. Instead, it gradually began to retreat. Are they retreating? The beast horde is retreating. Great, the beast horde has retreated. Our base is saved. The beast tide surged in with fierce momentum, and their retreat was just as rapid. An hour later, the once teeming tide of beasts had dispersed completely, leaving only a few huge predators still standing their ground. A massive black bear let out a deep, muffled roar, but showed no sign of attacking. It seemed instead to be expressing gratitude. That's right, the black bear was actually thanking Yuyu. The others couldn't understand the beasts and were bewildered. But Yuyu could read their thoughts through psychic power, so that's how it is. Yuyu put a finger to her red lips, her fine brows slightly curved. The black bear told her that the reason for the beast tide's upheaval this time was that a giant serpent had taken over the territory they once lived in. The giant serpent was still madly devouring the mutated animals. They had been threatened and driven by the giant serpent, which is why they fled this way and frantically attacked the human base. Roar. In the end, the black bear warmly invited Yuyu and them to leave. Together. Roar, you helped us. You are our benefactor. We will protect you. The other wolves and the leopard all chimed in with roaring sounds. Little human, come with us. I have the sharpest fangs and can catch the freshest prey to feed you. That snake is very powerful. You humans are no match for it, but we can protect you. To these ferocious beasts, the human child was simply too fragile. A light swipe of a claw could injure her, and these fragile humans were clearly useless, completely unable to protect the girl. Moreover, there was another reason. Perhaps because the child had helped them before, these mutated animals instinctively wanted to be close to her. Chapter 133. Do mutant animals judge by appearance too? What are these mutant animals doing? The survivors in the city saw the mutant animals not leaving. Even though they showed no tendency to attack, the people couldn't relax their guard. Are they trying to communicate with us? The survivors debated heatedly, all guessing why these mutated animals were reluctant to leave. What exactly did they intend? Thought came into Lu Jiwen's eyes. He glanced without a change of expression at the girl beside Yunemo, who appeared delicate and weak. A soldier's keen intuition told him that the beast tide's sudden retreat was inseparable from this girl. Those few mutated animals' unwillingness to leave seemed to be because of her. It seemed as if he were communicating with the girl herself. A surge of shock and turmoil inevitably rose in Lu Jiwen's heart. What on earth was this girl? She could command mutated animals, making them obey her every word. This was simply unbelievable. Lu Jiwen's gaze was so intense it was hard to ignore. Yunemo turned slightly, blocking his line of sight toward Yu. Yu ignored the others' looks and slowly walked down the city wall, asking the guards to open the gate. I want to go out. The guard's expression was grave as he warned, it's very dangerous out there right now. Although the beast tide had already withdrawn, a few high-level mutated creatures still guarded the outside, so they couldn't let their guard down. The girl before them looked delicate and weak, with little ability to protect herself. What if those mutated creatures outside suddenly went berserk and harmed her? The consequences would be unimaginable. Open the door. Yunemo had already walked up to Yuyu by then and said this to the guard. The guard instinctively glanced at Lu Jiwen. When the officer gave him a slight nod, he opened the gate. Yuyu walked out with a light step. Everyone's eyes fell on the girl, unable to help feeling anxious. After all, the creatures outside were raging high-level animals. If they suddenly went berserk, wouldn't that girl be no different from someone going to their death? The moment the small child's figure appeared, the mutated Animals that had been standing still suddenly moved, however. They showed no aggression. Instead, before the girl they lowered their proud heads. Like tame domestic pets, Yo-Yo's expression was natural. To her this was nothing more than the most ordinary thing. She looked up and reached out to stroke the massive wolf head in front of her. A deep, pleased sound came from the mutated wolf's throat. Mutant animals are actually not close to humans. After evolving, the beastly ferocity and wildness in that part of their genes have been amplified that if they can't find food, they will also hunt humans. It can be said that humans are now at the bottom of the food chain. But Yo-Yo is different. The mutated animals really like this little human. This scene unfolded before everyone's eyes, leaving them utterly shocked, their faces full of uncontrollable astonishment. Am I seeing this right? Those mutated animals actually aren't attacking her. Not only are they not attacking her, they even let her touch and pet the mare. These the same mutated animals I know. Is this really a wolf? It's even wagging its tail. I believe it was a dog. Everyone looked dazed. Even before the apocalypse, a ferocious beast like a wolf could never be this docile. What was happening right before their eyes was just too surreal. Do animals also judge by looks? So, is it because they're too ugly? Yun-mo team. Only Chi-Yen can understand them. After all, at the beginning he knew that when Yu could command zombies, he was more surprised than these people. Now seeing these people act as if they had never seen the world, Chi-Yen felt a faint sense of pride. Yu couldn't care less about other people's strange looks. She patted the heads of those mutated animals one by one to calm them down from the reactions of these mutated animals. It was clear that the snake was indeed very powerful. Even they were no match for it. But Yu still refused their kindness and did not leave with those mutated animals. In the end, the mutated animals could only depart reluctantly. As soon as the mutated animals left, little white tiger pounced over, rolled wildly at Yu's feet, and exposed its soft belly. It seemed to be asking for kisses and petting. Big white tiger wouldn't do something so humiliating. He merely rubbed his head against Yu's palm. Huff huff. Zhuang, unwilling to be outdone, pushed forward. Those red eyes surprisingly held a trace of human-like grievance. It also wanted to be petted. The cub had never touched it. Chapter 134. What's wrong with these humans? But looking at Zhuang's hair, which hadn't been washed for who knows how long, Yu really couldn't bring herself to touch it, pretended not to see, and nonchalantly withdrew her hand. Huff huff. Baby changed his heart. Zhuang was so aggrieved he almost bit his little handkerchief. The powerless, furious zombie could only vent its anger on the two white tigers. It bared its teeth at them. Zhuang hates all furry animals. Yu, what did those animals say to you? Yun-mo lowered his head to look at his little girl and gently brushed the wind-tousled hair behind her ear. Yu did not keep it from him. She repeated what the mutated animals had said. The mutated animals told her that the giant snake was gradually squeezing their living space, and they simply had no other choice. If they didn't want to become the snake's next meal, they had to abandon their territory and flee here. Humans and mutated animals cannot coexist, especially with so many of these mutated creatures. They're far too dangerous for people. After hearing this, Yun-mo's expression grew slightly grave. Yun-mo, can you kill that snake? Those mutated animals were very good to you. If her strength allowed, Yu wouldn't mind helping them eliminate the threat before leaving. There was another reason. She had her eyes on the crystal core of that mutated giant snake. On this point, Yu and Yun-mo were of one mind. Unless the giant serpent is eliminated, the mutant beast swarms will never stop. Even if they survive this crisis, the swarms will sooner or later return. Once that giant serpent has finished eating the mutated animals, it will set its sights on human bases. The beast swarms had fully withdrawn, leaving behind nothing but the carcasses of mutated animals. Lu Jiwen was organizing people to clear the bodies, otherwise the smell of blood would attract the zombies. This time the base was able to get through the crisis thanks to the strong assistance of a few people. On behalf of the people in the base, I thank you. Lu Jiwen said gratefully. So many beast swarms had occurred, and this was the only time the base suffered relatively light losses. A few of you settle in at the base first. If you need anything, just ask. To pick a nicer place to live within the base, you need to pay with supplies or exchange crystal cores. Lu Jiwen paid out of his own pocket and rented them a 2-story villa. It was both to thank Yun-mo's squad for their efforts in this beast tide and to try to woo them into joining the base. After all, the squad is very strong. If they can join the base, would gain an extra layer of protection. Especially Yu. Having witnessed the girl's strength, Lu Jiwen showed great respect. Sister. The squad drew everyone's attention as soon as they entered the base. Most of the looks were full of kindness and gratitude, so Yu did not feel rejected. Sister. A little girl who looked only 7 or 8 suddenly ran out from the crowd. For you. Meeting Yu's eyes. The girl blushed a little and held up the flower in her hand. It was a small red flower, gently swaying in the breeze. I heard from Mom that it was my sister who saved us, saved the base. Yao doesn't have anything to give her sister, only this little flower. The little girl's expression was a bit nervous, as if she was afraid of being rejected. After all, the little red flower really wasn't much common along the roadside. Thank you. Yu took the small flower, smiling with eyes curved. I like it very much. The little girl was stunned. This sister's smile was truly beautiful. The little girl's cheeks reddened, and she looked at her with sparkling eyes. Sister, are you a fairy? What? Yu looked at the human child before her in puzzlement. She's a fairy from the heavens. She can speak to animals. She must be a fairy. The little girl gestured excitedly. No. Yu corrected her seriously. I am not from the heavens, and am not a fairy. She's a zombie. She'll eat people, a super ferocious zombie. But the little girl didn't believe her, insisting that this pretty sister was a fairy. Unexpectedly, the girl's naive childish words, when heard by the others in the base, made everyone in complete agreement. Farino, divine lady, thank you for saving our base, Madam Goddess. It's Madam Goddess. Surely the heavens have sent Madam Goddess to save our base. No one knew who shouted first. The others all began shouting too. They kept calling her Madam Goddess, the cries growing louder and louder. These people were all ordinary folks. In this cruel end times they didn't even have the ability to protect themselves. Many of their relatives died publicly in the beast tide and every previous beast tide. The base suffered heavy casualties. But this time there weren't many personnel hurt or killed. When they thought the base would be breached by the beast tide and were drowning in the despair of death, the girl before them descended like a goddess with no effort at all. She forced the beast tide to retreat, and even the fierce, brutal mutant animals became very docile in her presence. In their eyes, she was a goddess sent from heaven to relieve suffering and save them, the one who had come to rescue their base. Having lived in the apocalypse for so long, they had witnessed too many partings of life and death. Each day they lived on edge, their nerves constantly taut. In that moment Yu became their faith. Although Yu said she wasn't a goddess, but the ordinary people in the base treated her as a goddess, their eyes full of fanatical faith and longing. Yu am not a goddess, she's a zombie. She doesn't eat people, but she's the terrifying kind. Base residents. No, you are. You are. Yu. What is wrong with these humans? Chapter 135. She is humanity's hope, especially when they saw the 2 white tigers beside Yu. One large and one small. The gazes of those humans burning on her grew even more fervent, filled with fanatical reverence. Even such a ferocious mutation beast can be tamed by you. And you still say you're not the goddess? Yes, Lady Goddess, please accept our bow. Each shout grew louder than the last, ringing through the sky. Even the little white tiger was startled by the spectacle and slipped to its mother's legs, its azure eyes staring blankly at the humans. The base's crowd was simply too fervent. Everyone's expression was intensely devout. Yu suspected that, if they could, they would want to worship her. Fortunately, although the people were a bit fanatical, they didn't do anything irrational. In the end it was still Lu Jiwen who appeared. And only then were these base residents dispersed. Not even I, the base commander, have ever received treatment like that. It seems they've taken Miss Lin for a goddess who relieves suffering. Though Miss Lin's strength is indeed very great, Lu Jiwen exclaimed, his gaze revealing admiration. There are so many Esper in our base, yet not a single one has strength like Miss Lin. Truly, one cannot judge a person by appearance. Who would have thought that a girl who looks fragile could actually possess such formidable strength? She can even command mutated animals. A strange light flashed in Lu Jiwen's eyes, his voice betraying his excitement. It seems heaven hasn't completely wiped out humanity. Perhaps Miss Lin really is humanity's hope. Seeing these people with their naive expressions, Qi Yan couldn't help but smile. If they knew that Yu could not only control mutated animals but also command zombies, wouldn't they be terrified? Just thinking about that scene made Qi Yan feel honored. Although it wasn't meant as praise, he unconsciously straightened his back. Qin Mo? He quietly looked away. He simply couldn't bear to look at that stupid expression on his face. Yu didn't know how to explain to this human, so she simply kept silent. Let them imagine the rest themselves. Officer Liu, you're joking. Lin Xian smiled and said softly, our Yu is just an ordinary little girl. She's not as exaggerated as you make her out to be. As for those mutated animals, they're merely Yu's powers. She has been frail since childhood. Although her abilities awakened after the end of the world, she doesn't have that much power or responsibility and can't bear the title of goddess. All his daughter needed was to be happy. I refused to be that so-called goddess. Lin Xian was well aware of humanity's worst traits. Being praised too highly isn't always a good thing. With greater power comes greater responsibility. If a situation like today's were to happen again and Yu failed to resolve the base's troubles, how would everyone view her then? He feared that the praise and cheering of today would turn into scorn. Lu Jiwen seemed to catch the meaning behind his words and didn't say anything more, only smiling. What he actually thought was, if your daughter were ordinary, then there would be no ordinary people in this world. Originally, the base did not allow mutated animals to appear. But because Yu had just helped the base through a crisis, Lu Jiwen wanted to win them over, so he turned a blind eye. They weren't even subjected to the routine checks when entering the base. That So Zhuang disguised as a human, along with the 2 white tigers, slipped into the base like that. Yunemo took Yu and the others to their lodging, then went with Lin Xian to follow Lu Jiwen to the military headquarters building. They needed to discuss the upcoming battle plans. That mutated giant snake must be exterminated. Chapter 136. One person. One corpse competing for favor. Not until 8 in the evening. Yunemo and Lin Xian finally returned. Dad, Yunemo, little Yu was brushing the white tiger's fur. The tiger lay across her lap, purring contentedly, its tail flicking languidly. You're back, Lin Xian's face brightened with pleasure because his daughter's first call had been for him. Little Yu, have you eaten? The girl shook her head and said meekly, waiting for Daddy. Yunemo, she didn't say the last part out loud. Her gut told her Daddy didn't want to hear it. Sure enough, when he heard his daughter was waiting for him, Lin Xian's face lit up with joy and he shot Yunemo a look of pride. She was practically like a jealous little old child. Then you can sit with Daddy and eat a little, Yu. Lin Xian deliberately skipped dinner just so he could eat with his beloved daughter. Okay. Although Yu's constitution was special and she didn't need to eat, she still sat at the table to accompany her father. Eat this. Lin Xian placed several third-grade crystal cores on the table. Ever since he found out Yu only ate crystal cores, Lin Xian felt like emptying his savings. However, after the last time when Yu absorbed crystal cores and nearly burst from the energy difference and died, Lin Xian no longer dared give too many at once. Of course, Zhuang also received a few crystal cores. My precious daughter's little pet. No matter how strange it looks, Daddy will take care of it. Isn't it just a zombie? Keeping one is fine, keeping 2 is fine too. As long as my precious daughter likes it, that's all that matters. At first Lin Xian also thought Zhuang looked a bit too messy and wanted to find a new zombie for Yu. But was refused by Yu. Since Yu regained consciousness, Zhuang had stayed by her side and had already become her family. Different from the other zombies, Yunemo quietly sat down beside Yu and under the table gently took the girl's soft hand. It's really disheartening when you think about it. He's clearly the legitimate boyfriend officially recognized. But in front of my father-in-law I still have to be sneaky. Lin Xian, you eat these first. Tomorrow when Dad kills that snake, he'll dig out its crystal core and give it to you. Dad, are you going to kill the giant serpent tomorrow? Yu immediately said, I want to go too. You won't be going. This is dangerous. It's enough for us to go. You and Zhuang stay at the base and wait for us. Although his daughter already had the ability to handle things on her own, Lin Xian still thought of her in his heart as the child who needed his care and protection. Lu Jiwen had already told them how dangerous that giant snake was. That giant snake had been around for a long time. It seemed to treat every living creature left in City Q as its store of food. The reason you couldn't see a single zombie in City Q, aside from it being overtaken by mutated plants, was also because of that snake. The giant snake didn't eat zombies. It drove the zombie hordes away. But apart from the zombies, no other creatures, whether animals or humans, can leave Q City. The base had considered dealing with that giant snake before. But the scales on the snake's body were as hard as armor, and it could spit venom from its mouth. Even helicopters could be easily shot down. If they wanted to leave Q City, they would have to deal with that snake. It is precisely because he understood how dangerous this trip was that Lin Xian did not want Yu to go along. His beloved daughter could not be hurt. Not even the slightest possibility could be allowed. But Daddy, I want to go. Yu looked very serious. I can help. Dad and Yunemo are two of the few humans she cares about, and she also wants to protect them. Uncle, don't worry, I will protect you. Lin Zion looked disapproving. Before he could speak, he heard Yunemo say, even if something happens to me, I won't let you get hurt. His little girl was not some frail, delicate wallflower. From Yunmo's understanding of Yu, even if he forbade her to go, she would sneak along behind them. If that's the case, why not let Yu fight alongside them? Anyway, help protect the little one. If he can't even protect the girl he likes, then what's the point of him? Lin Zion was well aware of Yunmo's strength. Seeing his daughter looking at him with pleading eyes again, as if she really wanted to go with no other choice, Lin Zion could only nod in agreement. Yunemo later told the other teammates about the matter. After a brief team meeting, only Chinemo and Baiyu were left to keep watch. The others went back to their rooms to rest. There would be a tough battle tomorrow, and they had to conserve their energy. Lin Zion glared covetously from the side. Yunemo dared not be too presumptuous and could only watch helplessly as Yu returned to the room. Zhuang trotted along behind her. Yunemo sighed lightly. He hadn't expected to find himself envying a zombie all this time. He and Yu had been sharing a room from initial discomfort to now being used to falling asleep at night holding Yu. But seeing the fierce-looking Lin Zion beside him, Yunemo couldn't help but rub his nose and silently suppress the thoughts in his heart. After nightfall, the entire base plunged into utter darkness and silence. In the pitch-black room, only Zhuang's blood-red eyes could be seen, emitting a faint crimson glow like a monster lurking in the dark. It was very strange, however. Yu had long since gotten used to it. The girl turned over in bed, somewhat restless. Yunemo isn't here, I can't sleep. Suddenly, a faint knocking came from outside the door. Huff huff. Zhuang smelled a familiar presence and through the door, bared his teeth at the person outside. Damn human, get out of here. Yu's eyes lit up. She leaped off the bed with joy and barefoot ran over to open the door. When the door opened, the person standing outside was indeed Yunemo. The man looked as if had just finished bathing. His black cropped hair was damp and stuck to his forehead, droplets running down past his brow and eyes, making his features appear even deeper and more cutting. Yunemo, what are you doing here? The girl happily threw herself into his arms, her arms circling his waist like a little furry animal, rubbing against his chest with delight. Of course I missed you. Yunmo's throat moved slightly, his gaze full of tenderness. Don't you miss me, Yu? Yunemo turned and shut the door, scooped up the barefooted girl in a big hug, and carried her into the room. Huff huff. A tall zombie lurked in the darkness like a guard dog protecting its master, letting out a threatening snarl at the human who had suddenly intruded into its territory. Yunemo Lung snorted coldly. A zombie dared to steal his wife. Yo-yo, let it out. Ho-ho-ho. Zhuang's voice, which had been irritable at first, turned plaintively aggrieved. Little one, don't listen to the stinky man's words. Yu hesitated a little. Yunemo whispered in her ear, I came to see you secretly. Your father mustn't find out. Oh? Have Zhuang keep watch outside. Zhuang. Heh. You rotten man, don't go too far. 5 minutes later, the door slammed shut in front of him. Zhuang angrily scratched at the door from the outside. His sharp nails scraped against the wood, making a grating sound inside the room. Yunmo's mouth curved up slightly. A zombie still wanted to fight it. If anyone's to blame it on being a zombie suffered the loss for being mute. The noise outside continued for several minutes before it died down, probably after seeing that protesting was useless. Zhuang finally gave up, however. It hadn't been quiet for long when the door was suddenly knocked. Yunemo immediately had a bad feeling in his heart. Lin Zion's voice rang out with hidden anger. You open the door. Yunemo careless. Chapter 137. This is not good news, Dad. Why are you here? As soon as Yu opened the door, she saw Lin Zion standing outside with a sullen face, and Zhuang following behind him. Lin Zion's sharp gaze swept around the room, and when his eyes landed on the open window he couldn't help but snort. It was Zhuang who came to warn me that there was a thief in your room. Lin Zion deliberately emphasized the word thief. He just knew that kid Yunemo definitely wasn't that honest. Ho ho. Zhuang responded in cooperation. It turned out that after scratching at the door outside for a long time to no avail, it went to scratch at Lin Zion's bedroom door. Lin Zion was so astute that he spotted something wrong at a glance. Only then did he come to the door to apprehend someone. Yunemo, hiding outside the window. He was both annoyed and amused. This zombie seemed to be getting smarter and even knew how to trick him. It really seems to have evolved. What thief? Yu Yu looked at him with an innocent expression, seeing his daughter so obedient and soft. Lin Xian grew even more exasperated. But he couldn't lose his temper in front of his beloved daughter, so he could only scowl and say, "It's nothing, Dad was just being overcautious. Remember to lock the door and don't let anyone in." Lin Xian's words sounded like they were directed at Yu Yu, but in fact they were covertly probing someone. "Dad's right next door. If anything happens, just call me." "Okay." Yu Yu nodded obediently. Only after getting a promise from his precious daughter did Lin Xian leave. He, the happiest corpse, was none other than Zhuangzhuang. With Yunemo gone, it could once again squat by the bedside, guarding the little one as he slept. After all the fuss Lin Xian had made, Yunemo felt it was best not to stay any longer. After Lin Xian left, just as Yu Yu closed the door, a huge muffled bang suddenly sounded. The sound seemed to come from very far away, instantly shattering the base's silence. Yu Yu walked to the window and looked into the distance at the city overrun by mutated plants. Under the canopy of vegetation that blotted out the sun, the cities of human civilization had long ago become a sea of green. Deep in the forest, waves of earth-shaking noise rose and fell. Yu Yu heard the panicked voices of the people in the base. "What's happening? Is it an earthquake? The noise seems to be coming from the city center. Could it be another beast tide?" Panic is contagious. Even when nothing has actually happened, they can be frightened by their own imaginations. Yu Yu pursed her red lips. She was also a little curious about what could have caused such a commotion. A red vine slithered out like a nimble little snake and quickly headed in that direction. The huge commotion lasted for about half an hour before finally subsiding. The vine offshoot returned quickly, but it didn't bring any useful information. By the time it arrived at the scene, there were only signs of a fight left. No other clues remained. It was probably some mutated animal that had gotten into a fight. Yu Yu thought carelessly and soon cast the matter from his mind. In the forest in the distance, a slender figure was fighting a giant snake. The figure darted swiftly among the serpent's coils. The enormous size actually limited the giant snake's effectiveness. Larger and larger wounds appeared across the giant snake's massive body. It was both pained and enraged, yet it couldn't catch that tiny enemy. Its huge tail swept through, slicing a swath of trees in half. The pale, handsome zombie king stabbed the giant snake again. When the tail swept by, his figure moved so fast it was reduced to a blur. In the blink of an eye, his figure appeared atop the giant serpent's head, driving the wooden spike he had formed in his hand deep into the serpent's huge eye. The giant serpent let out a painful, furious hiss. Its massive body rolled wildly on the ground, violently thrashing its head to try to shake off that damned zombie on top. Although the serpent was grievously wounded, the zombie king had also suffered serious injuries. The serpent's blood was highly corrosive. Although he felt no pain, his arm was gradually being eroded. The zombie king severed an arm outright to stop the spread of the rot. The giant serpent lost one eye. The other pupil was full of hatred. Huff huff, a tall figure hid in the darkness. "King, humans are coming." The zombie king's red eyes narrowed slightly. Seeing that he couldn't kill the snake for the time being, he could only give up. "Let's go." The giant snake evidently had some dread of him too. It didn't stop him and simply let him leave. By the time the scout team sent by Lu Jiwen arrived, the giant snake was already gone, leaving only a scene of devastation and a huge crater in the ground. "Captain, we found many snake scales nearby, and blood with corrosive properties. Captain, we found an arm here. It seems to be a severed limb of a zombie." Hearing this, the squad leader's face turned grave. A zombie? A zombie capable of fighting a giant serpent? How powerful a high-tier zombie that would be. Could a high-tier zombie have come here? This is not good news for the Q City base. Where there are high-level zombies, there will be beast swarms. The survivors in Q City must guard not only against the giant serpent and the beast swarms, but also mutated plants. If a corpse tide appears on top of that, will they still have any way to survive? Return quickly and report this matter to the base. Commander. The next early morning, Yunemo then gathered the squad at the base gate. For this operation, he only brought Qi Yan and Muze. He had the others stay behind at the base. Qinemo and the others had no special abilities and knew they couldn't help, so they nodded and quickly accepted the arrangement. As for Luotang, she wasn't Yunmo's team member and didn't fall under his command. "Tang Tang, are you going to?" Yu Yu asked, her eyes shining as she looked at her. Luotang wore a black combat suit today. Her short hair was neat and clean, her expression cool and striking, looking both beautiful and formidable. Yu couldn't help stealing another glance. She liked pretty things, people included. Of course, if I didn't go, who would protect our Yu? Luotang said, smiling as she gently touched her cheek. Men aren't reliable. Only I can protect our little one. Yunemo naturally knew Luotang was addressing him. His gaze chilled as he stared at her hand. He had the distinct urge to chop off her hand if she didn't let go. Luotang of course wouldn't take his threat seriously. Not only did she not stop, she became even more excessive, intimately wrapping her arms around Yuyu's waist. She was a head taller than Yuyu. The young girl nestled against her, looking obedient to a fault. The cold, stunning beauty held the delicate little beauty in her arms. This scene looked blindingly bright. Yunmo's expression darkened. I don't need protection, the girl said earnestly. Tang Tang, I can protect you. Little you didn't know why. Even though she wasn't weak at all, these humans always wanted to protect her. Clearly it was the humans who needed protection more. All right. Luotang curled her red lips, smiling brilliantly and flamboyantly. Then remember to stick close to me, stay by my side and protect me. Yang nodded earnestly, her voice soft. Okay. She would definitely protect Tang Tang. Seeing Yunmo's face as dark as the bottom of a pot, Luotang's smile grew even brighter. Chapter 138. Being poached openly. When Yunmo's squad arrived at the base gate, many teams of psychics had already gathered here. This operation also included personnel from the military. Lu Jiwen was speaking softly to the adjutant beside him. The moment he saw Yunmo's squad, he immediately stepped forward. Captain Yun, you're here. Lu Jiwen nodded to them. I'll be joining you on this operation, and as he spoke, his voice faltered and his expression grew very grave. You all must have heard that huge blast last night. I sent people to investigate immediately. The reconnaissance team found giant snake scales and blood at the scene, and an arm from a zombie. Director Lu said that the huge commotion last night was caused by high-level zombies and a mutated giant snake. A zombie capable of fighting a mutated giant snake. Just how powerful would that high-level zombie have to be? Zombies? Yuyu, holding the little white tiger in her arms, had been petting the cat. Hearing that, she suddenly looked up, her beautiful eyes turning toward Lu Jiwen. What kind of zombie is it? When did high-level zombies appear in Q City? How could she not know? Yesterday Yuyu and the others walked all the way here and didn't notice any high-level zombies nearby. Yuyu developed a strong interest in that zombie. I wonder if he'll be able to see it again today. Not sure yet. Lu Jiwen shook his head. But that giant snake must be badly wounded. This is a good opportunity to finish it off. As the saying goes, strike when the enemy is down. Yunmo's dark eyes flickered with deep thought. A high-level zombie capable of contending with a mutated giant serpent. The image of the zombie king subconsciously surfaced in his mind. But the zombie king should have been dead. Yunemo, what's wrong? Yu asked softly. Nothing. Yunemo composed himself and shook his head. The convoy assembled, and many people openly and covertly eyed Yunmo's squad. Their gazes varied. There were particularly many looks fixed on Yu. After all, the girl had stolen the spotlight yesterday. Many had witnessed the scene where she drove off the mutant beast. It could be said that Yu had now become the most famous figure at Base Q in the city. Her appearance today naturally drew attention. The looks were both good and bad. Some simply admired or were curious, while others harbored intentions of ingratiation. But there were also some disgusting, lecherous looks, shamelessly fixed on the girl. Yunmo's expression darkened. He stepped forward, his tall, upright figure completely shielding the petite girl behind him. The man's aura was fierce, his cold gaze sweeping over those people. Everyone, I have a bad temper. If I accidentally beat someone to death, don't say I didn't warn you. Most people, wary of his strength, quickly withdrew their gazes. But there were also some petty people who felt no fear. Are you threatening us? Sneered a youth with dyed white hair, his expression disdainful. I'm the sort of person who hates being threatened more than anything. The onlookers all wore expressions of amusement, as if watching a spectacle. Before Yunemo arrived, this young man was the most powerful esper at the Q City base. His ability was extremely rare, an ice-type power that had branched off from the water system. And this white-haired youth's most prominent trait was his fondness for beautiful people, whether man or woman. As long as they were good-looking, none could escape his collection. When he saw Yu yesterday, he immediately grew intensely interested. Do you want to come with me? I'm in no way inferior to the man beside you. Everything he has, I have. Everything he doesn't, I also have. the white-haired youth said as he revealed a provocative smile. For example, I'm younger than him. Jesus. Yunemo didn't have time to speak before Chi Yen, already furious, began cursing. What kind of damp-nippled brat is this? Not even fully grown and already daring to snatch people from our captain. This kid was way too arrogant, brazenly trying to poach someone right in front of the captain, and no man could stand it. Can even this team captain endure it? Chapter 139. A familiar figure. The white-haired youth had just finished speaking when his expression suddenly changed. He raised a hand to clutch his throat. His fair face flushed rapidly, visibly reddening before the EYT was as if an invisible giant hand had clamped down on his throat. Subtle ripples of psychic energy stirred through the air. Chi Yen wiped the angry expression from his face and couldn't help laughing with a touch of schadenfreude. He knew it was the captain who had made the move, who let this rash brat, so full of himself, dare to provoke the captain. Captain, what did you do to our captain? The white-haired boy's teammate glared at Yunemo with fury, seeing the situation turn tense and on the brink of violence. When the two squads were about to start fighting, Lu Jiwen had to hurry out and defuse the situation. Captain Yun, he's just like that, straightforward and blunt, speaks without thinking but means no harm. I'll apologize on his behalf. Captain Yun, you're magnanimous. Don't stoop to argue with this brat. Yunemo didn't really intend to do anything to him. He was just warning him. Seeing Lu Jiwen say that, he immediately gave him face. Ahem. The white-haired youth clapped a hand to his throat and couldn't help coughing. The way he looked at Yunemo no longer held the earlier contempt. He still hadn't figured out what kind of supernatural ability Yunemo actually had. He hadn't even noticed Yunemo make a move just now. The air around him seemed to have been sucked out, and he nearly suffocated to death. The white-haired youth looked at Yunemo with a mixture of shock and doubt. What on earth was this weird ability? Yunemo didn't give him another glance. The handsome man was slightly bent at the waist, saying something to the girl beside him. The way he looked at her was full of tenderness. Captain, are you all right? A teammate asked with concern. The white-haired youth shook his head, a fierce fighting spirit suddenly rising in his heart. He was determined to find an opportunity to have a proper sparring match with Yunemo. No one paid any heed to this little incident. After everyone had gathered, the group set off. A military truck led the way, and a convoy of people with special abilities followed closely behind. Yunemo, what's wrong with you? Yu saw the man beside her furrow his brow and couldn't help reaching out to smooth the crease. The girl's cool fingertips gently smoothed the furrow in his brow, bit by bit. Yunemo came back to himself and saw Yu staring at him intently. Those glazed glass eyes reflected his figure. It seemed her eyes could hold only him. This made Yunemo feel a trace of sweetness in his heart. Yo-yo, do you think I'm old? The man asked softly. When she was very young, he was the only one by her side. But now the girl was becoming increasingly popular, and more people loved her. With Yu's abilities exposed, the number of people who liked her would only keep growing. Yunemo suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. What if his little zombie, so simple and easy to fool, was one day tricked away by someone else? Hearing Yunemo say that, Yu only then realized that so he was still bothered by what the white-haired youth had said earlier. Yu thought seriously for a moment. She had seen elderly humans, like dried orange peels, their faces full of wrinkles and their hair completely white. Look at the man in front of you again. His brows and eyes are sharp, his features handsome. No matter how you look at it, he has nothing to do with the word old. You're prettier than him. Yu shook her head, her voice thick and sweet. The him she referred to was the white-haired youth from just now. Don't be upset, I'll teach him a lesson for you. Take care of your own people yourself. Yu leaned forward, both hands climbing onto his shoulders, and planted a kiss on Yunmo's thin lips. Yunmo was slightly stunned. You are soothing him? Yunemo was in a good mood, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. He reached out and wrapped his arm around Yu's soft, slender waist, unable to help deepening the kiss. Ahem ahem ahem. A deliberately exaggerated cough suddenly rang out. Yunemo looked up and saw Lin Xion in the passenger seat had turned his head, staring at him with eyes full of murderous intent. That blazing glare seemed to say, You brat, aren't you going to let go of my daughter yet? Yunemo. He suspected that if he kissed him again, Lin Xion would draw his knife and chop him. Yunemo sighed inwardly, exhausted. Or else help my father-in-law find a partner so he can have a second spring in life. So he won't be staring at him and Yu all day. The city has now been completely taken over by mutated plants. Even the weeds on the ground have grown 2 meters high. making it impossible for cars to get through. Lu Jiwen immediately ordered, "Leave the car here, leave 2 people to guard it, and the rest of you come with me on foot." No one objected. Since entering Q City, everyone had been on high alert. The mutated plants were no less dangerous than the giant snakes. "Everyone be careful, split into several small groups, report immediately if anything happens." After entering this sea of green, everyone was almost swallowed by the wild grass. Yu held Yunmo's hand, and when she looked up she could barely make out the figures ahead. Yunma used his power to clear a large swath of wild grass ahead, carving out a safe path. Damn! Qi Yan couldn't hold back and swore. These wild grasses were as sharp as blades, easily slicing through his protective suit. Qi Yan checked and found only the pant leg had been torn. It hadn't cut into his flesh, but the others weren't so lucky. Soon after, a terrible scream suddenly came from ahead. The advancing group also came to a halt, a slight commotion breaking out. The psychic's powers had already coalesced in their hands. They were prepared to fight. "What's going on? What's going on? What happened? What's going on?" Yu shook her head at Yunemo and said softly, "There's no danger." At least she hadn't discovered any mutated plants or animals. Yunemo raised his eyebrows slightly. Soon they understood the reason. Lu Jiwen had the fire element superpowered users clear a patch of ground and place several wounded patients in the center of it. The injured clutched their legs and let out pained cries. Yu noticed that something seemed to be writhing beneath that layer of their skin. "They're worms," Yunemo said in a low voice. "Hurry and cut open their skin and get the worms out." These people had all been cut by wild grass. The tiny wounds had been ignored. And they hadn't expected mutated insects to take the opportunity to crawl in. Young Yu once again witnessed the fragility of humans. Even tiny insects could harm them. Under Yunmo's orderly command, logistics hurriedly complied. They cut open their skin with bayonets, and the worm-like creatures flowed out with the blood like strands. The bugs gorged themselves on fresh blood and quickly swelled up. One stomp and they burst like fruit juice gummies. But there were simply too many of the bugs, and the patients couldn't be treated in time, letting out a succession of agonized wails. Everyone watched his body rapidly wither before their eyes. In just a few minutes, he had completely turned into a desiccated corpse. Only one person was lucky enough to survive. Seeing this scene, he was instantly terrified into a stupor. What the hell kind of thing is this? Just a few tiny nematodes. And they could suck a person dry into a desiccated corpse. Everyone's expressions changed in an instant. Q City was far more dangerous than they had imagined. Even before confronting the giant serpent Hedon, they had already lost so many men. Qi Yan, "Burn these bodies," Yunemo said in a deep voice. "Otherwise the worms would breed in the corpses, and if they spread everywhere later it would be a huge problem." "Yes, Captain." Not far away, a pair of beastly icy eyes were watching them. Yu suddenly looked up and glanced toward a certain large tree. "But I only had time to see a single dark figure. That figure looks somewhat familiar." Yu's gaze was pensive. Had she seen it somewhere before? Chapter 140. Is this snake planning to fly to the sky? Lu Jiwen. Fire-type ability users lead the way up ahead. Everyone stay alert and watch your surroundings. Be careful of the wild grass underfoot. After that experience, the group traveled the rest of the way on high alert. They had learned from the misfortune of those earlier unlucky ones. Now the ability users all cautiously avoided the wild grass underfoot. That if they were cut by it, it could be deadly. I don't know whether it was heavens favoring them. The rest of the journey was unexpectedly smooth. Not only did they not encounter mutated animals, even the mutated plants didn't actively attack them. How strange. It's unusually smooth today. A powered individual scratched his head and said in disbelief, could these mutated plants have changed their nature? Usually when they stepped into the territory of mutated plants, the plants would relentlessly hunt them down until death, trying to keep the humans as their fertilizer. But this time it went surprisingly smoothly. Looks like we're really lucky today. Yu blinked lightly. Her merits and fame well concealed. A mutated plant disguised as an innocent little flower rubbed against her fingertips, showing affection and friendliness. Yu gently tapped with her fingertip, petting the little flower as if soothing a pet. Thank you all. But the blood vine threw a tantrum, suddenly leaping from Yu's fingertip and fiercely whipping at the little flower. Poor little flower, its petals rustled down, strewing the ground, and in the blink of an eye it was bare. Yu Yo-Yo quickly withdrew her hand in a flash, and this time she didn't fumble with the roadside wildflowers and weeds. She held Yunmo's hand tightly. A smile involuntarily flickered in Yunmo's eyes. The group moved smoothly and unimpeded through the forest, gradually entering the city center. They finally found the traces of that giant snake. The giant serpent's body left a deep trail in the muddy ground as it slithered. The farther they went, the more skeletons appeared on the ground from their shapes. Some were mutated beasts, and some were human. The soil was mixed with an indescribable stench of rot that tormented everyone's noses. When Yu and the others found that giant snake, it was coiled in the underground parking lot, its massive body occupying almost the entire space. Only up close did they realize how enormous this mutant snake was, much larger than the mutant rats they'd encountered before. If that mutant rat showed up, it would probably just end up jammed between its teeth. Oh my goodness! Someone couldn't help but exclaim, their eyes full of fear. If this snake keeps evolving, I'll almost be flying to heaven. After the apocalypse, there's really all kinds of weird things. This snake won't evolve into a dragon, will it? That guess was not without basis. The mutated snake had two small bumps protruding from its head, as if dragon horns were about to grow. Snake into Jiao. Jiao into dragon. The end of the world has come. The appearance of dragons no longer seems impossible. The giant serpent had already caught the scent of something unfamiliar. When the humans stepped into its territory, its tail swept over them with menacing force. Don't cluster together, spread out. Lu Jiwen shouted. The supernaturals quickly scattered. Only a few unlucky ones failing to dodge were swept by the giant snake's tail and sent flying into the sky. It was that sense of flying that frightened the supernaturals into loud screams. They watched as they were about to fall. Falling from that height would definitely mean a thorough death. The mutated giant snake below opened its mouth, waiting for the little snacks falling from the sky. The black mouth was like an abyssal cave. Those unlucky guys who were sent into the sky were so terrified their souls almost flew out. They closed their eyes, faces filled with despair. Right at this moment between life and death, a red vine, like a swimming dragon, snatched the food straight from the snake's mouth. The vine coiled around the waists of those few psychics and quickly delivered them onto the land. Chapter 141. Little one, brother has come to take you home. The small treat that was about to be eaten was suddenly snatched away. The mutated giant serpent raged impotently, frantically destroying the surrounding buildings. The massive snake tail swept through, leaving countless dead and wounded. Its destructive power was truly astonishing. Defense zones built by metal and earth-type Esper users were as fragile as paper. They simply couldn't withstand the giant snake's attacks. Although its massive body was impervious to blades and spears, with extremely strong defenses and terrifying destructive power, its greatest drawback was that it was not agile. The psychics relied on their agility. Some took the opportunity to leap onto the giant serpent's body, leaving many wounds of varying depths on it. Lin Xian did not let Yu take part in such a dangerous operation. In his eyes, Yu was still that fragile child from before, needing every kind of care and protection. Yu stood on the perimeter, occasionally directing the blood vines to interfere with the mutated giant serpent. The blood vine seized the chance, plunging into the mutant giant snake's flesh and sucking its blood. Unbeknownst to it, the snake was poisonous. Not only did the venom it spat corrode the ground into a large pit, but even its blood was poisonous. Caught off guard by the sneaky trick, the blood vine immediately wilted. Yu quickly pulled it back, frowning as she scolded it. I've told you not to eat things at random. Well, now it's done. The blood is poisoned. The blood vine drooped and rubbed weakly against her fingertip. Utterly feeble. Yu sighed and shook her head. What a troublesome vine. The situation on the field was changing by the moment. The fight between the Espers and the giant serpent had already reached a fever pitch. Although the giant serpent was terrifyingly powerful, it had been grievously wounded earlier. Now the humans outnumbered it and held a strong advantage. Moreover, Yunemo and several other high-level Espers charged at the front, while the others followed up to finish it off. The giant serpent's wounds grew increasingly severe. Its life was under serious threat, and the serpent grew ever angrier. It opened its blood-red maw and lunged ferociously at Yunemo. Even if it meant exposing its most vulnerable spot, the serpent was willing to pay that price, prepared to perish together if that's what it took to swallow the human who had hurt it so deeply. In its frenzied state, the serpent's power surged, and no one could withstand it. A few overconfident psychics were accidentally crushed by its body, flattened into a pancake of meat, dead beyond revival. Yunemo nimbly dodged the giant snake's blood-filled jaws, prompting the others to breathe a collective sigh of relief for him. The giant snake's attack missed and it did not continue to pursue it quickly and cunningly shifted its target and swallowed Lin Xian whole. Yunmu, being the closest to him, reacted quickly and pulled him, but they were both dragged by the powerful suction and fell into the giant snake's maw. As bottomless and abyss-like as could be imagined in the blink of an eye, both humans she had raised had become the giant snake's prey. Dad and Yunmu were both swallowed. Dad! Yunmu! Yu cried out in horror that Qi Yan's eyes were about to burst. Captain! Father Lin! The change happened too fast. In the blink of an eye, by the time anyone reacted and tried to save them, it was already too late. Lu Jiwen's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted, now! Attack that snake! The psychics reacted quickly, their assorted powers flying at the serpent's heart like they were being thrown away for free. Strike a snake at its 7/10 inch. Even a mutated one is the same. However, the giant serpent was harder to kill than they had imagined. By this point in the fight, the psychics were already exhausted, their powers nearly spent. Could it be that after losing so many teammates, they still couldn't kill this snake today? Just as everyone was losing hope, fragile figure suddenly rushed forward. Lu Jiwen cried out in alarm, "Come back!" It was as if Yu hadn't heard. Her pair of glass-clear eyes were now glowing red. That snake was a goner. You only wanted to tear open the snake's belly and have it spit out Yunma and Dad. But before you could move, the giant snake suddenly began thrashing violently on the ground. Throwing its head back with a tortured hiss as if in immense pain, the massive body slammed down hard and kept rolling, almost twisting itself into a knot, its belly bulging faintly as if someone were beating it from the inside. The little one seemed to sense something, quickly putting some distance between them and darting far away. What's going on? Everyone looked at one another in bewilderment. Keep some distance. Lu Jiwen, seeing this, hurriedly called out. The giant serpent's thrashing grew more and more violent, and the ground trembled fiercely, as if an earthquake had struck. Everyone could hardly keep their footing. They supported one another to avoid falling. A ripping sound tore through the air. The giant serpent's belly had been ripped open from the inside. Fresh blood gushed out like a rain of blood. The blood was corrosive, eating into the ground and sending up waves of white smoke. Yu's eyes stared fixedly at that cloud of blood mist. Yunmo's figure appeared in the sky filled with blood rain, still carrying the already fainted Lin Xian. When the blood fell around Yunmo, it seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier. Dad! Yu hurriedly ran over. Dad's fine, he just exhausted his powers and fainted. Yunmo explained that he looked neat and fresh. Not a trace of dishevelment, as if he had just come back from a trip. But Yu noticed something off from his slightly pale expression. Yunmo, are you hurt? The girl's glossy eyes watched him anxiously. I am fine. That if he hadn't used his special ability in time to protect himself and Lin Xian, I am afraid he would already have melted into a pool of blood. But even so, he still unavoidably got injured. He also exhausted all of his supernatural powers. The little child gently stroked his head. It's okay now, sleep. Sleep. Her psychic power gently covered his consciousness. Yunmo had no defenses against her. Soothed by the psychic power, he slowly closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The mutated giant serpent was finally killed. Yunmo and Lin Xian are still alive. This is the best news. Lu Jiwen had the snakeskin removed. The skin is impervious to water and fire and can be made into armor. As for the snake meat, it was corrosive and inedible, so regrettably it had to be discarded. The mutated giant snake's crystal core was his to decide, and he handed it to Yu. After all, Yunmo was the strongest offensive force. Without him, they probably wouldn't have been able to kill the mutated giant snake and would have died here today. It wasn't that no one protested. But Lu Jiwen stopped all of that. Not satisfied? If you have the guts, go challenge Yunmo yourself. Win and the crystal core is yours. Those people knew they were no match for Yunmo, so they could only leave in a huff. Come out. Yu's pupils narrowed. She fixed her gaze in a certain direction, concentrated her mental power into a single force, and launched it toward the opponent. She could sense a powerful presence, the aura of a high-level zombie. Not only that, but many more zombies appeared. At the exact moment Yu's voice fell, a tall, slender figure stepped out from the shadows. The psychics, who had been letting their guard down, all sat up and stared at that person. Warily did I know that was not human at all. Those blood-red eyes exposed his identity. He's a zombie. Look. Zombies, so many zombies. Not good, were surrounded. And the moment that figure appeared, Yu was already frozen. Brother. But hadn't he died? The zombie king did not move forward. Half of his face was hidden in shadow, revealing only a handsome, harmless side. His crimson, icy gaze was fixed on her like it had locked onto its prey yo-yo. Big brother has come to take you home. Chapter 142. He lost his treasure. You, come here. The Zombie King's zombie minions attacked the badly wounded survivors like starving wolves pouncing on their prey. He just stood there quietly, his gorgeous red eyes fixed intently on the girl. Her slender figure was reflected in his red pupils, like a pure white jasmine blooming in a blood-colored world. That it seemed the Zombie King could see only her brother? Yu tilted her head slightly, her pure cat-like eyes showing confusion. She seemed not to understand. Wasn't brother already dead? How could he appear again? Though puzzled upon hearing Su Yan's voice, Yu couldn't help but walk toward him. Don't go over there, he's not human, he's a zombie. Lu Jiwen had just chopped off a zombie's head and was sprayed with a stench of bloody gore. He turned and saw Yu walking toward that strange high-level zombie. Don't believe him, he's not your brother, he's a zombie. Lu Jiwen shouted and quickly grabbed her wrist. The Zombie King's gaze finally relented and moved away from Yu. Cold eyes fell on the hand Lu Jiwen was gripping, the dark red pupils squinting slightly. Yu, as if sensing it, looked up and saw the icy murderous intent in the Zombie King's eyes, quickly tugging at Lu Jiwen. A strong psychic fluctuation pulsed through the air, a few invisible gusting blades grazed Lu Jiwen's cheek and struck the big tree behind him. The tree, so wide that several people would be needed to embrace it, snapped in half at the next moment and crashed to the ground. Lu Jiwen's face looked bad. The wound on his face was still oozing blood. That if Yu hadn't pulled him just then, his head would probably have been severed now. Lu Jiwen looked again at the Zombie King not far away, his heart still filled with lingering fear. Deep apprehension showing in his eyes. That he understood in his heart that this high-level zombie's strength was above his. He was simply no match. Even at his prime, Lu Jiwen would not have been a match for the Zombie King. Moreover, they had just been through a grueling battle. At this moment they were either wounded or their abilities nearly exhausted, utterly spent. But when did City Q get such a powerful high-level zombie? They didn't report any of this. And besides, this high-level zombie is obviously coming straight for you. Lu Jiwen of course couldn't let you fall into the hands of a higher-level zombie. To go quickly, I'll stay and cover you, he said, his eyes warily fixed on the Zombie Lord. The Zombie Lord stood not too far, not too close, clearly doing nothing, yet it exuded a sense of dangerous oppression. And oh. Yu shook her head. I can't go. Her brother came to find her. If she left, her brother would be angry. If her brother was angry, they would all die. The Zombie King's red eyes narrowed slightly. You naughty one, you're not behaving. The girl did not move, her red lips pressed slightly together, watching him from afar, expressing a silent refusal clearly. Yu did not want to return to his side. The girl's action greatly provoked the Zombie King. His cold red eyes fell on the unconscious Yun Mo and Lin Xiang. Young Yu doesn't want to return to her brother because of them? Merely two humans, and they dare steal his young Yu. The Zombie King still remembered Yun Mo. It was this damned human. Last time he took Yu away from him. The Zombie King issued a direct order. Kill them all, leave no one alive. As long as all these humans are killed, Yu will obediently return to his side. Roar. The surrounding zombies, like soldiers who had received orders, launched a brutal slaughter of the humans. Captain, retreat quickly. There are too many zombies, we can't hold on. The psychics who had been through the battle were already exhausted, and facing those zombies who felt no pain or fatigue, they were even more helpless. Stop. The girl's soft voice was full of anger. Don't kill them. The zombies that had been hunting humans all stopped. Although they couldn't understand human speech now, they could sense what Yu was trying to express. Don't let them eat people. Otherwise, Zai will get angry. The zombies were momentarily at a loss, the low-level ones dazedly spinning in place. For a while they didn't know whose orders to follow. The Zombie King had a natural dominance over these low-level zombies. They obeyed his commands unconditionally, but that's a cub. The cub will get angry. Oyo. At this point Zhuang could no longer bother hiding his identity in front of humans. He let out a furious roar at that group of reckless zombies. If translated into human language, it would be, this is Zai's reserve food. How dare you eat the food Zai is raising? Big nerve. The more he cursed, the angrier he got. Zhuang jumped up and slapped the zombie in front of him. The slap twisted the zombie's head right off, hanging crookedly from its neck. Huff huff. Higher tier zombies were a bit smarter than the lower tier ones. They turned their heads to look at the zombie king, waiting for him to give further orders. Brother, Yu frowned and said before the zombie king could get angry, "I'll go with you, but you have to let them go." No. Qi Yan and the others looked grim. Supporting the unconscious Yunemo, they said anxiously, Yu, come with us. Otherwise, how will they explain things when the captain wakes up? Besides, who knows what that high-level zombie would do to Yu? They couldn't possibly leave Yu alone to face so many dangerous zombies. Even knowing that Yu could control zombies, they still couldn't bring themselves to abandon her. "I'll stay." Luo Chang wiped the blood from her face, her expression resolute. "Yo-Yo, I'll go with you. No need." Yo-Yo shook her head and gave Luo Changja a bright wink. "I'll be fine, Sister Luo, trust me." The girl said softly, "I'll come find you." After speaking, Yu was the first to walk in the direction of the zombie king. Luo Chang instinctively tried to grab her, but was one step too late. The young girl's white skirt slipped from the palm of her hand. "What do we do now?" "Let's retreat quickly." Luo Chang gave Yu a long deep look. The girl waved to them, as if urging them on. Luo Qiang's expression darkened. She decided immediately, move. "Awuh." The little white tiger didn't want to leave, biting Yu's skirt to stop her from going toward the zombie king. Yu sighed softly and had no choice but to pick it up from the ground. "Awo awo." The little white tiger trembled as it curled up in Yu's arms, clearly terrified. It still didn't forget to bare its fangs and snarl at the zombie king in a show of defiance, as if warning the zombie king not to come near its little master. When the survivors were retreating, the surrounding horde of zombies grew restless, unwilling to let so much food get away. A zombie tried to sneak a bite at Qi Yan as he passed by. Just as it opened its mouth, Yu let out a small hum. Zhuang seemed to receive some sort of command and immediately acted, stepping forward and slapping that zombie hard across the face. Huff huff! The zombie, feeling wronged and dejected, obediently shut its mouth under the gaze of the horde. The survivors passed before them with hearts pounding in fear. The zombie king did not give an order. His cold red eyes fell on Yunemo, a glint of murderous intent crossing his gaze. Yu seemed afraid he might change his mind and hurriedly stepped in front of the zombie king. Seeing the girl's pure, pretty face, the murderous intent in the zombie king's eyes gradually faded. He suddenly reached out and pulled Yu into his arms. His cold hand held her slender waist. The zombie's handsome face buried itself in Yu's neck, exhaling a chill "Yu, welcome back." He had lost his treasure, stolen by cunning humans. Fortunately, he had finally found it again. His little one. Chapter 143. Returning to the zombie hordes. The Q City base had already been taken over by mutated plants and mutated animals. Even zombies were not safe here. After all, some non-picky mutated plants even eat zombies. The zombie king took Yu back to his territory in a small town not far from Q City. This place had basically become the zombie king's domain. In this town, he was the ruler who governed everything. If a human were to accidentally stray in here, they would surely be horrified to discover it. The kinds of zombies you can't find in Q City are basically all gathered here. The entire town, inside and out, was packed with layers upon layers of zombies. When the zombie king returned, the dense hordes of zombies standing along the streets bowed their heads respectfully, displaying an attitude of submission, welcoming the arrival of the zombie king. There are even quite a few high-level zombies of ranks 3 and 4 here. Yu hadn't returned to living among the zombie horde for a long time. At first, seeing so many zombies at once felt a bit unfamiliar. These zombies were grotesquely hideous in all manner of bizarre shapes. Some had intestines hanging out, emitting a strong stench of rot. Some had half-rotted skulls, red and white fluids flowing out, with fat white maggots wriggling and crawling out from the eyeballs. In short, it was pretty eye-watering to look at. The girl glanced once and turned her eyes away in disgust. She didn't like ugly things, especially zombies that never bathe. Those zombies seemed to sense Yu's contempt for them. Letting out a wronged ho-ho sound, Zhuang, standing beside Yu, seemed to notice their envious gazes and proudly held his head high. Ho-ho, he was the zombie that the cub liked best. He was also the cleanest and most presentable zombie. Although Zhuang's rank was very low, those higher-ranked zombies were quite wary of him. Who else did Xiaoyu like the most? It really made the corpses envy, begrudge, and hate. Oh, little white tiger hid in Yu's arms, almost being knocked unconscious by the overwhelming stench of rot from the horde of zombies. Being the only living creature in this town, the chubby little white tiger attracted the attention of all the zombies. They stared covetously at the plump little cub. If not for concerns about the young one, Those zombies would have long since swarmed up and torn the little white tiger apart alive. Awur. The little white tiger's fur stood on end in fright, shrinking into Yuyu's arms. Don't be afraid. Yuyu reached out, gently stroking it and softly cooing. A dark gleam flickered through Su Yan's red eyes as he stared coldly at that little beast. He couldn't accept Yuyu paying too much attention to anything else. Not even a beast is allowed, whether it's that zombie or this tiger. Both are equally in the way. The little white tiger sensed a strong aura of danger, its whole body puffing up into a fluffy ball of fur. Its small paws rested on Yuyu's chest, a childish, panicked whimper escaping its throat. Brother mine. Yuyu hastily hugged the little white tiger tighter, tucking it into his arms. His gaze met Su Yan's cold red eyes as he spoke earnestly. You can't kill it. The girl puffed out her pale, powdery cheeks, her watery eyes looking at him earnestly. If you kill it, Gij will make Yuyu angry. If she gets angry, she won't want Gij anymore. And no matter how well Su Yan hid it, Yuyu still noticed the fleeting murderous intent. Just like that little puppy before. Brother would not allow any other creatures near Yuta, so he wanted to kill Dad, kill Yunemo, kill the little white tiger. He even wanted to kill Zhuang. But these are all people Yuyu cares about. Hearing this, the zombie king's brutal, rampaging aura faltered, and he slowly reined in his murderous intent. Understood. Su Yan's red eyes darkened as he said softly, brother won't kill them. But you can't run off. If Yuyu leaves him again, he will kill all those people. As long as he kills everyone Yuyu cares about, the girl will have no one to rely on but him. In Yuyu's eyes, she will be able to see only him. The zombie king's reddened eyes were filled with an intense possessiveness. Chapter 144. Fed to the zombies again. We've arrived. The zombie king brought Yuyu to a 3-story detached villa located halfway up the mountain. Inside was a room prepared for Yuyu, arranged exactly the same as the room at Yuyu's original home. Yuyu, do you like it here? The lanky figure of the zombie king stood behind Yuyu, lowering his gaze at the girl before him. Those cold red eyes seemed to have grown considerably gentler. Pale fingers brushed a lock of the girl's hair aside and brought it to his nose to sniff. A look of obsession gradually appeared in the zombie king's eyes. I don't like it. The girl pressed her red lips together, speaking as if sulking. The zombie king wasn't annoyed. Instead he said, then what do you like? Whatever Yuyu likes he will find for her. Except for leaving him. I want Dad. And also Yunemo. She didn't say the second half of the sentence. She knew her brother had always harbored hostility toward Yunemo, wishing he could kill him. What if she really said it and the zombie king went to attack the Q City base overnight? The others in the base didn't care. But there were still many people inside whom she cared about. Huff huff, sensing Zai Zai's slow spirits, Zhuang anxiously called out as if to tell Yu that she still had him. Zhuang will always stay with baby. Wherever baby goes it follows. It won't let baby be alone. Zhuang, thank you. Yu curved his eyes slightly and reached up to pat its head, just like stroking a little white tiger. But Yu has recently been too preoccupied to take care of Zhuang. He hasn't bathed for several days. Gazing at Zhuang's matted hair, besides being stained with blood, there was also some yellowish-white unknown fluid that gave off a strange, peculiar smell. Yu silently let go of her hand, instantly abandoning the idea. Zhuang seemed to sense his cub's disdain and complained plaintively with a couple of whines. Clearly a zombie, yet it actually made a dog's sound. It really brought shame on the whole horde of zombies. Other higher-level zombies thought, with no small amount of jealousy. A little white tiger's tail stood high as it voluntarily rubbed its head against Yuyu's palm. Yuyu stroked it casually to ease the awkwardness. A deep purr sound came from the little white tiger's throat. Zhuang. This was showing off. Nakedly showing off. The young girl's eyes and brow smiled as she gently stroked the little white tiger in her arms. She didn't spare him a single glance. The zombie king's gaze gradually grew heavy. Little Yu has so many people in his heart. His eyes have seen too much, and he is no longer the only one. Although the zombie king has regained his memories, his emotions have only partly returned. Or rather, he has only regained his feelings for little Yu. As for everyone else, in his eyes there is only the distinction between the living and the dead. Even Lin Xiong was no different. No one could take Yuyu away from his side. How could he make Yuyu forget those humans? Was the only way to make Yuyu, like him, completely turn into a zombie? She would never think about those damned humans again. The zombie king's dark red eyes flashed with a sinister look. The zombie king, for reasons unknown, took Yuyu to this villa after arriving, and soon disappeared. A few high-level zombies were left here to guard Yuyu. Yu stood by the second-floor floor-to-ceiling window and looked down. The courtyard was full of zombies. Those zombies surrounded the villa in layers upon layers, standing guard like the most loyal soldiers, not moving an inch away. The little white tiger paced anxiously at Yu's feet. This is the zombie's stronghold. For little white tiger, it's as dangerous as a lamb entering a tiger's mouth. After all, these zombies have no humanity. Sometimes they don't even spare their own kind to heal them. Little white tiger is simply food. Food that dangles in front of them every day, visible but not for eating. A sense of crisis was constantly clinging to the little white tiger, making it somewhat agitated. It couldn't help but whimper and urge. It wanted you to leave here quickly and take it to find its mother. Little white, don't be anxious, it'll take you out, Yu said. Gently stroking under its chin, stroking the little white tiger until it was comfortable, she finally began to calm down. Yu had a hard time soothing the little white tiger's restless mood. A zombie suddenly appeared in the doorway carrying a bowl of bloody, mushy stuff. Heh. The zombie made a sound toward Yu, urging her to come eat. The cub needs to eat to become stronger. That zombie was probably a chef before it died, still wearing a chef's hat on its head, bringing food to the little one and even remembering to put it on a clean plate. Looks like a picky zombie. Unfortunately, the food wasn't very refined. Huh? The chef zombie shoved that plate of blood-soaked unidentified object toward Yu. The pale, ashen face betrayed no expression, but the slightly reddened, clouded eyes stared fixedly at her. Even though she didn't know what it was, but the zombies could find food for Yu. There were only a few kinds. After all. Yu wrinkled her nose in disgust. She really couldn't bring herself to eat. Not to mention her even Zhuangzhuang wouldn't eat this stuff. But the chef zombie was still staring at her, as if it wouldn't leave unless Yu ate it. Chapter 145. The reserve food kept caged by zombies. Yu and the chef zombie stared at each other with wide eyes. The girl's brow furrowed slightly, and her red lips tightened a little. She expressed with silence that she didn't want to eat this. Heh. The chef zombie pushed the bowl and plates toward her again. Yu shook her head. I won't eat this. Although the chef zombie couldn't understand human speech, he could tell from Yu's reaction her disgust and resistance. In the end, under Zhuangzhuang's fierce threats, the chef zombie had no choice but to carry away that plate of bloody, unidentifiable stuff. That staggering figure, looking back, still seemed somewhat forlorn. Although Yu hadn't fully zombified, she couldn't be considered a complete human either. She could accept human food, but she didn't need to eat daily like a human. However, the zombies in the villa halfway up the mountain, whether obeying orders from the zombie king or genuinely treating her like a little cub, had taken to her. Even after Yo-Yo refused once, the chef zombie did not give up. The next day, Yo-Yo found the villa suddenly very noisy. The girl sat up slightly in bed, stepped barefoot onto the floor, and walked suspiciously to the floor-to-ceiling window. Through the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows, she saw that many humans had suddenly appeared in the villa's backyard. Those humans included men and women, children as well as adults. At this moment the humans were panic-stricken, huddled together as zombies surrounded them on all sides like domesticated poultry. They could only look terrified and huddled together, trembling. These humans are nearby survivors. They never expected to have escaped the mutated plants and animals. But they were captured here by zombies. Zombies feed on the living. Normally when they see a living person they immediately pounce and tear them apart. Yet these zombies are very strange. After grabbing people they do not kill them, instead they were penned up. Help! A few thin girls clung to one another in fear, huddling together for security, their eyes full of panic and alarm. What do these beasts want to do? Are they raising us like emergency rations? Those words spoken, everyone's faces went pale in an instant. Compared to dying immediately at the hands of zombies, this kind of slow, hopeless waiting for death was even more torturous. Damn it! A thug with green-dyed hair spat suddenly. His gaze vicious. Fight them to the death. All the psychics stand up and break out with me. Those who were captured included not only those with special abilities, but also ordinary people. Compared to the ordinary people who were anxious, fearful, and resigned to dying, the ability users of course were unwilling to sit idly by and accept their fate. Led by Lu Mao, several ability users quickly scanned the surrounding environment. Apart from the villa, where countless low-level zombies swarmed, those who remained inside the villa were all high-level zombies. Especially the zombies assigned to guard them. The lowest of them were at least third-tier. Brothers, charge! Out with me! The green-haired one immediately rallied. One person's strength may be limited, but with so many of them being ability users, It's not necessarily impossible to break through. Others thought the same. So many high-level zombies gathering together with purpose, there must be a higher-ranked high-level zombie directing them from behind. That higher-ranked zombie hasn't shown up yet. It's possible it's not in this villa at all. While that higher-ranked zombie hasn't appeared, they must hurry and fight their way out. A few superpowered individuals worked together to deal with the nearby high-level zombies, unable to hide their pleased expressions. These beasts are nothing special, one of them said with a sneer, then raised his foot and crushed the zombie's skull beneath it. The next second, he suddenly widened his eyes and spewed mouthfuls of blood. The superpowered individual stared in disbelief, and slowly lowered his head. A pale hand pierced through his chest. The hand was knuckled and long-fingered, giving off a cold, whitish hue of something that had not seen light for years, perfect as if it were a work of art. And yet at this moment those hands held a freshly pulled out heart. Still faintly beating, the zombie king narrowed his red eyes and disgustedly tossed the heart from his hand, carelessly awarded to the zombies under his command, and those psychics, the moment they saw him, realized that this zombie before them was the high-level zombie leading these zombie packs. A strong danger alarm sounded in their minds. Second floor. Xiaoyao saw the scene below, surprise evident in her eyes. Not because the zombie king had suddenly appeared, but because beside the zombie king she saw a figure that startled her. Shun Yunting Chapter 146. He seemed to want to eat her. Shortly after the appearance of the zombie king, this group of rebellious psychic users were all suppressed, although they were unwilling and resentful, not ready to sit and wait to die. But they had all witnessed the terrifying and unfathomable power of the zombie king. Even with all of them combined, they might still not be able to defeat this high-level zombie. The group of psychics looked extremely grim, but could only restrain themselves for the time being. Waiting for an opportunity to strike, they watched the humans below being driven back like penned livestock. Yu withdrew her gaze, turned, and soothingly patted the slightly agitated little white tiger. The little white tiger was anxiously circling around its own tail. Under Yu's gentle stroking, it gradually calmed down, but just as Yu had finally soothed the little white tiger, the next moment it suddenly fluffed up. Its fur puffed out all over. Like a dandelion. Someone knocked on the door. Immediately after, the zombie king pushed the door open and walked in. He hadn't even had time to change his clothes before coming straight to see his little one. Yu, brother's back. The zombie king stepped forward and pulled the girl into his arms. His face buried in Yu's hair. His nose lightly inhaled the faint fragrance from her. His Adam's apple moving slightly. Those beautiful red eyes, besides their infatuation, also showed a trace of a hungry appetite. Yu keenly sensed the danger, struggled slightly, and pushed the zombie king away in front of her. When she raised her head, the zombie king was staring at her intently. This reminded Yu of the last time her brother had bitten her once and nearly devoured her. Thinking of that, the girl couldn't help but raise her hand to cover her neck. Sorry. The zombie king's voice was hoarse, his eyes growing ever darker. Obviously, he had also remembered what happened last time. But Su Yan found himself somewhat unable to control himself at this moment. After turning into a zombie, although he had recovered most of his memories, he had also lost his emotions. Originally Su Yan was an emotionally detached person. After becoming a zombie, even that last bit of feeling was gone. The only thing left was his frenzied, obsessive love for Yu. But he soon discovered, the deeper his love for Yu grew, the more he couldn't help but be seized by the urge to eat her. Su Yan actually had never eaten a person. After turning into a zombie, he had always eaten crystal cores, relying on them to replenish energy and increase his strength. But, when facing the young one, however, a strong appetite welled up within him. It seemed as if a voice in my mind was screaming wildly, "Eat her. If you eat her, Yu can be with him forever. Yu will no longer always think about fleeing from him, and no one will be able to snatch his Yu away. Baby is his. He will belong to her completely and utterly." Once that thought arose, it became unstoppable. The zombie king's aura grew increasingly dangerous. Yu naturally sensed danger. This was the same look she'd seen when he previously intended to eat Yunma, but Yu never expected her brother would actually treat her as food. Since the apocalypse began, Yu had always been something pursued and fawned over by zombies. This was the first time a zombie had treated her as food, and it was her brother. The girl didn't feel sad. Her emotions had actually grown very apathetic. It was hard for her to feel the rich emotions that humans do. Yu just felt a bit intrigued. Brother, you want to eat me? The girl's tone was very certain. Heh heh. Zhuang seemed to sense something was wrong too. His strong body positioned itself in front of Yu, and in anger he let out a roar at the zombie king. Even though the zombie before him made him feel fearful, but he actually dared to think about eating the cub. Rage completely overwhelmed the slight fear brought on by social status and rank that Tio dare set his sights on the cub. Zhuang now practically wanted to drag the zombie king down with him. Even little white tiger, though trembling with fear, still stood in front of the youngster and bared its fangs in a bluff tried to scare off the zombie king. The zombie king ignored the two useless ones. His thought was pierced by Yu, and he slightly turned his head, averting his gaze. Sorry, he said quietly. The zombie king left shortly thereafter. Yu stared at his retreating figure, lost in thought. Brother is hurt. Who hurt him? As far as Yu knew, the only person who could have wounded brother seemed to be Yunmo. Even Xin Yanting. Didn't he also become a zombie and even turned into one of the undead king's followers? Thinking of this, Yu felt a bit wistful. What a pity after all. Aside from Yunmo, Xin Yanting was the second human who made Yu feel like he was delicious. Although she couldn't eat him anyway, Yunmo wouldn't let her casually eat people outside, not even take a bite. But she could at least sniff the scent. Now fine, she couldn't even smell it. Thinking of Yunmo? Don't know what he's doing. At the same time, base in Q City. Yunmo, soothed by Yu's mental power, fell into a deep sleep, his body drained by excessive psychic exertion automatically adjusting during his unconsciousness. But he never imagined it. He woke up to find Yu gone. Such an obedient wife of his, and suddenly she was gone. Where's Yu? Yunmo's face darkened. Qian couldn't hide it and could only tell them that Yu had been taken by the zombie king. Chapter 147. This zombie doesn't understand human speech. Sorry. Captain Qian bowed his head in shame, his voice growing quieter and quieter. That zombie was too strong. Could even command the zombie horde. We couldn't beat it. Qian felt more and more ashamed the more he spoke. After all, they were the ones who had abandoned their teammates and run. Although in that situation at the time they were all just spent arrows trying to hang on, staying would not have beaten that zombie either. It would only have been to send their heads. But they really had left Yu behind. High-grade zombie? Yunmo's gaze deepened. Qian looked up and quickly glanced at the captain's expression. Yunmo did not blame him. After all, at this point, blaming them was useless. They still had to figure out as soon as possible what had taken Yu away. A possibility suddenly flashed through Yunmo's mind. The only high-level zombie capable of carrying off young Yu that he could think of was the one encountered in S City. The zombie king. Could it be that he didn't die? Yes, that zombie's strength is unfathomable. Even if all of us combined attacked, we might not be able to kill him. Luotang's voice suddenly sounded. She was leaning against the doorframe with her arms folded, and it was unclear how long she'd been listening. Moreover, that advanced zombie claimed to be Yu's older brother, Yunmo, who had only been skeptical before, was finally able to be certain after hearing her words. The zombie that took Yu was indeed the zombie king. He really hadn't died. I didn't expect the Institute to send out so many high-level psychics, even sacrificing themselves by self-destructing. They still couldn't kill the zombie king. When he heard the news, Yunmo wasn't overly surprised. After all, in the last life the zombie king had exterminated all humans. However, don't worry too much. From the way Yu behaved toward that zombie, I think it's a bit different. Luotang comforted. That zombie seemed to still remember. Yunmo's expression did not improve because of her words. Instead it grew even colder. He hadn't forgotten that the last zombie king had nearly eaten Yu. Even if his memory returned after evolving now and he remembered Yu had once been his sister, so what? How much emotion can a zombie have? I have to find Yu. Yunmo couldn't sit still, immediately swinging his legs out of bed and striding out the door. The zombie king must be near the Q City base. He had to retrieve her before the zombie king took Yu away. Wait, Captain, your wound? Qian hurried to catch up with his steps. Captain, I'll go with you. Leaving Yu behind before was unavoidable. Now no matter what, he had to go along. Qian secretly vowed in his heart that even if he had to risk his life, he would bring Yu back. Yunmo had just come downstairs when he ran into Lin Zian. Obviously he had also learned about it from others. His expression was heavy and extremely ugly. Lin Zian never expected it had protected his daughter well and prevented Yu from being injured in the battle with the mutated snake. But somehow a zombie took advantage of his injured, unconscious state and directly snatched Yu away. And that zombie was Su Yan. Thinking of this, Lin Xian really couldn't sit still for a moment, and no one knew better than him how obsessed and crazy Su Yan was about Yu. Back when they lived in that peaceful, law-abiding society, Su Yan had almost killed him for Yu. Not to mention now, in the apocalypse where order has collapsed, Lin Xian felt anxious and tormented at this moment. Putting aside what Su Yan would be like after turning into a zombie, from the looks of it he hadn't lost any of his obsession with Yu. Lin Xian was truly worried what if Su Yan took Yu and disappeared completely. In the apocalypse, trying to find someone is no different from searching for a needle in the ocean. Dad, you stay at the base. I will bring Yu back. Yunemo said in a low voice. No. Lin Xian's brows knit tightly. He couldn't bother to correct Yunmo's form of address now. Don't stop me. I have to go. I must bring my daughter back. Seeing his attitude was firm, Yunemo stopped persuading him. Fortunately, Yu still had Zhuangzhuang with her, plus her control over the zombies that it kept people from worrying too much. If it had been an ordinary person, it would likely have ended badly. At this moment, although Yu didn't need to worry about zombies, she had other concerns. For example, what if an overly enthusiastic zombie kept trying to feed her? Huff huff. It was that familiar chef zombie. Again, but this time it was leading someone by the hand. And that someone was a lively, living person, a slender woman with delicate features. The woman's eyes still held a look of terror, but unlike the others she didn't scream. She seemed relatively calm. Her hands were tied together with a rope, the other end of which was held by the chef zombie. The chef zombie pulled the rope, and the woman staggered forward. Heh. The chef zombie presented the woman like a prized possession. Flinging her in front of Yu, the woman, caught off guard, fell straight to the ground. She gritted her teeth against the pain, not daring to make a sound. Before her eyes hung a pair of delicate sandals, lightly dangling on the girl's feet. Those small, exquisitely shaped jade-like feet were as fair as snow. The sandals' thin straps winding across the instep like a piece of refined artwork, making one want to cradle them in the palm of their hand. She carefully and cautiously raised her head and saw a face so beautiful it took one's breath away. The young girl frowned slightly, looking down at her. That exquisite face was even more stunning than the glamorous film stars who appeared on screens before the end of the world. The woman's breath caught. In this mansion full of zombies, a delicate, stunningly beautiful girl suddenly appeared. But instead of making her let her guard down, she became even more wary. No matter how much the girl before her looked like a human, she dared not underestimate her. After all, are those who live among the zombies really human? Yu felt a terrible headache at the moment. This chef zombie was like it couldn't understand human speech. Well, it really couldn't understand human speech. But Yu really didn't want to eat people. The girl thought she had made herself clear enough, except to the zombie whose brain had been eaten. Any normal zombie could understand what she meant. But of course the chef zombie misunderstood her, thinking that when Yu refused the food he brought, she was complaining it wasn't fresh enough. She wanted fresh, consider it done. Earlier Yu found it strange, why had so many humans suddenly appeared in the villa? Could it be her brother's stockpile of provisions? Now she finally understood. Those humans had clearly been prepared for her. Huff huff. Seeing Yu make no move, the chef zombie grew anxious this time and couldn't help urging again. It's like calling out to a little kid, hurry up and start eating. As a chef, even after becoming a zombie, it could tell the quality of ingredients at a glance. Of all the humans the chef zombie had eaten, women and children were the most tender, so it specifically chose this woman. Her skin looked fair and soft, and she would surely taste good. Take a bite while the ingredients are still kicking, sink your teeth in, blood and flesh all at once, and the zombies downstairs would cry with envy, will not eat. The chef zombie shouted anxiously, ho ho, man and corpse, like people speaking different languages, their words mismatched and nonsensical, yet somehow their brain waves aligned. Yo-Yo sighed wearily and used her psychic power to communicate with the zombie before her. That moment, an unexpected change occurred. Chapter 148. She bet right. The woman, who had been timidly hanging her head, suddenly sprang up. Taking advantage of the chef zombie's relaxed vigilance, she snatched the nearby yo-yo with lightning speed. She drew the short knife from her waist and pressed it against the delicate little throat, the tip glinting with a cold edge. Yo-Yo lowered her gaze and watched the short knife against her major artery. The girl's expression showed not the slightest panic. Her gentle voice was like a soft breeze. You can't kill me, she kindly reminded. Yu was no longer human. Short of chopping off her head like killing a zombie, there was no way that tiny blade could ever kill her. Don't move. The woman looked tense, her eyes fixed on the suddenly agitated chef zombie, the hand gripping the short knife trembling slightly. The moment she took Yu hostage, every zombie in the room turned their heads slowly like rusted machines. Those pairs of bloodshot eyes all stared straight at her. The zombies seemed enraged by her action, shuffling forward with stiff legs emitting threatening low, hoarse hisses from their throats. Even without understanding them, one could feel their fury. The woman broke out in a cold sweat, gripping the short knife even tighter. The blade pressed flush against Yu's throat. Yu lifted her head slightly, her long pale neck like that of a swan. The sharp blade cut the skin, and soon dark red beads of blood welled up. But the girl didn't feel a bit of pain. She didn't pay attention to the threat to her neck. Instead she kindly reminded again their angry when Yu, a little flustered, lowered his head, glanced at Yu and spoke very quickly. I won't kill you, but you have to cooperate with me. You have a way, right? Seeing that those zombies, though enraged, did not immediately leap forward to devour her, when Yu knew she had gambled correctly, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief inwardly. But looking at Yu, she dared not relax in the slightest, when Yu knew clearly that this girl, who looked delicate, pretty and harmless, was not that simple. Just from the fact that she could live among the zombie horde, those zombies not only didn't harm her, but even obeyed her commands. Was it you? You were the one who had these zombies capture us, weren't you? When Yu tightened the knife in her hand. What exactly do you want to do? You're clearly human. Why live with the zombies and even help them slaughter your own kind? After crawling and clawing through the apocalypse for so long, she had seen the darkness of human nature and thought she had met all kinds of people, but when you had never seen anyone like Yu, how could there be such a strange girl? The girl was full of contradictions. She clearly looked so fragile. When she was kidnapped, she didn't even have the slightest ability to resist, but she could control so many zombies. Even high-level ones bowed to her. Instinct told Yu that if they wanted to escape this cursed place, the frail girl in front of them was their only chance. So she took the risk and kidnapped the little one. It turned out her instincts were indeed right. Seeing the zombies hesitate, unwilling to come forward, only able to rage impotently on the sidelines, when Yu knew she had bet correctly. Not me, Yu said softly, shaking her head. She's not taking the blame for this. Not to mention these humans. Yu herself wanted to leave this place. Fat hats, that zombie. Thinking of that high-level zombie with unfathomable strength, when Yu felt a chill in his heart. Suddenly, a fierce aura of murderous intent swept over her. An intense sense of mortal danger enveloped her. When Yu felt her skin crawl in an instant, as if something terrifying had set its sights on her. Yu whispered softly, brother's here. He's angry. What? When Yu still didn't understand her meaning at this moment, until the next instant. Chapter 149. Her blood is attractive. The air seemed to warp slightly, and a powerful psychic fluctuation arrived. Several razor-sharp wind blades struck her. Many deep, bone-exposing wounds suddenly appeared on Yu's body. Blood spurted out in an instant and quickly stained her clothes red. One of the wind blades was aimed at her neck. At the critical moment, a thick red vine shot up from the ground, wrapped around her ankle, and gave a hard yank. There was a muffled thud when Yu fell to the ground in a sorry state. Blood-red vines rudely dragged her along. The deadly wind blade missed, striking the wall behind. The wall was pierced instantly. All the rubble fell, striking above Yu's head. Yu's vision went black. She nearly fainted and was coughing incessantly from the choking dust and powder before her brother. Yu withdrew the vines and looked up toward the doorway. A tall, upright figure appeared outside the room. The zombie king's cold red eyes were filled with intense murderous intent. When Yu shuddered all over, a nameless dread surging into her heart. It was as if death itself had a grip on her throat, gradually depriving her of air. The short knife in her hand had long since fallen to the ground during the earlier incident, now lying on the ground not far from her. But when Yu did not dare move rashly, she knew all too well that she was not the teammate of that high-level zombie. Reckless resistance is no different from smashing an egg against a rock, and Yu naturally would not give her a second chance. The girl's pale fingers gently stroked her neck, where a slender scar had appeared. Red beads of blood slowly seeped out, a faint metallic scent of blood drifting to the tip of her nose. It was like blood thrown into a shark tank. The zombies, which had quieted under the oppressive presence of the zombie king, began to grow restless once more. They involuntarily closed in on Yu, their throats emitting hoarse, low, meaningless hissing roars. The zombies began to stir. They seemed to have lost their minds. They moved toward Yu uncontrollably, reaching out with rotten bluish-gray hands, repeatedly stretching toward her in an attempt to touch her. She saw the zombie's fingernails glinting an ominous black. Yu frowned and said disdainfully, "Dirty, don't touch her without washing your hands." But the usually obedient zombies began to grow rebellious at this moment. The little white tiger seemed to sense danger. It bit the hem of Yu's skirt and tugged hard to pull her backward. When Yu covered her injured, bleeding arm, her gaze filled with surprise as she watched the scene. Although Yu's help let her avoid a fatal blow, she was still badly wounded, her body covered in numerous cuts and bruises. The blood that flowed soon soaked through her clothes in a pile of zombies. Someone in this condition would be nothing more than a juicy piece of meat, attracting hungry wolves who've been starving for a long time. But the zombies had no interest in her at the moment. Instead, one by one they pressed up in front of Yu, making excited, impatient hoarse noises from their throats. Even Zhuangzhuang, who had always been loyal, became very agitated now. Huff huff. Zhuangzhuang couldn't control himself. Following those zombies, he stepped forward and reached out his hand toward Yu. The scene resembled several fiends just clawing their way up from hell, pairs of stiff, bluish-white arms reaching toward Yu. Yu took a step back, avoiding the zombie hand that lunged before her. Her delicate brows slowly knitted from the zombies' behavior. She realized they wanted to eat her, just like how they treated those humans before. They treated her as food as well. Why? Yu looked thoughtful, lightly touching her neck. Is it because her blood is somewhat attractive to them? Zhuangzhuang's mind, driven by food, seemed to regain a bit of self-awareness. It blocked the other agitated zombies and let out an urgent roar toward Yu, as if urging her to hurry and run. Chapter 150 Almost got eaten. It was the first time Yu realized that her blood had such a strong attraction for these zombies. Even those zombies were one thing, but even Zhuangzhuang, who had always treated her like a baby, couldn't resist this temptation. Boom. The blood vines whipped those zombies that had crowded forward and sent them flying. The vines lashed and clutched wildly, looking as if they were very angry. Even the man-eating plant's petals were so angry they fell all over the ground. Although it had gone bald, it had also become stronger. Tiny, delicate fingertips landed on the vine, gently stroking it to soothe its angry mood. The blood vine nuzzled her fingertips like a spoiled child. The vines that were cruel and brutal to enemies behaved obediently and gently like a tame kitten in front of Yu. After those zombies were blasted away, they slammed hard into the wall. At that moment, the pressure belonging to the zombie king swept in like a storm, crushing down mercilessly on those zombies. The handsome zombie king stood in the doorway, a pair of magnificent red eyes, flashing chilling killing intent. Get out. Low-tier zombies feared the pressure of the zombie king and had to submit to him. The chef zombie hastily grabbed a zombie in one hand, and his heavy footsteps gradually receded. The zombie king closed his eyes as if restraining something. When he opened them again, those red eyes were a shade dimmer. Yo-yo. He couldn't help but take a long stride and walk over. Ow! The little white tiger bristled in fright. Yelping and looking fierce but utterly lacking any menace, the zombie king glanced at it coldly, killing intent showing in his eyes. Yu gently soothed and rubbed the little white tiger's ear. The zombie king soon came to her side. He reached out with long arms and pulled Yu into his embrace. A cold palm clutched her slender waist, as if trying to merge the girl into his own body. The zombie king tilted his head slightly and leaned toward Yu's neck, his cool thin lips resting on her. Wound. The girl's blood gave off a sweet, intoxicating scent, as alluring as opium. Even the zombie king found it hard to resist such temptation. Overrun by the instincts of the zombie virus, it clamored to eat her. His love twisted into madness, a terrifying possessive jealousy that ultimately turned into a fierce hunger. His palm suddenly clenched. The zombie king's eyes, stripped of humanity, were a deep crimson, blood-soaked as if stained with fresh gore. Intuition told Yu that her brother was in great danger at this moment. A blood vine suddenly appeared, entangling the zombie king's wrist. The zombie king's eyes chilled. The blood vine snapped abruptly and drifted lightly to the ground. The handsome zombie could not suppress his instincts. He slightly parted his thin lips, revealing sharp fangs, and leaned toward the girl's fair, long swan-like neck. The oppressive aura of a high-rank zombie descended, leaving the low-rank zombies with only the instinct to submit. Yu couldn't move, watching helplessly as the zombie king's fangs tore through flesh. Ugh! The girl gave a soft whimper of pain. Blood-red vines appeared again, piercing the zombie king's chest. A hole was torn open in its heart. although the zombie king could no longer feel pain. The sudden attack by the bloodvine brought a strand of clarity back to his otherwise muddled mind. The sweet blood of the girl in his mouth was enough to drive a zombie mad, like a little pastry that gave off an aroma, enticing the famished to take a taste. Taking advantage of the 2-second pause from the zombie king, Yu clapped a hand to her throat and quickly backed away, putting some distance between them. Brother, you want to eat me? The girl's autumn-bright eyes watched him warily. This sentence is not a question, but a declarative statement. In that moment just now, Yu sensed murderous intent from the zombie lord. He wanted to eat her. Zombies don't just devour humans, they even consume their companions to strengthen themselves and thereby advance. Even Zhuangzhuang and the zombie king couldn't resist the lure of her blood. Yu guessed that perhaps by eating her, the zombies could become stronger. Chapter 151. He is no longer the same brother as before. The zombie king closed his eyes, suppressing the instinctive urge to devour the other. He stepped back 2 paces, his blood-stained thin lips parting as he spoke 2 words. Sorry. The zombie king's magnificent red eyes lingered on Yu for a long moment. There was a dim, obscure emotion in them that she couldn't understand. Soon after, he turned and left. When Yu stared at the scene in shock, even knowing this high-level zombie was strong, he hadn't expected it to be able to speak human words, and it seemed to possess intelligence not inferior to that of a human. That if not for its appearance being very different from a human's, one would have a hard time telling whether it was a zombie or a human. A feeling of melancholy rose in Wenye's heart. The zombies are evolving too quickly. Their forms are becoming more and more like humans, and some have even gained intelligence. If this keeps up, will humanity have any chance of survival? Wenyu sighed heavily, his mood grave. But for now, the most urgent thing is still how to get out of this damned place. Thinking this, Wenyu involuntarily looked up at Yu. The stunningly beautiful girl before her did not at all resemble someone struggling to survive in the apocalypse. She was more like a rose pampered in a greenhouse, beautiful and fragile, unable to withstand the slightest setback or hardship. And yet this very girl had just saved her life. Thanks for saving me just now. When you struggled to stand up from the ground and said apologetically, I was the one who misunderstood you at first. Sorry. A girl who can live among a pile of zombies looks strange no matter how you see it. In the end times, people's hearts are hard to fathom. When you suspected Yu was someone with a special ability, controlling the zombie horde and harming her own kind, she only realized after what had just happened that she had misunderstood Yu. The girl in front of her, like her, had been grabbed by a zombie. Yu shook her head. She was by no means an overly kind person. The reason she saved her naturally had its own purpose. You are a water element psychic? Just now, when the woman was being attacked, she instinctively mobilized the supernatural power within her body to fight back. Although she didn't have time to act, Yu still sensed the unique energy aura of a water-type ability user in the air. Yes. When you looked at her somewhat surprised, he hadn't expected the girl to observe so closely. Come here. Having received the answer she wanted, Yu turned and walked toward the bathroom. When you didn't understand but still followed, is the wound on your neck really okay? When Yes' slightly worried gaze fell on the young girl's delicate swan-like neck, she hadn't expected the girl's skin to be so tender. Even though she had controlled her strength earlier, she still left a mark. It seemed that after she hurt the girl, the zombies that had been docile began to riot. However, when you suddenly thought of a neglected question, his expression instantly grew very serious and grave. That zombie just bit you. How terrifying the zombie virus truly was. Everyone who struggled to survive in the apocalypse had experienced it firsthand. Not to mention being bitten by a zombie. Even if a wound accidentally came into contact with a zombie's blood, there was a 90% chance it would turn into a zombie. Even a 3-year-old knows that. The beautiful girl before him shouldn't be unaware. But when you looked at Yu, he found that not a trace of panic appeared on her face. On the contrary, she seemed very calm. Yu lifted her hand and touched the wound. The wound wasn't deep, and the bleeding had already stopped, but the spot bitten by the zombie king had been left with 2 deep, bloody holes that were hard to heal. This was when Yunmo's usefulness had to be mentioned. Not only was Yunmo's blood sweet, making the young ones crave more, but his blood even had healing properties. That if Yunmo were here, she would never have let her be left with scars. The girl's cherry-pink lips puckered slightly, as if recalling something. Her pretty brows and eyes showed a faint trace of disappointment. Even when Yu, also a girl, felt inexplicably a bit pained when she saw her frown, she was dazed for a second before coming back to her senses. Do you know that being bitten by a zombie will infect you? Seeing Yu's indifferent expression, she was completely unaware of the seriousness of the problem, when Yu immediately became anxious and, in desperation, grabbed her arm. Heh. This action seemed to have enraged one of the zombies in the room. Zhuang glared angrily at that damned human, bearing a fierce set of teeth like a vicious Tibetan mastiff. When Ye's heart trembled, and he instinctively loosened his grip, she watched the zombie warily. Zhuang looked like he wanted to tear her apart. Zhuang. Yu suddenly spoke. The two soft, gentle words were like the press of a switch. The once furious, fearsome zombie immediately wilted, crouching back into the corner to play dead like a mushroom, leaving them only a crestfallen back, depressed. When Yu almost laughed at her own thought. How could a single zombie possibly be so humane? But then she immediately thought of the zombie king. Alright. I can't laugh anymore. I know. Yu turned around, her clear, almond-shaped eyes like water fixed on her. Their eyes met, she said earnestly. Don't worry, I'm fine. It's just a bite. Haven't I been bitten before? Yu thought a little sullenly. My brother has changed, he's no longer the brother he used to be, he's become worse. Now he even wants to eat children. But the first zombie bold enough to bite a child was the zombie king. When humans are bitten by zombies, they do turn into zombies. Aside from Yunemo, it seems no one else can escape that fate. But Yu was an exception. She wasn't even human. As for whether she herself was a zombie or not, Yu wasn't entirely sure either. After all, zombies are all ugly, dirty, and smelly. Even the zombie king, whose appearance most closely resembled a human's, could be distinguished by his looks. His differences from humans. After all, a zombie is a walking corpse. But Yu raised a hand and touched her cheek. Her skin was dewy and smooth, even better than when Yes weathered complexion from the end times. She ran her fingers through her own sleek, smooth long hair, not bald or falling out like Zhuang. Yu felt a bit bewildered for a moment. So what exactly is she? When Yes' throat went dry. Do you know you'll turn into a zombie? Looking at the girl's soft, warm eyes, the words were stuck in his throat. When Yu found himself unable to speak, before, when encountering teammates who had been bitten by zombies, how did they handle them? When Yu looked at Yu, somewhat dazed as he thought, could he have to kill her? When Yu had actually done the thing of killing teammates more than once. Even her boyfriend of many years before the end of the world, after being bitten by a zombie, begged when Yu to kill him at the last moment of becoming a corpse. He didn't want to turn into that kind of monster. Even though it had nearly killed her with grief at the time, when Yu still ended his life with her own hands. And now, Yu has also been bitten by a zombie. Logically, she shouldn't be hesitating. Perhaps it was because the girl's clear eyes were too pure, like the last piece of untouched land in the apocalypse, brighter than the clearest lake. People all love beautiful things. Some want to destroy them, others will protect them, especially in the end times. That purity and beauty are even more precious. When you realize that she seemed somewhat unable to bring herself to do it, kill her. Chapter 152. Cannot accept dying like this. Her hand hanging at her side clenched and relaxed. After repeating it several times, she still couldn't bring herself to do it. You seemed to see through her hesitation and worried. I won't turn into a zombie, because she already was a zombie. The young girl's soft voice suddenly sounded, her pair of watery eyes looking at her. Their eyes met. And when Yu was momentarily taken aback, her reason told her she shouldn't trust the girl's words. After all, having survived so long in the end times, she had met many people. After being bitten by zombies, most of them had become infected. There isn't a single exception. But seeing Yu's clear eyes, when Yu ultimately chose to believe her this once. Forget it. Besides being unable to bring herself to act, she also couldn't beat Yu. From the supernatural ability the girl just displayed, it was clear that Yu was definitely not as frail and easy to bully as she appeared. Moreover, when Yu cast a sidelong glance toward the corner, that zombie, which looked ferocious and terrifying on the outside, was now crouching in the corner like a child who had done something wrong, looking over here with pleading eyes. Unfortunately, Yu didn't notice it. Zhuang gave off an air of dejection all over. That it had done something wrong, and Zai was angry. Would Zai stop wanting it? This zombie felt very insecure, anxiously scratching the wall with its nails, creating a grating noise. The cub ignored it now. Sniffle, sniffle. Zhuang almost cried into a teary mess. Although zombies don't shed tears, anyone could see how sad this one was. When Yu? This is hard to judge. The style of this zombie seems a bit different from what she knows. No, perhaps I should say the zombies throughout this entire villa all have a strange style. When you was really curious. How on earth did you domesticate those zombies? It didn't seem like a supernatural power either. Like a beast tamer, she had trained the ferocious zombies into obedient little dogs. That if this skill could be taught to others, humanity would be spared most of its danger. Just as she was thinking that, Yu turned around and beckoned to her with a curl of her finger. Come over. In an instant, all thoughts vanished from Wenye's mind, and she followed her into the bathroom as if compelled by some force. What's wrong? Facing this delicate, pretty girl. When you couldn't help but lower her voice. I am going to take a bath. While saying this, Yu began to take off her skirt. When Yu was startled, her face quickly flushing. She was clearly a woman herself, yet had never been so close to someone else before. Yu had half undressed when she saw Wenyu standing there dazedly, her gaze drifting. Unable to look at her, Yu cocked her head like a bewildered little fox, her eyes looking at her in puzzlement. Turn on the water. How could this human be so silly? How could she bathe without water? Ever since being taken here by the Zombie King, Yu hadn't had a bath for several days. Although the villa still had running water, all those sources had already been contaminated. Although Yu wasn't afraid of the zombie virus, the water was filthy and would probably just smell worse the more it was used. It was a relief to finally catch a water-type ability user. At last they could take a proper bath. Wenye's water ability had no real offensive power. It could only be used to fetch bathwater. Under Yu's direction, when Yu filled the tub to the brim with water, she thoughtfully tested the temperature with her hand and said apologetically, "Is it too cold?" Unfortunately, she wasn't a fire-type ability user and couldn't control the water temperature. Otherwise she would have made sure the girl could enjoy a nice hot bath. When Yu hadn't even realized it herself. But in just half an hour she had gone from being hostile toward Yu to considering her feelings. I can only say that Yu's youthful appearance is terribly deceptive. It makes people involuntarily want to take a little more care of her. Of course, more importantly, Yu is the guarantee of Wenyukin's survival. She had already noticed that all the zombies in this villa listened to the girl. Even that terrifying high-level zombie seemed to care a lot about Yu's thoughts. Although he had just bitten Yu, a high-level zombie who apologizes after biting someone. When Yu was still seeing her for the first time. As long as Yu said a word, that group of zombies wouldn't treat her as food. Even if it was for her own life, she had to cling tightly to Yu's thigh. It's okay, Yu said nonchalantly. She couldn't feel temperature. It was all the same to her. She immersed her body in the water and let out a soft, contented sigh. She decided to protect this human woman for the time being. After all, she still didn't know how long she would be staying here. Only when Yu was alive and could provide her with water to wash. She didn't know when Yunemo and Dad would be able to come. Yu raised her hand and touched her neck. Although the bleeding had stopped, the deep bite marks left by the Zombie King could not be removed. Thinking about the Zombie King's behavior today, Yu slightly frowned. She felt her situation might not be so safe after all. Who told her brother he wanted to eat her? Although Yu wasn't afraid of death, she couldn't accept dying like that. She had seen people chewed up by zombies with pits and gouges, missing arms and legs. Ugly and hideous. Chapter 153. A kind of beauty that doesn't care whether others live or die. When Yu finished bathing and came out, when Yu was in a standoff with Zhuangzhuang, they faced each other at a distance, staring. No one made a rash move. It seemed they kept to their own business. But when Yu was tense all over, plunged into extreme vigilance. Zhuangzhuang couldn't be bothered to look at her any longer. When Yu came out of the bathroom, Zhuangzhuang gave an excited little growl. It dragged its stiff, awkward body and trotted over to Yu. When facing the little one, this zombie sheathed its claws and became gentle and obedient. Even the snarls had grown somewhat cautious. As cub still angry? Zhuangzhuang tentatively let out a call. Yu wasn't angry with it at all, seeing Zhuangzhuang all filthy, his body smeared with someone else's blood and flesh. The smell on him was downright tangy and sharp. Yu almost fainted from the smoke and quickly covered his nose. Sensing he was being looked down on, Zhuangzhuang lowered his head wrongly, revealing a somewhat sparse crown. The cub despised him, although hurt. Zhuangzhuang still took a step back so as not to smoke his own cub. Yu wrinkled her nose and raised a hand to point toward the bathroom. Zhuangzhuang, go take a bath. After speaking, Yu lifted her gaze and looked at Wenyu with those beautiful glassy eyes. Wenyu. She inexplicably understood what Yu meant. When Yusin sighed wearily, she was a perfectly good water type esper. How did she end up having to draw bath water for a zombie? However, do zombies even need baths? Other zombies don't, but as the household zombie raised by Yu Zhuangzhuang does. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. When you resignedly filled the tub to the brim. Younger Yu tossed the little white tiger and the blood vine in as well and gave them a wash. Her pets were getting filthier and filthier. This won't do. Not only would it hurt the little one's eyes, but taking them out like that would be really embarrassing. Embarrassment is minor, but eye-searing is a big deal. They washed and scrubbed in the bathtub and waited until both little ones were all clean. The water in the bathtub had been changed again and was filthy to look at. The dirty clothes on Zhuangzhuang were obviously no longer wearable, but Yu had Bloodvine searched the entire villa and still couldn't find suitable men's clothing. With no other choice, Yu had to take a small, fresh floral dress out of her wardrobe. The zombie king had only regained part of his memory and had long forgotten Yu's clothing size, so he had collected clothes in every size. Yu picked out the largest size dress and tossed it to Zhuangzhuang. Do you need help changing his clothes? When yes expression was somewhat hard to describe. Although it's a zombie, it's a male zombie. But if you don't help him change clothes, can this zombie do it himself? No. Yu shook his head. Looking rather proud, Zhuangzhuang can dress himself. She had trained her little zombie henchman very well. Zhuangzhuang was far more well-behaved than those unruly bad zombies outside. When Yu had no response and fell into an odd silence. She had never seen a zombie so singular and independent. Zhuangzhuang took his clothes and went to the bathroom to take a shower. After dawdling for an hour, this tall, clumsy zombie finally came out wearing new clothes. Wow! Yu opened her little mouth in surprise. Zhuangzhuang made a dazzling entrance that literally blinded everyone. The little fresh blue floral dress on it was stretched bigger by a whole size. The muscular brute wearing the little floral dress had it clinging tightly to his body, nearly ripping the garment apart. Then looking at Zhuangzhuang's pale, corpse-like face and the sparse hair on his head, when you felt everything go black before his eyes. There is a kind of beauty that pays no heed to whether others live or die. Yu frowned and walked a circle around Zhuangzhuang. Although somewhat dissatisfied, she decided to make do. Yu took out a comb, combing Zhuangzhuang's hair while comforting him. I know you're a boy. Zhuangzhuang, hold on a little longer. Once we get out of here, we'll take you to pick out some new clothes. Zhuangzhuang. Heh. Listen to the child, the little dress is very pretty. I like it. I love wearing it. The tall, bulky zombie curled itself into a ball and obediently crouched in front of the girl, like a doll that couldn't speak, left to be dressed up however Yu pleased. Although Yu's touch was already very gentle with a light stroke, the little hair Zhuangzhuang had left still came tumbling down. What little hair he had on top was made even worse. Yu's movement stiffened, her red lips pressing together slightly, as if feeling a bit guilty. While Zhuangzhuang didn't notice, Yu quietly kicked away the pile of hair on the ground. The blood vine appeared stealthily and quickly swept the hair on the ground away. Zhuangzhuang was still immersed in the joy of its cub helping it comb its fur. Not noticing anything wrong at all. I just felt like my head was a little chilly, but it doesn't matter, it's a zombie, not afraid of the cold. A gust of wind blew, and the only two lonely hairs left on Zhuangzhuang's head fell off like withered leaves. Seeing the scene before her, when Yu was stunned for a long while, suddenly she felt an absurd sense of not keeping up with the times. How could this lone person corpse vibe be so novel? Chapter 154. She's got this human covered. Because the zombie king had bitten her. When you had been closely watching Yu's condition, normally, when a person is bitten by a zombie, within 2 hours they begin to develop a persistent high fever and gradually show signs of zombification. But 3 or 4 hours had already passed, and Yu still hadn't shown the slightest change, when you had even deliberately tested the girl's body temperature. Yu's body temperature had always been a bit lower than normal people's, but it wasn't as cold and rigid as a zombie's. When you gently pinched, she found that although Yu's skin felt cool, it was soft and elastic. You're immune to the zombie virus? When you couldn't hide her shock. Among humans unaffected by the zombie virus, she had only ever seen one Yu. Kind of. After all, she was originally a zombie. Only that she had evolved a bit better than the other zombies. As for why that was the case, Yu didn't understand either, and could only attribute all these anomalies to fate. It's because her diet was so good that she evolved faster. After all, with Yunemo as a mobile blood bank, Yu never went hungry. As for the other zombies, they were probably malnourished, receiving Yu's affirmative answer, when you couldn't help but his breath hitch, a faint flush of excitement showing in his eyes that if the girl has antibodies, does that mean humanity can be saved and this can all end? Once that thought arose, it couldn't be suppressed when Yu was so excited that his breathing grew somewhat erratic, but immediately, she thought of the current situation, like a bucket of cold water poured over her head. She couldn't even guarantee her own safety now. What could she use to talk about the future? When Yu couldn't help but smile bitterly, because staying by Yu's side, she had instead become the safest human in the villa. Unlike the other humans kept in the villa, who live in constant fear and anxiety. After all, being among a horde of zombies is like a sheep entering a pack of wolves. It feels as if a knife hangs over your neck, always worrying about when it will fall. The sense of impending death hangs over everyone's hearts. It wasn't that no one had thought about fighting their way out, but there were simply too many zombies here, like a small zombie stronghold. Besides, most of them were high-level zombies. The high-level ability users who had tried to escape earlier were all mercilessly killed by the zombie king and fed to his zombie underlings, not even leaving behind a single corpse. That completely crushed their courage. No one dared make any rash moves these past few days. It seemed everything had already been decided. However, the number of survivors was visibly decreasing. "What's wrong with you?" Yu asked, her eyes looking at her strangely. Humans are a species rich in emotion and prone to sentimentality. Take Yu for example. Just now he was ecstatic and now suddenly he has become very despondent. "Is something upsetting you? Tell me about it so I can listen," the girl said softly. If those words came from someone else, they might sound like schadenfreude or a sarcastic sneer. But Yu was simply curious. Her little human was unhappy. She had to find out why, of course. Although she hadn't spent much time with Yu had already claimed her as her own. Yu always took good care of her own. Even Zhuang chimed in agreement. Zai's person is its person. This human is under its protection. Looking at Yu's almond-shaped eyes shimmering with watery light, Yu suddenly had a not very mature idea, having stayed by Yu's side these past 2 days. Yu had come to understand the girl's special nature more clearly. The zombies here not only obeyed her commands, they had also developed a kind of self-awareness that made them want to ingratiate themselves with the girl. As if Yu were the ruler of the zombie horde. "Can you tell those zombies to release the people they've captured?" Yu asked tentatively. "We are all human. We should help one another. We can't just stand by and watch our own kind be slaughtered by zombies. Of course, if you feel uncomfortable with that." When Yu hadn't finished, Yu said, "Sure." Yu was momentarily stunned. Yu agreed without hesitation. Those humans were originally the reserves the zombies had captured for her. Yu wouldn't eat them anyway. "Let them go, then." Little Yu, it was just a sentence. But Yes's eyes instantly reddened, and he thanked her in a choked voice. "Thank you. Thank you." Little Yu looked puzzled and bewildered. Why was her little human crying again? Didn't she already agree to release them? So why isn't she happy? Yu doesn't understand. Humans are really strange. Chapter 155. The honest zombie has no flesh to eat. At the same time, in a town not far from the villa district. A group of survivors had originally thought they were done for, sooner or later to become zombie fodder. Unexpectedly, those zombies, for some unknown reason, suddenly let them all go. The survivors looked at one another, all finding it hard to believe. Their first reaction was, could this be a trick? But when they glanced again at those zombies missing their brainstems, those zombies didn't seem to have that kind of intelligence either. The zombies had been ordered to drop the stored grain. They drooled as they stared greedily at the survivors, clearly ravenous. They nevertheless restrained their instincts and did not rush forward to gnaw on the humans. What's wrong with them? Someone asked cautiously. Have they lost their minds? But they don't have brains to begin with. Unfortunately, nobody could give him an answer. In the end, a buzzcut man seemed to wake from a dream and shouted, who cares what they're up to if we don't run now? What are we waiting for? What if those beasts change their minds again? At those words, everyone immediately snapped back to their senses and scattered like birds and beasts. Each one ran faster than the last. They were just afraid that if they were a step too late they'd be caught by those zombies and dragged back. They definitely didn't want to go to that godforsaken place a second time. They didn't stop and look back until the survivors had run a fair distance and were sure the zombies weren't following. Even though they really wanted to eat people, Yu had ordered them not to harm these humans. The zombies could only watch helplessly as the food flew out of their mouths. They dared not go against Yu's wishes. If the girl became angry, their fate would be the same as those zombies before. The zombies were not afraid of death. Compared to being killed by the zombie king, they feared being rejected by Yu even more. Unfortunately, these ones were obedient corpses. A few zombies together still can't make up a single brain. If it were a cunning zombie, it would know what it means to smile outwardly while plotting inwardly. Letting someone run away and then chasing them down isn't just the same as catching your own prey. Just make sure the kid doesn't find out. The honest corpses were doomed to go hungry. Meanwhile, those few survivors finally escaped death. Having barely made it out, they saw two modified off-road vehicles slowly approaching, blasting the heads off many of the zombies wandering the streets along the way. That if this had been before, those survivors certainly wouldn't have gone near them, but now they couldn't afford to be so picky. They hadn't eaten for 2 or 3 days and were nearly starving to madness. Even the altered espers, whose bodies had been transformed, could no longer hold out. They were so hungry their eyes were reddening. If this continued, they would probably lose their minds and end up chasing the zombies in the street to bite them. Hey! Stop the car, stop inside the SUV behind Chin's sunglasses. His gentle eyes narrowed slightly. Captain, he called out once. Yunemo, who had been leaning against the seat and pretending to nap with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. He glanced out the window and suddenly said, "Stop the car." The oddness of that group of survivors caught his attention. The survivors looked rather downcast, glancing back with frightened, anxious expressions as if worried something might catch up to them. "Hey guys, do you have any food? I can trade a crystal core with you." The buzzcut man who had first stopped the car walked to the window and spoke to the people inside. Chinemo pushed up his glasses and smiled. Of course. The buzzcut man showed joy at these words. Inwardly relieved, figured all the courage he had in this life had probably been used up on this day. The others also surged forward. Those with crystal cores offered them, those without begged. Chinemo dealt with them while discreetly drawing information out of them. "Big brother, you all look like refugees. Where did you come from? Did you encounter some powerful mutated beast?" The buzzcut man guzzled the little buns, choking and rolling his eyes. Seeing this, Chinemo kindly handed over a bottle of mineral water. The buzzcut man smiled gratefully at him, finally swallowing the bread in his mouth with difficulty and waving his hand in a sour mood. "Hey, don't mention it, I've had a terrible streak of bad luck, no idea which god I offended." The buzzcut man complained as he recounted their experience. "Who knows what those zombies were thinking, why they suddenly picked us out, took us to that villa and detained us for days, seemed like they were fattening us up like pigs. Every day they randomly pick one unlucky person and eat them." "You mean the zombies caught you and made you their reserve food?" Yunemo, who had been silent beside him, suddenly spoke. The man's aura was too strong. The buzzcut man nodded nervously. "Yes, they didn't eat you and then let you go?" Qian also looked puzzled. "Yes, I'm not sure what's going on either, but the fat guy should know," the crewcut man said as he raised his hand and pointed to the chubby man beside him. The man was short and plump, and he wore a pair of broken glasses on his face. "Yes," the fat man nodded vigorously. "Those zombies took me up to the 2nd floor. At the time I thought I was done for, but unexpectedly." As he said this, 2 strange flushes of red appeared on the fat man's face. "Didn't expect what?" Qian, impatient by nature, hurriedly asked. "I didn't expect those zombies not to eat me, but instead to bring me to a girl." As he spoke, the fat man could again see the girl's delicate, beautiful face before his eyes. His face immediately turned as red as 2 flushed cheeks, and he laughed foolishly. Yunemo had already suspected it a moment ago. Upon hearing this, he was instantly certain the girl must be Yu. There is probably no one else besides Yu who could survive living among a horde of zombies. Is it this girl? Lin Zion took out a photo and shoved it in front of him. The fat man looked closely and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes, yes. It's her." "Where is she?" Yunemo, desperate, grabbed the fat man's collar, his tone betraying his urgency. "Where is that girl? Hurry and tell me, I'll come right away. Whatever conditions you want, I'll meet them, supplies or crystal cores." Although the fat man was a little tempted, these people clearly looked powerful and not short of food, but the thought of having to go back to that damned place made the fat man shiver, his face taking on an almost tearful expression. No more, big brother. No matter how good the food is, you have to stay alive." Seeing the fat man's timid look, Yunemo could only suppress the anxiety in his heart. "Don't worry, we'll protect you. We won't let you come to harm. You just need to lead the way, you don't have to go in with us." The fat man still hesitated. Yunemo directly took out a crate of milk and a crate of instant noodles from his space. "As long as you're willing to lead the way, All this food is yours. The fat man widened his eyes. These foods were nothing before the apocalypse, but now they could keep him alive for a long time. I'll take you. The buzzcut man volunteered under the lure of profit. Of course some people were willing to take the risk. The fat man had originally been a bit hot-tempered. When he heard someone trying to snatch from him, he immediately lost his temper, hurriedly hugging the box of milk to his chest and kept saying, "I'll lead the way, I'll lead the way. I'll take you there." In the end, the fat man and the buzzcut man got into the SUV together. Under their directions, several SUVs drove off in the same direction, gradually heading out to the countryside on the outskirts. As the destination drew nearer, the zombies along the way clearly increased in number. Having finally found news of Yunemo was frantic. He unleashed a powerful attack, crushing that horde of zombies into bloody froth. Not bothering to waste time with them, passing through a small village, the fatty suddenly spotted a familiar figure not far off and widened his eyes. He suddenly shouted, "It's him! It's him! He's the high-level zombie from that villa." Who? A few of them looked in the direction he was pointing. They saw a very familiar figure. Even Yunemo couldn't help but be stunned. How could it be him, Shun Yunting? Chi Yen shouted in disbelief. At the same time, the zombie seemed to sense their presence and suddenly turned its head to look over. The zombie's blood-red eyes stared fixedly at them. Yunemo said in a deep voice, "Everyone be careful." He could feel that Shun Yunting's level was not low. In front of him was a high-level ability user, and after turning into a zombie they would only become stronger. Chapter 156. Hungry enough to swallow a Yunemo whole. You only gave a brief instruction. And soon the humans in the villa's backyard were all released. When you saw this and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although she herself was not yet out of danger, still, when you knew her own limits and understood why Yu was willing to agree to her request. It was because she still had some use, so she didn't dare hope that Yu would let her go, when Yu was tactful and didn't bring it up. Anyway, staying by the little ones keeps her safe, and the zombies will go out to find food for her. On second thought, it's actually pretty good, isn't it? When you forced herself to find joy amid the suffering. Of course, the little ones had no idea. The girl had been kept here for a long time, although the zombie king did not outwardly restrict her movements. But no matter where Yu went, Shun Yunting would follow him like a shadow, although it was unknown how he became a zombie. After turning, he seemed to have become the zombie king's henchman. Very obedient to his orders. If Yu ever left the range of the zombie horde, the zombie king would immediately appear. Since the last time the zombie king bit her, Yu hadn't seen her brother for several days, until today the zombie king, who had been missing for 2 days, reappeared, exuding a strong stench of blood and bearing many wounds of varying sizes and depths. The zombie king's blood-red eyes were full of brutal murderous intent. Yu wondered curiously, who did he fight with? Could it be Yunemo? Thinking this, Yu instantly grew nervous, afraid that the zombie king had killed her little human. Yu sniffed, inhaling carefully. Not smelling Yunmo's blood, she finally let out a sigh of relief. After relaxing, a strong, hard-to-endure hunger followed. Although zombies don't need to eat 3 meals a day like humans, they still get hungry. Especially since little Young's appetite had been spoiled by Yunemo before. He could barely get by relying on crystal cores. Now he hungered desperately for blood. The bloodlust was hard to contain and only grew stronger, especially when she thought of the sweet, delightful taste of Yunmo's blood. Yu immediately started salivating even more. Those clear, glass-like eyes seemed to glow faintly red from hunger. Yu thought that if Yunemo appeared in front of her, she would definitely pick him up and start munching without a second thought. She's so hungry right now she could swallow a Yunemo whole. Wah! So hungry, Yunemo. Want to eat. Yu was so hungry she felt sick all over. Suddenly the zombie king Lung Bei's arm appeared in front of her eyes. Yu's hunger made her eyes go dim. She lifted her head in confusion. Shall you eat me? The zombie king's thin lips parted slightly, and he uttered the sentence casually. Xiao Yu looked puzzled. What was wrong with brother? Wen Yu, meanwhile, was so shocked that his eyes widened. What kind of barbaric words were those? She restrained the fear in her heart and looked up. She saw the zombie king with an indifferent expression. It didn't look like a joke. Of course, zombies don't joke. When he said eat, he meant it in the literal sense. Little Yu shook her head, politely declining her brother's kind offer. Although she was very hungry, she had no interest in her brother's flesh and blood. It wasn't that she couldn't bring herself to eat. although the zombie king's face was half heavily rotten, revealing grim white bones like a ferocious demon. But apart from that, in other respects he looked no different from a human. For example, his arms, the muscle lines were smooth and attractive, and beneath the cold white skin faint red veins could be seen. But Yu simply couldn't summon an ounce of appetite. Aside from Yunmo's blood, everyone else's blood smelled foul to her. Indescribably disgusting. The zombie king's blood wasn't so bad, there was none of that rotten stench, but it still had an unfamiliar taste. Tio put it another way. If the former was sweet milk tea, the latter was bitter medicinal herbs. However, you could feel that the zombie king's blood seemed to have a unique attraction for her. Every cell in her body clamored to have it. Even though her body so desperately craved his blood, a voice deep in her mind told her not to drink. Inexplicably, her sixth sense warned you. It seemed that drinking her brother's blood would lead to something irreversible. The zombie king's red eyes dimmed. Although he was rejected, he did not give up. He turned and went into the kitchen, took out a goblet, cut open his palm, and let the dark blackish red blood drip into the cup. The zombie king was cruel to others, and even crueler to himself. That single cut nearly severed the entire palm. Even so, it seemed like not much blood had been drawn. Drink. The zombie king lifted a half glass of blood. The dark red liquid sat in a goblet and was offered to Yu. The zombie king's red eyes were fixed on her as well. You drink it. That wasn't a tone for discussion. Yu shook her head and took a step back, though she didn't know why the zombie king was so insistent. But a gut feeling gave Yu a sense that something was wrong. She couldn't drink. I don't drink. Even though his memories had returned, the zombie king had, after all, lost most of his emotions. Little Yu used to obey him so well and would never refuse any of her brother's requests. But now, she was no longer obedient. She wouldn't listen anymore. He was not even willing to accept his blood. The zombie king's red eyes grew even more sinister. He was furious. But this rage was directed at Yunmo. It's all because of that man. If that damned human hadn't taken Yu would never have become like this. Now she even wants to leave him, determined to return to that man's side. The zombie king radiated intense murderous intent. The psychic fluctuation it caused shattered the chandelier in the room. The nearby when you couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His heart filled with panic. Young, drink it. The zombie king took a step forward, closing in on Yu. His gorgeous red eyes intensely fixed on the girl's figure. Like a python coiling around its prey, slowly tightening. Don't you want to be with your brother forever? Drink it and gain immortality with me. No one can separate us. Drink it and you'll become stronger. When you wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and shouted loudly, don't drink it, you can't drink. Even if she wasn't very bright, she could see that something was off with this cup of blood. Although infants are immune to the zombie virus, what if they drank the zombie king's blood? That's something you can't be sure about. After all, the virus contained in zombie blood is hundreds of times more concentrated. Especially seeing the zombie king so insistent, determined at all costs to make Yu drink it, he even went so far as to start gaslighting. When Yu was so anxious her eyes were red. Regardless of the danger to her life and risking being killed, she would do whatever it took to stop Yu. The zombie king's cold gaze fell on her. Looking for death. Anyone who stood between him and Yu had to die. Chapter 157. If you love her, give her your heart. The zombie king's red eyes took on a sullen hue, filled with ruthless murderous intent. A cold gleam suddenly flashed, metal arrowheads assaulted like a rain of bullets. When you had no time to dodge and was alarmed in his heart, but the anticipated pain never came. Those metallic volleys suddenly froze midair when they were only 0.5 meters away from her. As if blocked by an invisible barrier. When you instinctively turned her head to look at Yu's eyes were focused, her pupils contracting slightly as she released psychic power. Before, her psychic power had always been used for direct attacks. This was the first time she used it for defense. Those metal arrowheads quickly clinked and clattered onto the ground. If not for Yu saving her, she would have been riddled like a sieve by now. When Yu immediately shot her a grateful look. Actually, her stepping forward to stop the zombie king wasn't entirely for Yu. She had her own selfish motives. Because Yu was the first person she had ever seen who was immune to the zombie virus. Perhaps she carried antibodies. The hope for solving the apocalypse lay within her. So when Yu did not want Yu to receive the zombie king's blood. This high-level zombie is too dangerous. What if it assimilates Yu into a zombie as well? Brother, she belongs to me. You can't bully her. Yu's red lips pressed slightly together, her moist apricot eyes staring straight at him from the Zombie King's understanding of her. He could naturally see that she was unhappy when it came to her own people. Yu was extremely protective. Even their brother could not be touched. But her behavior as seen by the Zombie King made him very displeased, even angry. His sister was actually defending an outsider. Mingming used to care about him the most, but now someone else is by her side. The Zombie King felt unusually angry. He had never loathed humans as much as he did at this moment. It was all these sly humans who had taken his Mingming away. Especially seeing Yu's protective attitude toward when you reminded the Zombie King of that bitch Yunemo. If the apocalypse hadn't come and he hadn't accidentally lost Yunemo wouldn't have had the chance to take advantage. Yu wouldn't now always be thinking about leaving him and abandoning him. Every time he thought of it, the Zombie King wished he could tear Yunemo limb from limb. Along with that, she harbored deep malice toward all other humans. She despised them to the point of wishing for the extinction of all humanity. She should die. The Zombie King's eyes darkened. His gaze at Wenyu was filled with glaring murderous intent. Wenyu didn't doubt for a second that if Yu weren't here, she would have long since had her neck snapped by that high-level zombie. The Zombie King's malice toward her was cold and intense, without any concealment. Even Wenyu, who had seen countless zombies, couldn't help but feel a chill and a tightening in her heart. She cannot die. If Wenyu died, who would she have to help her bathe? Young Yu looked at him earnestly, trying to reason with the Zombie King. Brother, you can't do this, he'll be upset. When Su Yan was human, his obsessive possessiveness toward Yu was already intense. He not only killed her little white dog, but also wanted to kill Lin Zun. That pathological emotion of his did not change even as a zombie. Even dull Yu felt uncomfortable. Su Yan wanted not only to kill Wenyu, but also Zhuang and Little White Tiger. Moreover, it seems like he still wants to kill her. No, that's wrong, he wants to eat her. This gave Yu a sense of danger. The Zombie King hasn't appeared in the past few days. He must be deliberately avoiding her. Doesn't this mean that even the Zombie King himself can't control his intense urge to eat Yu? Especially the deeper his feelings for Yu, the more he wants to eat her. That way he and Yu can be together forever, never separated. That I could choose not to kill her. The Zombie King suddenly said that he hadn't forgotten the purpose of this trip and was unwilling to waste time on this human. Young, don't you want to eat and gain greater power, brother? The Zombie King's hoarse voice carried a hint of persuasion. Young answered honestly, I don't want to. Her brother still isn't on her menu, why would she eat him? Zombie King. Brainwashing failed. He can only use his body to seduce you, since Yu refuses to drink his blood. Then, the Zombie King pondered for 2 seconds, then suddenly shoved his hand into his chest and quickly, precisely, and ruthlessly pulled out his heart. Then you eat this. Those long fair hands were stained with dark red blood, clutching a heart that had already stopped beating. Humans often say that to love someone is to give your heart to them. The Zombie King's red eyes stared deeply at Yu. Yu, do you now know who truly loves you? Can Yunemo entrust his heart to you? Seeing this scene, Wen's pupils trembled, and he sucked in a sharp breath in shock. I'm not saying this. You zombies love. Is it all this frenzied and deranged? And you, this zombie, are off, very off. You, a respectable Zombie King, are actually into pure love in the apocalypse? Chapter 158. Go fetch Yunemo and bring him to you. Yu stared at that brownish red heart that had long since stopped beating for a while, then silently turned his head. Brother, I don't want to eat. She found it a bit strange. Why was her brother acting so unusually today? Always wanting her to eat him. Ordinary humans, once tainted with a zombie's blood, even if only a tiny bit, cannot resist the zombie virus and will eventually be assimilated into zombies. And the zombie virus carried within a Zombie King is hundreds of times stronger than that of other zombies. Just look at Shin Yunting's fate to CT. She was a high-level human esper, whose strength was not inferior to Yunemo's in the end. She was also turned into one of them by the Zombie King. The girl's curled eyelashes drooped. She soon understood his intention. The Zombie King wanted to turn her completely into a zombie. Yo-Yo, be good. Su Yan insisted, holding out the heart in his hand to Yo-Yo. Take a bite. His hoarse, low voice seemed to carry a hint of coaxing. Wenyu nervously looked at Yu and subtly shook his head at her. Don't eat, I don't know. Yu pouted unhappily. She didn't want to fully turn into a zombie. Brother, you've changed in the past. Su Yan obeyed her in everything. If it was something Yu disliked, he would never force her. I don't like you anymore. When Yu said this, she stared fixedly into the Zombie King's eyes. The Zombie King's gaze shifted slightly. No matter how well he tried to hide it, a trace of panic slipped through besides the crystalline core in his brain. His greatest weakness was Yu, and no matter how many refusals she voiced, none were as effective as this one. The person the Zombie King cared about most was Yu, and the thing he feared most was her detesting him. That if not for that, he would have killed Yunemo outright last time. Okay. The Zombie King, whose attitude had been resolute, heard her and no longer forced her. If you don't want to eat, then don't. Having said that, the Zombie King crushed the heart in his hand. The heart had long since stopped beating. Keeping it was pointless. Things Yo-Yo dislikes have no reason to exist. Even missing one heart. His love remains. When Yes' expression was complicated. After the Zombie King left, he couldn't help but whisper, "Is he your real older brother?" She always felt something was off. But how could a zombie ever fall in love with a human? The moment they turned into zombies, they lost all human emotions. Even if a high-level zombie recovered its former memories, it still had no emotions to owe them. Humans are simply former kin and now prey. Humans and zombies are destined to stand on opposing sides, fighting to the death. Are you planning to stay by his side forever? When you asked again, "If you want to leave, I can help you, although this zombie is currently fairly good to you." But a zombie is still a zombie. No one can guarantee he won't suddenly lose control again one day. Yu shook her head. Of course not. After these past few days together, Yu had already understood. The Zombie King was no longer the same brother he had been before. A couple of days ago her blood nearly drove the Zombie King out of control. That was the first time Yu felt a sense of danger. She perceived repressed murderous intent and hunger from the Zombie King. Perhaps even he was about to lose control, which is why he was in such a hurry to turn Yu into a zombie. She has to go, Yu said softly. If it were before, she might have ignored these dangers and stayed with her brother. But the current Yu was no longer the same as before. She still had her father Yunemo and also Luotang, Qian, Muze, and many companions waiting for her. She was going to find them. All right, let's escape together. When Yu nodded firmly. Lately, staying by Yu's side, those zombies under her protection wouldn't lay a hand on her. But being in the middle of a horde of zombies is like having a knife hanging over your neck. You never know when it will fall. In this mountain villa, every zombie inside and out answers to the Zombie King. Although these zombies could never fully control their instincts and would occasionally stagger up in front of Yu trying to get her attention. But whenever Yu attempted to leave the villa, whether high-level zombies or the lower-level ones at the perimeter, they would all block her and refuse to let her go. Huff huff, Zai, go back. It's dangerous outside. A female zombie blocked Yu, growling sternly. It'll make you give up the idea of going out. The female zombie even began to tell a story. It was said that once there was a naughty little zombie who insisted on running outside. Then it was caught by some cunning humans. Humans are ruthless. They smashed that zombie's head open and even dug out its crystal core. This is the fate of a disobedient little zombie. Although humans encountering zombies is indeed a situation of endless fighting to the death. But why does this description sound so odd? If she hadn't been from outside, she would have almost been fooled. The other high-level zombies all stood in front of Yu and, as if on cue, nodded. It meant the female zombie was right. A little zombie like Yu would be far too dangerous if she fell into the hands of a cunning human. Alright. Seeing how unwilling they were to yield, Yu had to drop the idea, although she could kill these zombies and leave immediately. But doing that would certainly alert the Zombie King, and then they definitely wouldn't be able to leave. Besides, these zombies had actually been pretty good to her. Yu thought it over and still didn't do it. She could only adopt a roundabout tactic. I don't have to go out. But I'm hungry. The female zombie immediately said she'd go outside right away to catch a few fresh humans. It has to be said, women are considerate. The female zombie even carefully asked about Yu's taste, what kind of humans he liked. Women, children, or men. Women's and children's meat is relatively tender. Men's meat is a bit dry, but it makes up for it with chewiness. Can't we eat people at all? One person, one corpse. You take turns communicating with no obstacles. When you looked puzzled. What is it saying? Yu pressed her lips together and decided not to tell her after all this so as not to frighten one. Why you don't know? I don't want any of it. After hearing the list of recipes the female zombie rattled off, a bright idea flashed through Yu's mind. Exactly. If Yunemo can't find her, she can have the zombies grab Yunemo and bring him right over. The Zombie King's whereabouts are a mystery. He keeps disappearing for a day or two at a time. He seems especially busy lately. This is the perfect opportunity. I only want Unemo. The girl's voice was clear as a silver bell, crisply spoken. He? The female zombie was very puzzled and asked the bald-headed zombie beside her, is there such a food as Yunmo? The bald-headed zombie answered, if the little one says it exists, then it does. To them, Yu was like a picky child. Although troubled, he couldn't just ignore her. Soon a few zombies conferred and decided to go out and grab that food called Yunma. Does this really work? When you asked skeptically from the side. Leading people into the zombie stronghold, what's the difference between that and sending them to their deaths? Wouldn't that make it impossible to get away? Yes. Yu nodded, full of confidence in Unemo. Seeing this, when Yu sighed softly, and had nothing more to say. Yu thought those zombies, even the fastest ones, would still take a whole day. She didn't expect these high-tier zombies to be so efficient, and just 2 hours, they had already brought the people back. When Yu stood on the balcony, staring into the distance, she suddenly saw a few familiar figures appear downstairs. Yu's eyes suddenly widened. Yunmo downstairs. Unemo seemed to sense something and looked up. His gaze immediately landed on the girl on the balcony waving at him. To the sight of Yu, a smile involuntarily tugged at the corner of the man's mouth. Finally found Yu. Chapter 159. He's worse off than a zombie. Stop looking. Just go. The moment he saw his daughter safe and sound, Lin Ziyuan's perpetually furrowed brow finally relaxed. Ever since learning that Yu had been taken away by Su Yan, who had turned into a zombie, Lin Ziyuan had been on edge for the past few days. Fortunately, Wan Qingyu was unharmed. Unemo withdrew his gaze, his eyes falling on the zombie ahead. Their color deepened somewhat. First, when they encountered Shen Yunting, they were already prepared for a hard fight. After psychics turn into zombies, their strength only increases, but unexpectedly, Shen Yunting didn't attack them. He merely glanced at them coldly and then turned and left. Seeing him like this, it seemed he still retained a trace of reason. Unemo was tempted to try, and asked aloud, do you know where Yu is? Captain, are you stupid? He's already turned into a zombie. How could he possibly know? Qi Yan couldn't help but retort. Even if he did know, are you really expecting a zombie to lead the way for us? But unexpectedly, Shen Yunting seemed to actually understand what he said. He stopped in an instant and turned to look at them. Those crimson eyes showed not a trace of emotion, revealing his identity and no longer human. But, unexpectedly, Shen Yunting gave Unemo a long, deep look, then turned and walked away again. That look seemed to contain many meanings, yet it also seemed to be just a simple glance at him. Yunmo's gaze deepened. After thinking for 2 seconds, he quickly followed Captain He. Although the other team members didn't understand Yunmo's actions, seeing this they had no choice but to keep up. Damn it! Watching Shen Yunting walking ahead, Qi Yan murmured softly, could it be that he can actually understand human speech? Under normal circumstances, even if Shen Yunting didn't attack them, he wouldn't allow them to follow directly behind him, unless he really is leading the way. But a single zombie leading them, what kind of fantastical development is this now? Just follow and see. Chinemo pushed up his glasses, a different light flashing across his narrow eyes. He also wanted to see whether this zombie still retained any consciousness. If that were truly the case, that would be disastrous for humanity. Mindless zombies are already hard to deal with. Zombies that regain their intellect are unimaginable. That would be a catastrophe for all of humankind. And so they followed Shen Yunting all the way to this place. After seeing the layers upon layers of zombies surrounding the villa, everyone was taken aback. This place was simply like the zombies' main base. Unemo Kingfeng's voice, carrying the girl's sweet tone, reached everyone's ears. Everyone instinctively looked up and saw Yu on the second-floor balcony. Only then did they have to believe that Shen Yunting really had been leading them. I knew it. Though could a zombie willingly lead us? Qi Yan clapped his hands and exclaimed in sudden understanding. So it was my youngest sister who ordered him. Now it makes sense that as long as it involved you, even the most absurd things became normal. Chinemo. He looked at him with disdain. Qi Yan, very sensitive, immediately turned his head and glared at him. What kind of look was that? Looking at me like I'm an idiot. Chinemo withdrew his gaze and replied lightly, his tone laced with mockery. Qi Yan, you? Amid the commotion, Shen Yunting led them into the villa. Haha. A female zombie approached from the front. It was clearly a 4th-tier high-grade zombie. A group of people tensed up instantly, ready to fight at any moment. The female zombie merely glanced at them carelessly, making hoarse calls toward Shen Yunting. Why do I feel like this female zombie's expression is somewhat bashful? Chi Yen said suspiciously, Chin Mo. You are not alone, although it sounds ridiculous to see an expression of shyness on a zombie's face. But that seemed to be exactly what was happening. That female zombie's coy, fussy manner aside from her horrific appearance looked every bit like a bashful young wife facing her beloved. Chi Yen almost bit through his teeth. Some people look like perfectly decent human beings, yet there isn't a single member of the opposite sex around them. Meanwhile, some people, even if they turned into zombies, would still be the heartthrobs coveted by the zombie world. There is no hurt without comparison. For Chi Yen, this comparison was simply too painful. Losing to a person is one thing, but I never expected he'd live worse than a zombie. I didn't expect you zombies to have so many love-struck ones, Chi Yen said sourly. Yu counts as one, the zombie king is one, Shen Yunting is one, and now the female zombie is the same. Upon hearing this, Yunemo glanced at him sideways and said coolly, if you're envious, I can help you find a female zombie. Chi Yen choked on his words and said awkwardly, that's really unnecessary. Not every female zombie is like you. Most of them were images of the female zombie standing in front of him. Chi Yen suddenly felt as if he'd been scalded and silently looked away. The female zombie had no idea that, just a moment ago, she had been discriminated against for her human appearance. She had originally intended to go out and help the little one catch people, but the moment she saw Shen Yunting, the female zombie couldn't move. Not only do humans like handsome men, zombies like them too. Although Shen Yunting had become a zombie, he was strangely handsome, standing out like a beacon among a pile of grotesquely ugly male zombies. Not only is he handsome, but he's also the strongest aside from the zombie king. Handsome and can fight. What female zombie could possibly refuse such a high-quality man? A male corpse, huff huff. The female zombie, having nothing better to say, blurted out to Shen Yunting that the kid was looking for someone named Yunemo. She took the opportunity to invite Shen Yunting to go out with her to catch people. Huh. Even as a zombie, Shen Yunting still spoke so sparingly. His cool guy image remained intact, but he was rejected. The female zombie lingered reluctantly before leaving. Shen Yunting then led the few humans behind him up to the second floor of the villa. Yunemo. Just as they reached the door, it suddenly opened from the inside. The girl's delicate figure flung itself into his arms. Yunemo reached out and wrapped his arm around her waist. The muscles in his arm stood out slightly from the exertion, as if trying to press the young child into his body. Yunemo, I miss you so much. Do you miss me? Yu snuggled into his arms, her arms naturally wrapping around his waist, her voice soft and coquettish. Since meeting Yunemo, the two had been together constantly. Yunemo cared for her down to the smallest detail and indulged her in everything. If she wanted blood, he gave blood. If she wanted a crystal nucleus, he gave a crystal nucleus. You've spoiled the little one rotten. She immediately felt that life after leaving Yunemo had been nothing but hard days. After all, no one gave her blood to drink anymore, and even little treats like crystal cores were gone. Ahem. 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 The old father beside her, seeing this scene, couldn't help but give two soft coughs to assert his presence. Daddy. Yu turned her head and immediately called out sweetly, Denmem. Lin Zion's brows relaxed. His expression gentle, however. Before he and his daughter could exchange more than a few words, Yu, looking impatient like a little monkey, hurried to grab at Yunmo's collar. Hurry up, hurry up. Linzin. My daughter, what are you doing? Stop it now. Yu stopped being human long ago, so she wasn't bound by human rules. She always did as she pleased, doing whatever she wanted. She had long been craving Yunmo's particular flavor, and now she was going to drink his blood. Chapter 160. Will you go with me? Yu, wait. Yunemo also didn't expect that the first thing the girl would do upon seeing him was to tear off his clothes. He hurriedly grabbed Yu's hand, his expression unusually embarrassed. That I know you're in a hurry, but wait a moment. Even without turning around, Yunemo could feel Lin Zion's death stare. Yunemo suddenly felt helpless. Now there was nothing he could say to explain why. Yu lifted her head from his arms, her apricot-shaped eyes looking at him innocently. You don't love me anymore. You never used to refuse me. The girl snorted lightly, her expression tinged with disappointment. Yunemo. The gazes behind him felt tangible, as if they might stare a hole through his back. Ahem ahem. Lin Zion coughed heavily twice more, drawing his precious daughter's attention. Yo-yo, come here and let daddy see you. Dado. Yu could only first leave Yunmo's arms and obediently walked to Lin Zion's front. Seeing his precious daughter soft, sweet, and compliant look, Lin Zion felt more and more heartbroken that it was like watching his crisp little cabbage get rooted by a pig. He turned his head and glared at Yunemo with a fierce, murderous look. Yunemo naturally sensed that his future father-in-law had a great deal of resentment toward him, and could only smile wryly and rub his nose. Daddy. Yu hugged his arm and called softly. Lin Zion's gaze fell on the mark on Yu's neck, his expression suddenly darkening. What happened here? He was referring to the bite mark that looked like it had been several days, but it was easy to tell how deeply it had been bitten at the time. Lin Zion was both shocked and furious. Did Su Yan do this? Besides him, Lin Zion couldn't think of anyone else. Yu pressed her hand to the bite marks on her neck. She had almost forgotten about it. Lin Zion took a deep breath, his expression dark with anger. He hadn't expected that even after becoming a zombie, Su Yan's obsession with Yu would still be so deep. Yunemo pulled down Yu's hand and, seeing the bite marks that had appeared on that pale neck, his gaze darkened a few degrees. That we should leave here first, Luo Tang interrupted. This was not a place suitable for talking. The urgent matter was to get away quickly before the zombie king returned. No. Yu suddenly shook her head. What's wrong? Yunemo knitted his brows slightly, suddenly feeling a bit nervous. Could it be that Yu didn't want to leave? Then again, Su Yan had already turned into a zombie. But he is the brother Yu has been searching for. She only agreed to leave with him because she previously thought Su Yan was dead. Now that she knows Su Yan is still alive, will Yu leave him? Between him and Su Yan, whom will Yu choose? To be honest, Yunemo actually wasn't confident. After all, Yu and Su Yan had years of feelings, and he could only use his body to keep her. If Yu didn't like his blood and crave his body, she wouldn't have left with him. Yunemo sighed with a touch of bitterness. Who told him he had to be so completely devoured by that heartless little zombie? We can't leave, Big Brother is back, Yu said softly. The spiritual energy she had released had already gone ahead to detect the zombie king's whereabouts. What? A few people looked at one another, and seriousness showed on all their faces. Last time they only had a brief encounter with that high-level zombie, but the power of the zombie king was unfathomable. Even without actually fighting, the oppressive aura alone was enough to make one's heart tremble. Yo-Yo Daddy will take you away, Lin Zion said in a deep voice. He would never let Su Yan take their daughter away again. Huh? Yu suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Brother didn't come back alone. Within Yu's psychic coverage, besides the largest red, that was the zombie king, many smaller red dots were following it. First there were only a dozen or so. Then more and more red dots poured in from all directions, converging to form a ring of red light that followed closely behind the zombie king. Impossible to ignore that. It couldn't be a horde of corpses, could it be? Are those the mutated animals? Yu couldn't help but look up at Yunemo. Yunemo nodded slightly. I told them where to find you. Those mutated animals came over on their own to help. Yu, are you willing to come with me? Having said that, Yunemo reached out his hand to her. Yu looked up at him and noticed that Yunmo's expression seemed a little nervous. Why? Afraid she would leave him? Come on, Yu. Lin Zion beside him also spoke up. Come home with Daddy. Although he didn't think much of Yunemo, that was still somewhat better than Su Yan. Yu nodded, okay. Shun Yunting stood not far away like a shadow, silently watching her with his red eyes. Even when Yu intended to leave, he made no move to stop her and quietly followed. The group went downstairs and Shun Yunting suddenly spoke, watching the main door warily. Huh? He's here. They saw the silhouette of the zombie king appear in the doorway. Even with so many people present, he didn't spare them a second glance, and no one was worth him paying attention to. Those magnificent red eyes locked onto Yu. Are you going to leave, brother? Chapter 161. What? Do zombies also have love brains? Su Yan, you can't stop me. Today I will definitely take Yu away. Lin Zion immediately stepped forward, shielding his daughter behind him, looking at the zombie king with a mix of emotions. It seemed that Su Yan really had turned into a zombie, but even after becoming a zombie, his deep obsession with Yu hadn't changed. The zombie king didn't give him a glance, instead it stared intently at Yu, waiting for her answer. Yu glanced at Lin Zion, then at Yunemo, and nodded firmly. She was leaving. Oh, you're going to abandon your brother? The zombie king's eyes suddenly darkened. His gaze fell on Yu and Yunmo's tightly clasped hands. The zombie king's eyes stiffened and a cold, murderous aura burst forth in an instant. You're damned. He stared intently at Yunemo, saying coldly, "It was all because of that damned man that Yu wanted to leave him. Once he killed Yunemo and then killed all those humans, Yu would naturally stay by his side." Without a word of warning, the Zombie King launched a direct attack at Yunemo. "Yo-yo, you and Dad go ahead, I'll stop her," Yunemo whispered into the girl's ear. When the Zombie King raised his hand, the horde of zombies behind him immediately obeyed and lunged forward like beasts. "Trying to leave? Do you think you can get away?" The Zombie King issued a cold command. "Kill them all, leave not one alive." As long as he killed all these humans, Yu would have to stay by his side. Even Lin Xuan he didn't intend to spare. After becoming a zombie, even if one retained former memories, there were no human emotions. Moreover, before Su Yan turned into a zombie, he had already harbored murderous intent toward Lin Xuan to have Yu all to himself. He was born cold-blooded and merciless. Except that he was obsessively attached to her, he could abandon everything. Except he could not forget Yu. "Do you forget why your brother became a zombie? How could you abandon me for the sake of humans?" The Zombie King handled Yunmo's attacks with ease as he looked at Yu and said this. "Have you really forgotten everything?" "Why?" Yu asked, bewildered. All memories of the past were a blank. She simply couldn't remember. Could it be? Is it related to her that my older brother turned into a zombie? Yu tried hard to remember, but no matter how she tried she couldn't, and a sharp pain stabbed through her mind. The girl's face turned slightly pale, and she couldn't help but clutch her head as she crouched down. Even though she no longer felt any actual pain, her tiny head hurt terribly now. Her mind throbbed as if pricked by needles. It was as if some power in the void was preventing her from recalling the past. Yunemo was momentarily distracted, and the Zombie King's hand almost stabbed into his heart. At that moment, the mutant animal pack finally arrived and directly attacked those zombies. Following them came a team of psychics. They looked completely unfamiliar, but the clothes they wore were very familiar. "Captain, it's those crazy bright church people," Chi Yen said. "How did these bastards find this place? Could they be here to take revenge on us?" But the next second he dismissed that guess. Because those people from the light cult didn't even look at them without saying a word, they immediately started throwing skills at the Zombie King. "That zombie's there, take this chance, let's all go at once. We have to kill him today." The three parties fought fiercely. In the midst of the chaos, you could only hear Zhuang's worried roar. "Heh, what's wrong, little one?" Zhuang also noticed something was wrong with her. Seeing Yu clutching her head in such pain and so distressed, Zhuang almost took its own head off to swap heads with Zai Zai. "Its head doesn't hurt. Its head can be used by Zai. Oh, zombie brother, calm down. If you take your head off you'll die," Chi Yen pleaded desperately. Zhuang couldn't calm down. He turned and shouted at him, "Human, get out. Give your head to the cub. If it's happy, that's fine. It can do what it wants with its own brain. Humans have no say." Chi Yen was stunned by the shout, wiped his face and murmured, "What? Do zombies also get lovesick? Looks like the captain lost. No matter how much the captain loves little ones, he still can't literally rip out his heart and pluck someone's brain." Chapter 162. The lost memory was not an accident. Yu really wanted to soothe Zhuang's restless mood. But her head ached terribly, and her consciousness was somewhat fuzzy. "Yu, let's go," Lin Xuan's voice sounded in her ear. Yu's consciousness quickly sank into darkness. When Yu regained consciousness again, a roaring din of massive rotary blades filled her ears. The girl sat up in a daze, her expression bewildered. You're awake. Do you feel unwell anywhere?" When Yes' voice sounded at her side, she had left together with everyone else. Yu was the one who had saved her life, and with the current situation unclear, when you couldn't help but worry about her, so she had come along too. After all, she had no family left in Q City. It made no difference where she went. "I am fine." Yu's almond-shaped eyes were full of confusion. She shook her head, and only when she sat up did she realize she was no longer in the place she'd been before. She was on a helicopter. Yu looked down through the window. The helicopter rose straight up. From above, the whole of Q City was submerged in a sea of green. "Where are we going?" "Go to Jing City." Luotang happened to walk over, and upon hearing Yu's words, explained to her what had happened earlier. While Yu was recalling her past memories, she suddenly fainted. At that time the mutated animals and the zombies had been fighting, all tangled together, and the scene had become extremely chaotic. Later, members of the Church of the God of Light joined in, pursuing and hunting down the Zombie King. Only then were they able to escape. In just a short time, that zombie strength has increased a lot, Luotang said, her expression slightly grave. She had heard those people from the Church of Light call Suyen the Zombie King. They kept saying they would kill the Zombie King and rid humanity of the menace. She hoped they could actually do it. Luo Tang thought coldly. But she didn't say that out loud in front of Yu. After all, no matter what, Suyen was still Yu's brother. Although his feelings toward Yu as a sibling weren't entirely pure. Here, look. Luo Tang lifted her chin slightly. Yu looked along her line of sight. The helicopter climbed higher and higher. Looking down through the window, a group of mutated animals stood quietly on the ridge below, as if organized and disciplined, watching the helicopter in silence, as if saying farewell. This time we owe these mutated animals a lot, otherwise we really wouldn't have been able to bring you back. Hearing the voice, Yu turned her head and obediently and softly called out, "Daddy." "It's Daddy." "Who's sorry?" Lin Xian sighed lightly and reached up to pat his daughter's head. That if he hadn't insisted on adopting Suyen back then, perhaps none of this would have happened. It's also my fault for not raising that child properly, which allowed him to develop this twisted feeling toward you. Now it's become a problem that threatens Yu. Lin Xian hadn't expected Suyen's obsession to be so deep. They're already zombies, yet you still think about monopolizing Yu and want to kill everyone around her. Yu, it's not Daddy's fault. Forget it, let's not talk about that. Lin Xian waved his hand and looked at his daughter with concern. Yu, did something just come to mind? The young girl's brows furrowed slightly. Under Lin Xian's concerned gaze, Yu slowly shook her head. "I didn't recall anything." Her past memories were chaotic and tangled, like scenes from a film haphazardly spliced together after being planned. There wasn't much useful information. Moreover, Yu discovered, when she recalled human memories there was no problem, but whenever she thought of matters relating to her brother and turning into a zombie, her head would ache unbearably. It seemed that the section of memory she lost was not an accident at all, but had other circumstances behind it. Chapter 163. It looks like only brother knows the truth. Lin Xian thought the same. Suyen's words had indeed been kept in his heart. "Dad, did something happen before?" Yu sighed softly and could only look to Lin Xian, hoping he could provide some useful clues. Maybe that could trigger her to remember something. "When we first went everywhere seeking doctors for you and failed, Dad and I were already hopeless, but one day Suyen told me he might have a way to cure you. At the time I didn't believe it. Thought he had started working at a pharmaceutical research institute. Your illness is an extraordinarily rare condition that even doctors are at a loss to treat. What could he possibly do?" Lin Xian's voice gradually grew heavy. During that time he had tried every possible method, but still couldn't save Yu's increasingly weak body. Seeing his daughter tormented by illness, yet being sensible enough to pretend everything was fine to comfort him. Every time Lin Xian recalled it his heart was torn apart. At that time, Yu was like a flower slowly withering. During that period Lin Xian didn't even dare to sleep. He was afraid that if he closed his eyes he would wake up having lost his daughter. He, someone who never believed in God, later even began praying to gods and worshipping Buddhas. During that time Lin Xian was exhausted in body and mind, and it was then that Suyen took the opportunity to secretly take Yu away. By the time Lin Xian realized something was wrong, he had already disappeared with Yu, utterly lost without a trace, impossible to contact. "Dad searched for you for a very, very long time, so long that I began to despair. Then Suyen suddenly contacted me and told me only one thing. He said you were not dead, and you would not die." Lin Xian raised his hand and stroked his daughter's hair, his face showing guilt. It was because he hadn't protected his daughter that she was taken away by Suyen. But if Suyen hadn't taken Yu away, perhaps Yu would already have. Lin Xian didn't dare think any further. It was precisely because of Suyen's words that gave him hope that Lin Xian never gave up. Even with the apocalypse coming, he persisted in searching for Yu. Actually, for Dad, the apocalypse isn't necessarily a bad thing, Lin Xian said, his gaze gentle as he looked at his daughter. At least his precious daughter was still standing there in front of him, perfectly fine. Although Yu could no longer be considered a complete human being. But for Lin Xian, no matter what, Yu was his daughter. Even if Yu turned into a zombie completely devoid of reason, knowing only how to eat human flesh and blood, Lin Xian would not give up on her. This kind of situation wasn't uncommon in the apocalypse. Many people couldn't accept the death of loved ones and believed their relatives had only temporarily become zombies. They thought that once a miracle cure was developed and the apocalypse ended, their loved ones would return to their former selves. He even committed many heinous, inhumane acts that harmed his own kind for selfish reasons. Kidnapping people to feed to zombies, such madness and utter depravity. Lin Xian definitely could never do that. If such a day ever came, he would choose to cut his own flesh and feed his blood to sustain the daughter who had become a zombie. He had raised Yu from a tiny lump into the poised young woman she is now. His daughter was more important to him than his own life. Yu looked thoughtful. Dad didn't have many clues, and perhaps only her older brother knew the truth. It's okay. If you can't remember, don't force it. No matter what, Dad is by your side. Lin Xian gently stroked his daughter's head to comfort her. Someday you'll remember. Yu obediently nodded. Oh right. Little Yu turned her head to look around, belatedly realizing someone was missing. Dad, where's Yunemo? Since she woke up she still hadn't seen Yunemo anywhere, which felt a bit wrong. Chapter 164. Willingly become her most devout follower. Young Yu vaguely remembered that before she fainted, Yunemo seemed to have gotten into a fight with her brother. Could he have been injured? The girl's brows furrowed slightly, her face full of worry. Although Yunemo was very powerful, he was still a fragile human. Every day Yu had to worry that her human would be fattened to death. He's injured, go take a look at him, Lin Xian said. Although he normally didn't like that brat Yunemo because he had abducted his precious daughter. But in reality, Lin Xian didn't have any major objections to Yunemo. Yunemo not only obediently followed Yu and doted on her, but he was also very powerful, a rare strong man in this apocalypse, capable of protecting his precious daughter. There was a small lounge on the plain. Yu pushed the door open and was immediately hit by a strong metallic smell of blood. It was the scent of blood emanating from Yunemo, but to Yu it was an enticing fragrance. Yunemo took off the shirt, his firm muscles smooth and taut, exuding a powerful beauty. Yu's gaze fixed straight on him, as if glued there. It was obvious she was coveting Yunmo's body. Only, its literal ravenous craving to Yu. The injured Yunemo at this moment was like a small cake exuding a sweet aroma, tempting her to climb up and take a delicate bite. Of course little Yu knew this was wrong. Yunemo, are you all right? The girl asked softly, unable to help swallowing. Yunemo. This scene took on another meaning. He looked at his team captain, raised an eyebrow and smiled meaningfully. The captain's wounds have already been redressed, so I won't disturb you. Having said that, Yunemo perceptively stood up and walked toward the door. Just as he was about to step out, he couldn't help but add one more remark. Oh right. Yunemo lightly pushed his glasses with his fingertip, smiling meaningfully. Captain, your wound isn't life-threatening, but you should still be careful. If it reopens, we don't have medical supplies. Yunemo had just put on his shirt and was fastening the first button. Hearing this, his brows and eyes swept coldly, and his thin lips spat one word. Get out. Yunemo gave a light laugh. His refined, handsome brows and eyes were full of mockery, and he didn't forget to thoughtfully close the door for them. Yu's apricot-like eyes were moist and clear. She looked at him with an innocent expression, as if she hadn't understood a word. Yunemo. You're hurt, was it serious? Yu said as she walked over. I am fine. Yunmo's stern features melted like ice, his dark eyes filled with warmth. As long as he could bring Yu back, these injuries meant nothing to him. The zombie king did hate him. Every move and strike was merciless, as if it wanted to drag Yunemo to a mutual death. Yunemo was indeed badly hurt, but his self-healing was extremely strong. During the time Yu was unconscious, he had already healed himself for the most part. Yu didn't believe it. Let me see, she could even smell the strong scent of blood on Yunemo. He must have lost a lot. Little Yu felt both heartache and a strange sense of pity. All wasted. The girl made a move to pull his clothes off. Yunemo clenched her hand tightly, his ears gradually flushing pink. You am really fine. The girl seemed a little disappointed, her eyelids drooping gently. Like a pitiful kitten that couldn't get its favorite dried fish when those watery apricot eyes looked at him. Even if Yunemo had a heart of stone, he couldn't resist. He only had to think a little to know exactly what that little head of Yu was scheming. He gave a helpless yet indulgent chuckle, tilting his head up slightly to reveal his long neck. Come on, let me see you bite me. That was the most vulnerable spot, and at this moment he laid it bare to Yu with no defenses at all. As if a worshipper offering himself to a deity. Yunemo did not believe in gods, but he was willing to become Yu's most devout follower. The young girl's slightly furrowed brows instantly relaxed, her apricot eyes glinting, and a broad smile spread across her face. Okay, before enjoying her prey, Yu didn't forget to soothe it first. Don't be afraid, it'll be gentle. I won't hurt you. A gentle kiss fell on Yunmo's lips like a feather. At this moment, Yu looked exactly like a scoundrel who seduces naive young men. That one kiss, like a stone thrown into a lake, suddenly set Yunmo's heart racing. Almost instantly he was swept up in love. Forget biting him. She could have devoured him whole. The little lips fell on the side of his neck, her mouth slightly opening as she bit down. Her sharp teeth pierced the flesh, and she quickly tasted the metallic tang of blood. The man emitted a muffled groan. His long fingers tightening slightly as if losing patience. He clenched the sheet beneath him, veins rising on the back of his hand. Yo-Yo involuntarily stopped and looked at him in puzzlement, thinking, had she hurt him? Chapter 165. Not knowing if he'll see him again next time, Yu suddenly found herself at a loss for words. The girl's eyes, moist and cautious, glanced at him and she gently licked his wound. It was like a little kitten comforting a human. Yunmo's whole body stiffened. His breathing abruptly halted. But Yu had no idea how much of a shock this was to him. Imitating the way she'd seen the big white tiger comfort the little white tiger before, she licked the bite mark on the side of Yunmo's neck in short, irregular strokes. Yunmo cried out in alarm, his body instinctively leaning back, trying to avoid her. But at this moment Yu was fully snuggled up against him, her entire weight pressing down on him. If Yunmo fell, she would fall with him. The two of them fell onto the mattress together. It didn't really hurt, just left them a bit dazed. The girl's nose bumped against his firm chest. She looked all the more pitiful. Her apricot-colored eyes rimmed with moisture shimmering as they gazed at him. Her voice was soft and tender. Yunmo, what's wrong? Did I hurt you? Should I be gentler? Yo-Yo. I'm not hurt, Yunmo said helplessly, covering her eyes. Don't look at me like that. Otherwise he was really afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself. Ditto. Her delicate long eyelashes, like two little brushes, gently swept across his palm and tickled all the way to the center of his heart. Yunmo's heart softened. He lowered his head and kissed her hair gently. His gaze unconsciously fell on the side of Yu's neck. On the girl's pure, flawless throat, a deep bite mark was glaringly visible, perhaps because she had drunk Yunmo's blood. The bite mark gradually disappeared, fading more and more until only a pale pink trace remained. Yunmo's gentle eyes slowly grew cold. Does it hurt? His fingertip rested on the bite mark, gently rubbing it. His soft tone was full of concern. The little child shook her head. She had long since forgotten what pain was. Yunmo's eyes chilled. He truly regretted not taking the chance to kill the zombie king back then. He wouldn't even hurt a single hair of Yu's. Yet Su Yan had wounded her so deeply. Yu, he is no longer your brother. Zombies don't have true emotions. See, this time he bit you. Who knows, next time he might really eat you. Yunmo took the opportunity to put medicine in the zombie king's eyes. Yu's constitution was special. To high-level zombies she seemed even more attractive than an expert. By the way, Yunmo, what about Shinyunting? Yu only remembered when this was mentioned. She felt no aversion toward that human. Shinyunting was, after Yunmo, the second human to make Yu think blood smelled delicious and very enticing. Unexpectedly, when they met again, he had already become a zombie and was still following his brother. Yu felt a little regret. But even after becoming a zombie, Shinyunting did not harm humans. On the contrary, he led Yunmo and the others to find Yu. He doesn't want to leave with us. Yunmo's brow knitted faintly. Shinyunting was a rare opponent. It was truly a pity that he became a zombie. Yunmo had thought this time they would be on opposite sides. He didn't expect that Shinyunting seemed to have retained a trace of human consciousness. Shinyunting helping them was tantamount to betraying the zombie king. Yunmo knew clearly that those ability users from the Church of Light could at best hold the zombie king off for a while. They simply couldn't kill him. I don't know if he'll ever see Shinyunting again. As they spoke, the plane suddenly shuddered violently, as if it had crashed into something heated. A creased frown slowly formed between Yu's brows. Yunmo, something's coming. Her psychic range was extremely wide. Yu could sense a cluster of small black dots rapidly moving in their direction. What is that? It looks like a flock of birds. No sooner had Yu finished speaking than the plane's tremors grew stronger, making it nearly impossible to stand. The surrounding light quickly dimmed, as if the plane had suddenly plunged into a dense bank of dark clouds. This clearly was an attack on the aircraft. Chapter 166. Encounter with mutant bird attack. Captain Yunmo and Yu had just stepped out of the lounge when they saw Shirley walking over with a stern look. What's going on outside? Yunmo went to the window and looked out, seeing pairs of blood-red, savage eyes. Shirley, they're mutated flocks of birds. They suddenly started attacking us. While he was speaking, Muze came quickly over. Sister, I've already reinforced the plane's defenses with my metallic ability. Those flocks won't be able to break through for the time being. After speaking, the young boy tilted his head back. His dark pupils shining as he looked at Yu, seemed to be waiting for her praise after being tempered. For several months, having endured so long in the apocalypse, Muze had long since shed his initial naivety and become increasingly steadied, and no matter how much his supernatural ability improved in front of Yu, he was always that same little boy from before. He not only relied on his sister, he also hoped to become stronger so he could protect her. Yo-Yo understood at once, raised her hand, and gently ruffled his hair. Xiaoze, you're great, you did very well. Receiving his sister's praise, Muze couldn't contain his happiness and couldn't help but press his lips into a smile. He would work hard to become stronger and do better, so his sister would like him even more. But, Mused paused, then cautiously glanced up at Yu and said somewhat sheepishly, "My ability is still too weak. Although I reinforce the plane's defenses, I can't hold them for long. Those birds will break through sooner or later." "It's okay, you've already done very well," Yu encouraged. "Captain, what do we do now?" Shirley turned his head to look at Yunemo. Waiting for him to make a decision, facing those birds in midair was a very troublesome matter for them, but hiding forever wasn't a solution either. Those birds would destroy the plane sooner or later. Yunemo made a prompt decision. Find a place and land immediately. The air is unsafe. There are simply too many of these mutated birds. We must deal with them first. Otherwise, if they attract an even more troublesome aerial overlord, we'll be in trouble. Yes. Shirley immediately turned and walked out. In the end, the plane was forced to land on a mountaintop. The flock of mutant birds seemed to have set their sights on them. A large group of Urara dove down from the sky, their sharp beaks pecking out flesh and blood with each strike. Why the hell can't we ever finish off these damn birds? Qi Yen raised his hand and unleashed a burst of flame, roasting the birds on the spot. But there were simply far too many mutated birds. Although each one wasn't very strong in combat, their sheer numbers were still a problem. The heavy smell of blood would only attract other things. Not dealing with it quickly would be a big problem. Younger Young did want to step in, but Yunemo firmly sheltered her behind him. Those mutant birds didn't even get a chance to get close to her. Less than 2 meters away they were crushed into a mist of blood by an invisible spatial force, not even bone fragments left behind. Zhuangzhuang followed Yuyu's side, a bit eager to try. While Yuyu didn't notice, he secretly grabbed a bird and shoved it into his mouth, chewing and chewing. Bones and meat together. Crunchy. Zhuangzhuang trailed beside Yuyu. He was not allowed to eat people. Although the crystal core could supply the energy he needed and prevent him from losing his mind like those zombies driven mad by hunger. But zombies are bloodthirsty carnivores by nature. If they can't eat people, catching a few birds to sate their cravings would do. After trying it, Zhuangzhuang found the bird tasted pretty good, so he caught another and, like offering a treasure, handed it to Yu. Huff huff. Baby eats, tasty, fragrant. Chapter 167. He must have killed that woman with his own hands. Yu glanced down for a moment and did not disappoint Zhuangzhuang's kindness. The bird was entirely black, but not a pure black. There was a hint of gray to it. Especially those pea-sized eyes, which glowed a savage crimson. They looked quite unsettling. Yu tried to release a trace of mental power, invade the bird's brain, and found the peanut-sized crystal core inside its head. The bird's crystal core had already been completely covered by black. Those mutated beasts before were brutal, but at least they still retained a trace of reason. All Yu needed to do was purge the black ominous power contained in their crystal cores, but now this bird had been utterly corrupted, completely dominated by its murderous nature. Even though Zhuangzhuang had choked the bird of fate, leaving the black bird with only one breath, it still fluttered its wings, trying to peck at Yu. Zhuangzhuang was so furious he crushed its skull with his bare hands. Huff huff. How dare you threaten the cub? You're asking for death. Zhuangzhuang comforted Yu with a couple of harsh barks, then stiffly turned and tried again to catch a bird for her to eat. Yu stopped him at last. Zhuangzhuang, am not hungry. The young girl lightly licked her lips, her gaze involuntarily turning toward Yunemo. She had already eaten her fill a moment ago. Zhuangzhuang made 2 ho-ho sounds. It had detected Yunmo's human scent on the cub. That smell of blood was more enticing than that of any other human. Zhuangzhuang had encountered zombies like to eat people, especially human psychics. They are extremely attractive to them. And in their eyes, Yunemo is 100 times tastier than other humans. Although Zhuangzhuang also really wanted another taste, Its reason told it that this was its cub's reserve food and no matter who it fights with over food, it must never fight with its cub as Zhuangzhuang held back. It could go catch a few birds to eat on its own. The crystal cores of those mutated birds were tiny, and the energy they contained was little only fit as snacks. Although it couldn't eat them, Zhuangzhuang was still very satisfied with Yunma. Previously the cub was just too picky and always refused to eat people. This really worried Zhuangzhuang the old father. Although zombies won't starve to death if they don't eat people for a long time and don't intake energy, they will develop poorly. With poor development their strength will stagnate, they won't be able to level up, and if they're too weak they'll get beaten. It's all better now. With Yun Mo here, the little one no longer picky and doesn't have to go hungry. Zombies don't understand human emotions. Zhuangzhuang only knows that Yun Mo is a reserve food supply for the little one. Not eating him all at once is because the little one is saving him so there's more to eat later. Its kid really is smart. Much smarter than those zombies who only know how to eat. Zhuangzhuang proud.jpg. The mutated birds were quickly dealt with, but Shirley brought bad news with a grave expression. Captain, the impact from those birds damaged the engines. The plane can't fly now. Yun Mo glanced at Bai Yu. Can it be repaired? Bai Yu shook his head. Yun Mo took out a map from the space and smoothly spread it out on the ground. He drew a red circle around one of the locations. We're currently in Jade City. Before the end of the world it only took 4 hours to reach Jing City, but now. Qian sighed, spread his hands and said, probably about 4 days. Yun Mo put the map away and took out an off-road vehicle from the space. Several modified off-road vehicles suddenly appeared out of nowhere on the wasteland. Let's go. Yun Mo, what's wrong? Yu perceptively sensed that the man beside her seemed troubled. The young woman reached out and gently smoothed the furrow between his brows with her fingertip. I can't get in touch with grandfather. Yun Mo said in a low voice. Before, with the help of the military satellite phone from the Q City base, he could still get in touch with old Master Yun. But now he could no longer reach his grandfather. If it wasn't the satellite phone malfunctioning, then it was something else had happened to his grandfather. He thought of Jing Ruyue at the Jing City base. Yun Mo's eyes suddenly darkened like ink. If his guess was correct and Jing Ruyue had also been reborn, she definitely wouldn't spare his grandfather. With that woman's viperish heart. Knowing his grandfather was the relative he cared about most, she would surely take control of him to force his hand. In an instant, a cold, intense, murderous intent erupted from Yun Mo. Jing Ruyue. That name carried the hatred of his 2 lives. The capital base. If he saw her again, he would surely kill that woman with his own hands. Just then, Yun Mo suddenly felt a soft little hand grasp his cold one. Yun Mo. I'll help you ill-feed anyone who bullies you to Zhuangzhuang, the girl said. Softly, her gentle voice was like a March spring breeze, tenderly smoothing out the hatred and rancor in his heart. The tide of hatred in Yun Mo's eyes gradually receded. Yo-yo, thank you for appearing in my life. Perhaps it was heaven's compensation that made him meet Yu. If he hadn't met Yu, perhaps after being reborn he would have remained mired in the swamp of hatred, becoming a person governed by nothing but hatred. Once he personally slew Jing Ruyue, he would take Yu away. By then, whether Yu wanted to stay at the human base or return to live among the zombie horde would be up to her. He would follow closely. Chapter 168. Like a lone wolf whose mate was snatched away, you dare betray me. The zombie king's cold red eyes were filled with gloom. He raised his hand, and an invisible gust of wind swept over. Shen Yunting was forcefully blown away and slammed into the wall. A crack immediately appeared in the hard concrete wall. If this had been a human, they would probably be dead or gravely injured. But fortunately he was a zombie at this moment. Shen Yunting's ashen face showed no emotion. He could not feel pain at all. And naturally there would be no extra expression after. Stiffly rising from the ground, Shen Yunting stared at the limp, drooping arm and gave it a slight push with his hand. Crunched, he quickly reattached his own arm. The zombie Wang Junmai's handsome brows and eyes were full of ferocity. And an overwhelming rage filled his heart. Several corpses of supernaturals lay at his feet, their eyes refusing peace and death, their white clothes already stained red with blood. Although the fanatic sent by the Church of Light couldn't kill him, they were as annoying as flies, and on top of that those damned mutated beasts meddled in the matter. Under assaults from multiple sides the zombie king suffered considerable trouble. Not only did they fail to kill Yun Mo, but even Yu was taken away by that detestable band of humans. Rage swept through his mind, and the zombie king nearly lost his reason. Yu's importance to him went without saying. The zombie king, like a lone wolf deprived of its mate, plunged into frenzied rage. Heh. Even when faced with the death threat from the zombie king, Shen Yunting still showed not an ounce of fear. Wang, you have been seriously injured. The zombie king looked at him coldly, his gaze filled with bitter killing intent. Even if I'm injured, I can still kill you. If it hadn't been for Shen Yunting suddenly stabbing him in the back, those hateful humans would never have been able to take Yu from his hands. Shen Yunting stood rigidly, neither resisting nor fleeing. As the ranks grew higher, the zombies began to evolve. High-rank zombies not only looked increasingly like humans, but could also recall some memories from when they were once human. Shen Yunting was the highest-ranked zombie beside the zombie king, so he naturally also remembered some of his past memories. Although he could recall them, those were memories from when he was human. After becoming a zombie, he had completely lost human emotions. But even so, when he saw Yu, he still couldn't control himself from helping her. Shen Yunting didn't know why. He was a zombie and couldn't comprehend this kind of feeling. He only knew that he didn't want to see the girl unhappy. If she was unhappy, he was unhappy too. She didn't want to stay here. Since that's the case, he helped her get away. If you want to do it, just do it. It's that simple. Even knowing this would anger the zombie king, Shen Yunting did it anyway. The zombie king raised its hand and severed one of Shen Yunting's arms, then knocked him flying again. This time, before Shen Yunting could get up, the zombie king planted a foot on his spine. The bones cracked and creaked. You dare covet my little one? The zombie king erupted with a fierce killing intent, but Shen Yunting showed no reaction, only stiffly repeating the words, Wang, you're injured. At that moment the zombie king truly felt the urge to kill, but in the end he did not slay Shen Yunting. He merely crippled one of his arms as a lesson. All of his subordinates died in that battle. Trampled into a pulp by mutated animals dead beyond any return, not a single crystal core left. There weren't many usable zombies left around the zombie king. Shen Yunting had the highest abnormal ability level and was the one subordinate he found most satisfactory to use. The zombie king had no immediate plans to kill him. Killing Shen Yunting was less important to him than something else he needed to do. The zombie king lifted his head, his dark red eyes looking fiercely toward the northwest. Since the zombie king awoke, people had been trying to kill him again and again. Several waves of attackers had come one after another, all from the same place, Jing City base. Very good. These humans will soon pay for their foolish actions. Chapter 169. She came looking for you. The modified SUV sped down the deserted road like the wind, plowing through any zombies it encountered. Occasionally some careless high-level zombies would lurch forward. But before they got close they were invisibly crushed into bloody foam by Yunmo's spatial power. The closer they got to the capital, the more zombies they encountered on the road. Even though they had avoided the city and headed for towns and villages as much as possible, as far as the eye could see it was almost densely packed with zombies. There wasn't a single human figure before the apocalypse. Jing City had the largest population in the country. After the catastrophe it quickly became a devastated hotspot. In the previous life, the Jing City base couldn't hold out for long either. It was overrun by the zombies in one fell swoop. The city that followed was even designated as a restricted zone. However, thinking of humanity's eventual fate, not to mention the Jing City base, there wasn't a single survivor left. Holy shit! Seeing the street ahead packed full of zombies, Qi Yan couldn't help but blurt out a curse. The entire road was almost completely blocked. Before the apocalypse there had been a concert here, with attendance reaching over 100,000. Without exception, all those people had turned into zombies. Even the squad used to large-scale scenes felt their spirits sink a little at the sight. Luckily, they still had Yu in their group. In the apocalypse, having Yu along was like a cheat. No matter how many zombie hordes they ran into, they suffered no casualties, moving smoothly and miraculously without obstruction. Captain, if we go through that city ahead and walk a bit further, we'll reach the Jing City base, Qin Mo said. These words, the solemn expressions everyone had worn for days, couldn't help but break into smiles. Only Yunmo's eyes remained deep. He frowned without speaking. He couldn't shake the feeling that this whole journey had been unreasonably smooth. Something about it felt off. Not to mention the others from the research institute. They'd been trailing them the whole time and caused no end of trouble. But for some reason, just as they were about to reach Jing City, things suddenly calmed down. Yu was sitting in the back counting the crystal cores, tossing the one she didn't like to Zhuang. Zhuang, thrilled to have been rewarded, bent his stiff fingers with effort and put the crystal cores into the pouch on his chest. That was a pouch Yunemo had specially sewn for it, used to hold some crystal cores that Yu had discarded, and he had even tied a string to hang it around Zhuangsuang's neck. Someone's coming. Suddenly, Yu looked up and fixed her gaze on the direction of the tall building ahead. It was a building of more than 10 floors, its exterior made entirely of glass, reflecting light even on an overcast day. Yunemo followed her line of sight and sharp-eyed, noticed a faint flicker of red light at one of the floor windows. Alert! His eyes darkened as he immediately expanded the range covered by his supernatural ability. The moment he noticed something wrong, the other party also pulled the trigger. A bullet flew at a speed invisible to the naked eye, but about 3 meters away from them it seemed to be blocked by the air and froze in midair. The opponent, unwilling to believe it, fired several more shots in succession. After a series of crisp, clinking sounds, bullets were already piled up on the ground. There are snipers. By now Qi Yan and the others had already realized it and instantly went on high alert. It seems that places without zombies aren't necessarily safe. Damn it, those bastards dared to ambush us. Qi Yan couldn't help but curse. Captain? Oh, go grab that bastard on the roof, Shirley said into the radio. After getting Yunmo's response, he quickly pushed open the car door and stepped out under the cover of his teammates. They charged toward that building. Not long after Shirley left, a team appeared at the intersection ahead. Their old acquaintances, members of the Church of Light, but this time they weren't the insignificant foot soldiers. They were high-level superpowered individuals surrounding a single young girl. The girl wore a white dress, her hair falling softly down her back, somehow looking strangely familiar. Yu tilted her head and stared at the other person for a while. Oh snap, same outfit. Yunemo looked at the woman with a cold, sharp gaze. Jing Rushua, Jing Ruyu's younger sister. Another damned woman. Also the saint venerated to the hilt by those fanatical lunatics of the Church of the God of Light. Yunemo was not unfamiliar with Jing Rusno. In his past life this woman had frequently covertly assisted Jing Ruyue in capturing psychics for experiments. What was even more ridiculous was that such a person, whose hands were stained with blood, actually vaunted herself as an envoy sent by God to save the world. And there were still a bunch of idiots who truly saw her as both hope and the light of doom. Yunmo's black eyes flashed with murderous intent in an instant. However, but Jing Rushua was not coming for him today. Am not here to find you. Her gaze merely skimmed over him briefly, then quickly settled on Yu. Long time no see. Perhaps I should call you. Jing Rushua paused, then slowly uttered 2 words, sister. But that sister was not heartfelt at all. Instead it carried an indescribable mixture of hatred and jealousy. Hearing this, Yu immediately turned to look at her father, her eyes full of doubt. Linzeng. Chapter 170. Take Yu away. Kill everyone else. I only have one daughter, Yu. Where would she have a sister? Lin Zion said in a deep voice, instinctively shielding his daughter behind him, his gaze hostilely fixed on Jing Rushua. All the way, the holy maiden sent people to pursue them, repeatedly trying to take Yu away. Jing Ruxua's gaze briefly swept over him, then looked past him to the girl who had revealed half her face, watching her with curious eyes. Lin Yu, your father is looking for you. Come with me. Who is my father? Yu frowned. She always found that form of address somewhat familiar and didn't much like it. I have a father. Saying this, the girl linked her arm with Lin Zion's. I don't need whatever you call a father. Although Lin Zion felt it was a bit odd, hearing that his precious daughter needed him, he couldn't help but smile proudly. Did you hear that? He's the only daddy Yu loves most. Wait, father? Yunemo sneered. There was only one person whom the sisters Jing Ruyue would call father and serve to the death. You like to take thieves for fathers. Yu is not like that, and even claims to be Yu's father is Jing Lianshan worthy of that. Jing Rushua, whose expression had originally been indifferent, changed color the moment she heard those words, glaring at Yunemo with a face full of anger. How dare you insult father, you're asking for death. No sooner had Jing Rushua finished speaking than the psychics in white robes behind her all launched an attack on Yunemo in unison. A sneer flashed across Yunmo's eyes, but he hadn't had time to make a move. All those psychics clutched their heads in pain and knelt down. Ah! It was unclear who struck first. When Jing Rushua arrived, those other powered individuals suddenly stabbed the people around them and began slaughtering each other. You're stronger than before. Jing Rushua saw this but wasn't very surprised. She merely stared intently at Yu. Yu wore a sullen little face, her tone innocent yet cruel. Anyone who dares lay a hand on me will die. You know, Lady Saint, save me. A psychic, covered in blood, stretched a trembling hand toward Jing Rushua. Jing Rushua wore an expression of pity as a flash of white light suddenly appeared in her hand. A white light enveloped the severely wounded, nearly dead Esper. And the one who had only a single breath left suddenly had all their injuries restored as if nothing had happened. Thank you, Saintess. The Esper's gaze toward Jing Rushua grew even more reverent. This was Jing Rukshu's ability, arguably the strongest healer in the apocalypse. As long as there's still a breath, even if limbs are severed, they can be reattached for you. It was because of her powerful healing ability that so many psychics willingly followed her, treating her as a messenger of the gods. Among the psychics Jing Rushua brought were members of the mental discipline. When he came to his senses, he quickly used his ability to shield Yu from the psychic attacks, and those teammates who were tearing each other apart finally stopped. Luckily they had Jing Rushua. No matter how grievous the injuries, Jing Rushua could always save them. Take Subject 0 away. As for the others, Jing Rukshu's gentle voice spoke words filled with killing intent. Leave no one alive. Yes. This time the Bright God Church did not attack rashly again. Instead they suddenly took out a syringe and injected it into themselves. After the injections, those ability users' power levels instantly jumped several grades. Yun Mo's gaze darkened. He naturally recognized those serums as developed by Jing Rushua's lab. They could raise an ability user's strength in a short time, but they had a time limit and extremely severe side effects. However, these serums were difficult to develop, so they were scarce. They were usually only used when a base faced a major zombie onslaught. And now Jing Rushua had so many enhancement serums on hand. It seems Jing Rushua had truly spent everything recklessly to take away Yu. After those psychics were injected with the enhancement serums, they immediately launched an attack on them. They knew Yun Mo and his party were powerful, so they didn't dare be reckless and mostly attacked in groups. Damn! Qi Yan couldn't help but curse angrily. Using superior numbers to bully the few, have you no shame? Wood-type ability users harassed, metal-type ability users defended, earth-type ability users made traps, and fire-type ability users handled the main assault. Not to mention there was Jing Rushua, the strongest healer, who stayed out of the fray and used her healing abilities whenever her teammates were injured. For a moment, Yun Mo's squad gradually fell behind. The opponents were numerous and powerful. Even if Yun Mo was very strong, he was temporarily hindered. Whoosh! The sound of something cutting through the air suddenly rang out. Jing Rushua aimed a tranquilizer gun at Qi Yan. Qi Yan naturally noticed, but he was surrounded and pinned down by several psychics, unable to dodge. The tranquilizer gun hit his arm. Qi Yan instantly felt his ability fail to activate, as if it had suddenly vanished. His expression immediately turned extremely ugly. What is this? This was made by the Institute. It can suppress your abilities. Jing Rushua smiled faintly. Seems the effect is pretty good. I've changed my mind. You're not weak. My sister's lab happens to be short a few test subjects, so I'll take you back with me. Jing Rushua spoke softly and gently. Bang! No sooner had she finished speaking than a corpse flew to her feet. The spurting blood splattering across her face. The corpse's head had been ground to pieces. It couldn't be any more dead. Even if Jing Rukshu's ability were stronger, could she make a head grow out of him from thin air? This was undoubtedly Yun Mo's humiliation and provocation of her. Jing Rukshu's delicate face twisted slightly, and the look she gave Yun Mo was full of murderous intent. I've changed my mind too. Killing you is too wasteful. Perfect for feeding Zhuangzhuang, Yun Mo sneered. You agree, don't you, Yu? Yo-Yo shook her head and said with some disdain, dirty stuff, you can't eat that. But Zhuangzhuang was still missing a few zombie minions. One zombie would be too lonely, so he could consider turning all these people into zombies. Yu thought this. Zhuangzhuang had grabbed a psychic and was about to bite his neck, when it heard Yu's words. The whole corpse suddenly froze. Caught sneaking a bite. It could only let go of the psychic it had at its mouth. In the terrified look of that psychic, it dug out his heart with one claw. It copied the action, pressing that still faintly beating heart against Jing Rukshu's feet. Jing Rushua let out a shriek of disgust. Zhuangzhuang, like a kid delighted by a successful prank, excitedly howled. It did it on purpose. Who told that wicked woman to dress the same as the cub Saintess? We simply can't beat them. A severely wounded Esper fled to Jing Rushua and panicked. As he spoke, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Even with Jing Rukshu's healing ability, they were after all flesh and blood, and the pain they felt was very real. Release all those test subjects. Jing Rushua said as she turned to the people at her side. And no matter how powerful Yunemo and the others are, their abilities can still run out. Along the way, they had sent out many people. Besides capturing Yu and Yunemo, they had also tested and discerned most of their strengths. Since Jing Rushua dared to come, she had clearly made thorough preparations today. Even if all these people were dead, she still had to take Yu back. Otherwise, father will definitely be disappointed in her. The thought of her father looking at her with that disappointed expression, Jing Rushua could not bear it. Upon hearing the words experimental subject, the several psychics looked at one another, each seeing a look of terror in the other's eyes. Yes, Chapter 171. The insanely mad laboratory. Hearing the words test subject. A fierce murderous intent erupted in Yunmo's eyes. In her previous life, Jing Rushua liked to carry out cruel human experiments. The test subjects she created were monsters more terrifying than zombies. Those people who were brought by Jing Rushua knew they couldn't defeat them, and soon retreated back to Jing Ruxu's side. They came this time in a military truck, and now the rear cargo bed kept emitting loud thunking impacts. It should be the test subject, Jing Rushua mentioned. What the hell is in there? Qi Yan and the others quickly moved to stand beside Yunemo, their expressions grave as they stared at the truck's rear compartment. A few psychics hurried forward, opened the rear cargo bay, and pushed out several iron cages covered with black cloth. The iron cage kept reverberating with violent impacts, and even the black cloth draped over it fell away, revealing the creature inside. Everyone stared and involuntarily drew a sharp breath, because the thing confined within could only be described by the word monster. Some had dog heads on human bodies, some had human heads on bull bodies, as if several animals' bodies had been stitched together with those of humans. It looked chilling, sending a cold shiver down my spine. Those humans, stitched with many animal features, still seemed to retain a trace of consciousness, their faces full of struggle and pain. These beasts. Qi Yan couldn't help but curse angrily. It was obvious at a glance that none of these people had been willingly transformed into this state. Even the little one couldn't help frowning. The girl had no human emotions and cared even less about others' fates. She was merely recalling what Yunemo had said earlier. Yunemo once said that he was reborn. In his previous life he was taken into a research facility and endured endless torture. At this moment, seeing the miserable condition of these test subjects, Yu couldn't help but wonder whether Yunmo's experiences in his past life were the same as theirs. Even if they weren't the same, the suffering Yunemo endured was no less than theirs. After all, he possessed an extraordinary regenerative ability and was fully conscious of every torment inflicted upon him. Whoever raises humanity cares for it. Yu had never hated the people at the research institute as much as she did now, including Jing Rushua before her. The girl stared at Jing Rushua, her watery apricot eyes gradually clouding with murderous intent. Jing Rushua of course did not miss the murderous intent in her eyes, but she didn't care. There was only one thought in her mind. She had to complete the task her father had given her and bring Yu back. The powered individuals under her quickly opened the iron cage and released those frenzied test subjects. The destructive power of those test subjects was astonishing, and they attacked indiscriminately, though they all wore shackles on their feet. The remote controls were in Jing Ruxu's hands. As long as they pressed the buttons, the shackles around the feet would release a strong electric current. Those foot shackles were specifically made for these test subjects, used to keep them under control. Go, kill them. Jing Rushua stepped back a few paces and looked coldly toward the direction where Yunemo and his group stood. The test subjects were in a frenzied state, their combat power astonishing, how many times stronger than the powered individuals Jing Rushua had brought. No one knew. Under Jing Ruxu's control, those test subjects quickly swarmed around Yunemo and the others. Captain, there are too many of these monsters. Yunemo blew the top of one test subject's head with a shot. His expression looked somewhat grave. Earlier they had fought Jing Ruxu's subordinate psychics and had already used up a lot of abilities. If this continued, it would be very unfavorable for them. Besides that, there was another reason. Some of these test subjects still retained human consciousness. Their faces full of agony, desperately pleading with them, please, please save me, save me. This made Qi Yan and the others almost unable to hold back from acting. It was also the first time they had witnessed the Institute's madness, that they could transform their own living compatriots into such neither human nor ghost monsters. One test subject, bound by blood vines at the limbs, wore an expression of painful struggle, and with a faint voice pleaded to you. Please kill me, just kill me. Rather than become this neither human nor ghost monster, controlled by others, it would be better to just kill him and let him be completely freed. Yu manipulated the blood vine to pierce his heart, but this test subject did not die immediately, only his head was human, a fair, delicate-looking boy's face. He didn't look very old. Before the end of the world he should have been a high school student, except for the head. His body had been stitched together from the limbs of different animals, looking mismatched and grotesquely horrifying. Yu couldn't help but press her lips together and use the blood vine to strangle and sever his head. Thank you. At the moment his head was cut off, a trace of something like relief finally appeared on his delicate face. For him death was complete liberation. Chapter 172. Offending her in the apocalypse is a death wish. But not all mutants are bent on dying. Some mutants cannot control their actions, driven by a murderous nature. Their crimson eyes fixed on them, panting with excitement. The blood and screams of former companions seemed like a rapturous feast to them. Being able to walk safely through an apocalypse full of dangers shows that the Yunma squad is very strong. Along the way, they haven't suffered any casualties, but no matter how strong they are, they still can't withstand the sheer number of these mutants. Except for Yunma and Yu, the others all have varying degrees of injuries. A mutant's tentacle stabbed into Lin Zion's shoulder, instantly creating a bloody hole, blood gushing out. Ugh! Lin Zion cried out in pain, quickly severing the octopus-like tentacle, clutching the wound and stumbling back a step. Dad! The usually unflappable, calm Yu's almond-shaped eyes flashed with anger the moment she saw her father injured. The girl's pair of glass-clear eyes seemed to glow faintly red. Anyone could see that she was very angry at the moment. It's nothing, Dad's fine. Lin Zion waved his hand, not wanting to worry his daughter. This little injury was nothing to him. Fortunately, those mutants weren't carrying the zombie virus, otherwise our teams would have been completely wiped out. But continuing like this isn't a solution either. Wearing them down could kill them. It was obvious that Jing Rushua was using exactly that tactic. Yunemo frowned tightly. He had to think of a plan. The man's eyes darkened as he turned to Chinemo and said quietly, "You cover me, I'll go capture Jing Ruxua. As long as they capture Jing Rushua, there are plenty of ways to force these mutants to withdraw. Captain, it's too dangerous, I'll go with you." Chi Yan wiped the blood from his face and said anxiously. Jing Rushua knew she was a fragile healer, and surrounded by powered individuals, they all tightly protected her in front. For Yunemo to break out from the encirclement of a group of mutants and then fight those powered individuals would be far too dangerous and no need. But before Yunemo could start moving, many zombies suddenly appeared around the street. First there were only a dozen or so. Then more and more gathered together until they formed a small zombie tide. Seeing this, Yunemo instinctively looked toward Yu. Sure enough, the girl's face was cold. Her crystalline, snow-like features seemed to be covered in a layer of frost. Yu was angry. These people had dared to harm her father, and not one of them could be spared. Kill them, leave none alive. The girl issued the order directly. The vast army of zombies all turned toward Jing Rushua and her group, shuffling, swaying as they lunged forward. Huff huff. Rorivan Zhuangzhuang excitedly threw his head back and let out a long roar, beating his chest and eagerly joining the zombie ranks. House zombies, charge! For the cubs, charge, charge, charge! The horde of zombies, as if pumped full of adrenaline, became frenzied and pounced on the nearby mutants. Young Miss is mighty. Chi Yan and the others were momentarily stunned, then shouted excitedly. Right, how could they forget? They still had Yu as an overpowered ally. Isn't it just a numbers game? So what if Jing Rushua has more people? Don't forget Yu can summon zombies. In terms of numbers, no matter how many of these variants there are, can they possibly outnumber a horde of zombies? The reason Yu didn't call the zombie horde at the start was because all the nearby zombies had been wiped out by Jing Rushua and the others. During the time they were fighting just now, Yu's zombie army had already been on the way. By now, even zombies with both legs broken had crawled over. Good thing sister's here, otherwise we'd all be dead here today. Muze also couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If it were any other squad, faced with wolves in front and tigers behind, it would be a one-way road to death. But they were different. They had Yu Saintus. Let's retreat quickly. These zombies are multiplying. Sooner or later they'll break through our defenses. The subordinates guarded Jing Rushua as she retreated step by step toward the vehicle. But there were simply too many of these zombies. Before long, their people had suffered heavy casualties. Seeing and hearing more and more zombies arriving, if things continued like this, They feared none of them would get away. Jing Rux's pretty face grew so grim it seemed it could drip water. She hadn't expected that. Even with so many people and these mutants, she still couldn't fully complete the task her father had entrusted to her. But even though she was unwilling, Jing Rushua knew this place was not one to linger. She looked at Yu deeply, her face full of resentment, and in the end could only turn her head. Retreat. Protect the holy maiden at all costs. The instructor in a white robe shouted. Those instructors who had been brainwashed by the cult and poisoned for a long time were all using their lives to protect Jing Rushua. Seeing Jing Rushua about to get in the car and leave, Yu immediately released psychic power and tried to attack her, but the psychic users beside Jing Rushua had long been on guard. Even though their own noses were bleeding and they were gritting their teeth to hang on, risking backlash from the psychic power and becoming mentally disabled, they still tried to block Yu's psychic attack. The Saintess is the only hope in this apocalypse. She absolutely must not be harmed. Jing Rushua glanced in Yu's direction, a hint of mockery appearing in her eyes, as if to say, "You want to kill me? It's not that easy." Unfortunately, the instructors were so focused on the immediate danger that they completely forgot about the threat lurking in the shadows. Bang! A loud gunshot suddenly rang out. Jing Rux's pupils contracted slightly. She lowered her head in disbelief and saw that a blossom of blood had already erupted on her chest. Holy Maiden. The alerted subordinate immediately helped Jing Rushua into the carriage. The modified vehicle was bulletproof. It quickly ran over the blocking zombies and sped away. Yu gave the command, and the vast horde of zombies immediately gave chase, trailing closely behind the vehicle's rear. Huff huff. The moment the gunshot rang out, Qi Yan looked toward that building. Shirley set down his sniper rifle and waved to them from a distance. It was clear that the sniper who had been hidden in the shadows, taking opportunistic shots, had already been dealt with by him. Qi Yan grinned and gave a thumbs up. Nice work, Stone Bro. Yu stared at the departing vehicle, a look of regret flickering in her eyes. Still let her get away. Originally Yu didn't have much hostility toward Jing Rushua. She didn't take ordinary humans seriously. But who made Jing Rushua injure her father? Now Jing Rushua had to die. She had already sent her zombie underlings in pursuit. Even if they couldn't kill Jing Rushua and the others, they could at least inflict heavy casualties. In the apocalypse you can offend anyone, just never mess with young children. After all, here all the zombies in the city had to obey her commands. Didn't Brother Sure just hit her? Maybe she's already dead. Luotang said. No, she isn't that easy to kill. Yunemo lowered his eyelids, his expression dark. It seems that being reborn has made him more determined than he was in his previous life at this point, and even Jing Rux's supernatural ability has improved considerably. But it doesn't matter. Jing Rushua can't be this lucky every single time. Next time, I will definitely kill her. Daddy. Hearing Yu's voice, Yunemo calmed himself and hurried over. Although Lin Xian had already said he was fine, but seeing his wound keep oozing fresh blood, Yu still felt a little panicked. Humans are so fragile, with one slip they can die. Yu was afraid that Dad might die like those people. Yunemo crouched down to examine Lin Xian's injury. Lin Xian comforted his daughter with words, saying it was nothing, but his injuries were actually much more severe than they appeared. Chapter 173. Dad can't not save him, can only make concessions to Yunmo. That tentacle pierced right through Lin Xian's entire shoulder. But that wasn't the most fatal thing after all. Yunmo's space had plenty of medical supplies, and with Chinemo the doctor there, Lin Xian wouldn't suffer any major problems. The trouble was that the tentacle was covered with some unknown slime, and that slime was highly corrosive, eating away at Lin Xian's wound until flesh and blood were a mangled mess, and the area of corrosion kept spreading. That if we don't deal with it quickly, there will definitely be a risk to life. Lin Xian's face went deathly pale, but he still forced a smile to comfort Yu. Don't be afraid, Daddy is really fine, it's just a minor injury. Unfortunately, Chinemo saw through him almost immediately. Captain, Uncle Lin is seriously injured and needs surgery as soon as possible. These external wounds are manageable, but the main problem is this mucus. That slime had already penetrated into Lin Xian's flesh. Unless all the wounded flesh was gouged out, it would be very difficult to clean it completely. Then gouge it out. Lin Xian's expression didn't change. No. Chinmo's brow knitted tightly. You'll die. Hearing the word die, Yu's expression changed in an instant. A look of panic appeared on the girl's face like never before. Actually, Yu could have, before Lin Xian died, had Zhuangzhuang turn him into a zombie. After all, such minor injuries are a big problem for humans but barely affect zombies. But once he became a zombie, Dad would no longer be the same dad he is now. Younger you subconsciously resisted that situation. Even brother. Isn't he different from before too? Yunemo? Younger you couldn't help but turn her head, looking beseechingly at the man beside her. I know. Yunemo nodded at her. Don't be afraid, I won't let anything happen to our father. Linzion was in terrible pain, but still glared at him angrily, his voice weak as he snapped, Who's your father? Go look at the others, it's enough that I'm here. Yunemo was thick-skinned, unperturbed as he sent Chinemo, who wanted to watch the show, away fine. Although he really wanted to stay and watch the captain get humiliated, the other teammates' injury still needed his attention. As soon as Chinemo left, Yunemo took a dagger out of the space and neatly sliced his palm. Just as he was about to put his hand to Linzion's mouth, he suddenly remembered something and carefully took out a small porcelain bowl. After dripping his blood into it, he then brought it to Linzion's mouth. Dad, please forgive me, only Yu is allowed to touch my body, Linzion. Unfortunately, he was so badly injured that he didn't even have the strength to roll his eyes. Yunemo fed all the blood from the bowl into Linzion's mouth. The bleeding from Linzion's wound quickly stopped, and it began to heal at a rate visible to the naked eye, soon sprouting tender new flesh. Even the mucus stopped corroding. Yu sighed softly and said in annoyance, If I'd known earlier I should have grabbed that Saintess. That way Yunemo wouldn't have had to cut his hand to draw blood. Although Yu didn't know what sympathy was, she still felt somewhat sorry for Yunemo at this moment. Jing Rukshu's supernatural ability is the strongest healing type power aside from Yunmo's. More importantly, Yunemo has to rest after helping others heal, but Jing Rushua does not. Usually Yu kept pestering Yunemo to let her drink blood. Before, she hadn't felt anything, but at this moment, seeing Yunemo cut his flesh and let blood, Yu really felt a bit pained. She couldn't shake the feeling that Yunemo had turned into a walking blood bank. But Dad couldn't not be saved, so Yunemo just had to suffer. Yu cupped his already healed hand, gently licked the remaining blood from his palm, her eyes shining with moisture as she looked at him, her voice light and soft. Does it hurt? Yunmo's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. He was about to say it didn't hurt, but a glance at Linzion's complicated expression made him change his answer immediately. It hurts. Isn't this exactly an opportunity to win favor with a potential future father-in-law? This kid Yunemo has always known how to seize the moment, and he wouldn't let this one pass either. Linzion's lips twitched. He could see Yunemo was pretending to be pitiful to gain sympathy, but after all he didn't say anything. After all, he had just accepted Yunmo's blood. Now he couldn't very well turn his face and deny her. Besides, he didn't really have anything against Yunemo, it was just that the old father was a bit jealous and didn't want his precious daughter to be taken away so easily. But the little one didn't know that a girl's thoughts aren't as convoluted and roundabout as a human's. Yunemo rarely showed a vulnerable side in front of her. If even he said it hurt, then it must have hurt a lot. Unfortunately, Yu can kill but she can't save. The girl was like a little kitten, thinking that if she was hurt she could just lick the wound and it would be fine. Yunemo originally only meant to boost Linzion's favorability, but this time he ended up bringing trouble on himself. He quickly withdrew his hand, his expression a little awkward. There Yu, it doesn't hurt anymore. Really? It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. It's killing me. Chi Yan's howls echoed out. Anyone who didn't know would have wondered what had happened to him. Shut up. Chinemo was bandaging his wounded arm. Being yelled at like that made his ears ring, his face darkened, and he ground his teeth angrily. Cry out one more time and ill so your mouth shut. Why are you so fierce? Can't you be gentler? You're not the one hurt, of course you don't know how much it hurts. Chi Yan grimaced and winced. I think you did it on purpose, personal revenge under the guise of justice. Chinemo smiled slightly. Remember? This is what counts as personal revenge under the guise of justice. After speaking, he deliberately pressed hard on Chi Yan's wound. Chi Yan rolled his eyes in pain, nearly unable to draw a breath. You big Lord. Yu frowned slightly and murmured softly, so noisy. Zhuang immediately snarled at them. Hoo. Shut up. You're waking the babby if you make another sound, I'll eat you. Chi Yan felt wronged and angry, but could only sulk and close his mouth. These days, even the zombies bully him. Are there no human rights left? Yunemo was right. Jing Rushu really wasn't dead yet. Her healing ability was very strong. As long as there was still a breath, she could be brought back to life. The moment she realized she had been shot, Jing Rukshu's power quickly repaired her wounds. She narrowly kept her life, just barely she died with her hatred fixed toward the northwest. Unmo Jing Rushua uttered the name with a voice full of hatred. Lady Saint. Are you all right? The followers immediately crowded around, asking with anxious faces that I am fine. Jing Rushua shook her head. Her face was so pale there wasn't a trace of color. Although she had nearly lost her life this time, it left her deeply shaken, but compared to her own life, what she cared about more was that she had failed to bring Yu back and complete the task. Would her father be very disappointed in her? Thinking of this, Jing Ruksha's eyes filled with hatred. It's all Yunmo's fault for ruining her plan. Otherwise she definitely could have taken Yu away. Holy Maiden, don't worry. Their target is the Jing City base, that's our territory. Right now Professor Jing has the entire Jing City base firmly under control. If they dare to come, they won't be able to leave. Upon hearing this, Jing Ruksha's expression finally eased considerably. You're right. Jing City base. If they dare come, they'll never return. Chapter 174. The reckless 6th rank zombie. Aside from the encounter with Jing Rushua and her group, the rest of the journey went very smoothly. With the convoy speeding up, they finally arrived at the capital 3 days later. Before the apocalypse, the capital was the nation's political center and the most populous city in the country. After the apocalypse, although the city still had troops stationed and didn't fall that quickly, after this time it had become a hell on earth. Since entering the capital city, they hadn't seen a single living person. The streets were packed with zombies. At first glance, you would have thought you'd arrived in a land of the undead. The vehicles couldn't drive once they entered here. Everywhere was swarmed by zombies, leaving no way through. Therefore, Unmo could only put the car away for the time being, and the team proceeded on foot. The zombies here are much stronger than in other places. Yu quickly noticed zombies of levels 4 and 5 were everywhere here, and even level 6 zombies appeared. Not all the zombies obeyed Yu's commands. As the zombies evolved, they gradually acquired the ability to think for themselves, and Yo-Yo's existence was even more tempting to them than the superpowered eating her could increase their strength. Therefore, many high-ranking zombies harbored the desire to devour her. For example, that 6th rank zombie. It was a dual ability zombie with metal type and fire type powers. Its fire type ability had already reached 6th rank. Although its metal type ability was only 3rd rank, it was primarily defensive and extremely difficult to breach. When Yu and the others encountered this 6th-tier zombie, it was in the middle of hunting a team. That team was made up of soldiers wearing matching camouflage uniforms, very easy to recognize. Damn it! The team leader's arm was struck by the fireball. Half of it charred black. He clenched his pain, his resolute face grim. Old Zhao, take a few people and return the medical equipment first. We'll cover you. No way, Team Leader Yang. If anyone's leaving, we're all leaving together. Well, take this bastard down together. Old Zhao said, his eyes reddened. This zombie was the strongest they had encountered so far. It wasn't that no other mutant squads had been assigned this task before, but without exception they had all been completely wiped out. That's why the military took on this mission. These medical devices are extremely important and can save many lives. They are what we need most right now. Old Zhao. We can't all die here. Yang Guojun barked harshly. This is an order, obey it. Old Zhao's eyes were red. He looked at him intently, then saluted. Yes. Although he knew that this parting might mean they would never meet again. Yang Guoyang lifted his submachine gun. Brothers, cover Old Zhao. Yes. The remaining soldiers grabbed their rifles and opened fire. However, that 6th rank zombie's gold-type ability defense was extremely strong, and all the bullets were stopped. Yang Guoyang grit his teeth and, disregarding the bullet expenditure, increased the firepower. Come on, you beast. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me today. Even with full firepower, a 6th-tier zombie wasn't truly unscathed. A bullet skimmed past the side of its face, barely missing a headshot. If the 6th-tier zombie hadn't been so quick to dodge, it would have been headshot by now. The move seemed to enrage it, and it unleashed a series of fireballs. Get out of the way! Yang Guoyang shouted. Even so, many soldiers still couldn't dodge in time. The fireball struck them and quickly set them ablaze. At that moment, many low-level zombies also surged onto the street. Originally, Old Zhao and his group had already run out of the combat zone, but they were blocked again by the surging horde of zombies. High-level zombies can command lower-level ones. Clearly, this grade 6 zombie didn't want to leave a single one of them alive. Yang Guoliang's eyes were bloodshot. and a deep hatred welled up inside him. After so long a battle, they had suffered heavy casualties, yet still hadn't been able to severely wound that grade 6 zombie. Could it be? Are they all destined to fall here today? A 6th-rank zombie stood not far away, a pair of cloudy red eyes fixed on them, showing a cunning that had taken on human traits. It had the ability to kill these humans, but it didn't want to. Just like a cat that toys with a mouse before finally catching it. This 6th-rank zombie didn't want its prey to die too easily either. Seeing more and more people dying in the zombie's jaws, the ground was almost stained red with blood. Yang Guoyang tightened his hand around the grenade. Damn beast, I'm going to fight you to the death. Just as he was about to pull the safety off and go down with the zombie, the attack from that 6th-tier zombie suddenly stopped, its eyes rolled, and it looked up toward the street corner. Yang Guoyang and the other soldiers all felt a chill in their hearts. Could a high-level zombie have appeared again? The roar of a car engine sounded, and a modified off-road vehicle suddenly appeared in their view. It's a human. They first breathed a sigh of relief, but then began to grow nervous again because the 6th-tier zombie suddenly ignored them, abandoning the prey before it, and instead launched an attack on the SUV. The 6th-tier zombie's eyes were full of greed and lustful hunger. It could sense that the girl sitting in that vehicle was a tremendous temptation to eat. As long as it eats her, its strength will certainly increase a lot. Chapter 175. A zombie that doesn't want to be a corpse king isn't a good zombie. 2 SUVs drove into this street, one after the other. Driving in front was Qi Yan with Mu Zhe sitting in the passenger seat. In the back seats were Yu Yunemo and Zhuang, and a large and a small white tiger. A burst of flame suddenly swept in, and the surrounding temperature rose rapidly. Not only that, an invisible force twisted the vehicle, as if trying to wrench the whole car into a ruined hunk of scrap metal. Mu Zhe snapped his eyes open and immediately activated his supernatural power to fight back. Damn. Qi Yan couldn't help but curse angrily. This zombie is really redundant. Even give a greeting before launching a sneak attack. Yunemo raised his brows slightly, cold light flashing in his black eyes. The air warped and twisted for an instant. All of the 6th-tier zombie's attacks were blocked, but it did not give up. While continuing its assaults, it summoned zombie minions encircling every route of escape. Clearly, it had completely set its sights on them. Won't let them go easily. It seemed to be coming after me. Yu tilted her head and said this. She could feel that zombie's gaze falling on her. That greed, she had seen it before on other high-level zombies. Without exception, she had snapped their necks. Heh. Zhuang growled angrily. He has always been particularly attentive and sensitive about you. Moreover, as a fellow zombie, he could naturally sense the hostility of this 6th-tier zombie, and it's directed at Zai again. Zhuang was unusually furious. It was bad enough that humans bullied the cub. Now even zombies had to pick on the cub. This made Zhuang livid, itching to leap out of the vehicle and take on that 6th-rank zombie immediately. When it came to the little ones, even if the opponent was many ranks above him, Zhuang felt no fear and would never back down. Get off the vehicle. In fact, even if this 6th-tier zombie hadn't attacked them, Yunemo and the others wouldn't have stood by, because those people were soldiers, and they were also acquaintances of Yunemo. Seeing the man who got out of the SUV, Yang Guoyang couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Yunemo nodded to him. Seeing that although he had been injured it was not fatal, she withdrew her gaze and looked toward the 6th-tier zombie. You looking for death? The man's handsome brows showed a trace of viciousness. The way this zombie looked at Yu completely enraged him. Ho! The 6th-tier zombie could sense the dangerous aura on Yunemo. This group of humans was different from the ones it had met before. They didn't seem easy to provoke. But the word give up was never in a zombie's vocabulary. If it couldn't eat the little one today, the 6th-level zombie vowed not to relent. It had already gained some intelligence. Knowing it couldn't win alone, it let out a low roar, trying to summon more zombie minions for help. Seeing the horde of zombies closing in, Zhuang let out an angry cry. Huff! Dare bully my cubs? Let it try and I'll twist them into pretzels. 6th-tier zombies could be said to be the overlords of this area. All the lower-tier zombies here were under their control. But not all zombies were that obedient. Some zombies didn't listen to it at all. Not only did they not attack Yu, they even helped her fight off the zombies that wanted to attack her. I don't need your help. Go help them. Yu looked toward the soldiers still struggling in battle with the zombies. They were all already wounded, yet they continued to fight on with sheer willpower. If this continued, they'd either become a meal for the zombies or be assimilated into zombies themselves. Huff! Those zombies saw Yu talking to them and seemed overjoyed, like they were pumped full of adrenaline. Charging straight at the soldiers, seeing even more zombies rushing over, old Zhao and the other soldiers all looked utterly desperate. "Captain Zhao, what do we do now? Our bullets aren't enough anymore." And Yang Guoliang's side was also blocked by other zombies, so they couldn't provide any fire support for them at all. The soldiers wiped their tears. Even in adversity they didn't give up. They had to fight until the last moment. Everyone was prepared for a fight to the death, even for the possibility of dying in battle. But unexpectedly, the newly arrived batch of zombies completely ignored them and charged straight at the zombies attacking them. What's going on? A young soldier widened his eyes, full of disbelief. My God, what did I just see? He even suspected he was hallucinating. Otherwise, how could he see the zombies ignoring them and turning to attack their own kind? Zombies fighting zombies now, that's a sight you don't see every day. Are these zombies here to help us? Are you stupid? Zombies only see people as food, how could they possibly help someone? Then how do you explain what's happening right now? The soldiers all turned to look at old Zhao in unison. "Captain Zhao, what do we do? Should we kill them?" Old Zhao was also shocked by the scene before him, but having been through many big situations, he recovered quickly. "What are you killing for?" "Save some bullets." He led his men in a rapid retreat and hurried over to Yang Guoliang's side. Of course, Yang Guoliang also had young faction zombies over to help. A group of battle-hardened soldiers were unexpectedly stunned at the rare scene before them. Yang Guoliang was rather perceptive. He realized that the reason the zombies were helping seemed to be because of the girl beside Unity. First, the zombies had actually been swarming toward her, and it was only after that girl appeared that the zombies turned against them. Yang Guoliang's gaze toward Yu unconsciously took on a probing look. The 6th rank zombie grew even more excited when it saw Yu. With the smaller zombies providing cover, it charged straight at Yu. Yunmo was just about to move and kill it, but Yu pressed down on his arm and stopped him. "Yunmo, let me do it." Yu hadn't used her hands in a long time. She hadn't been in real combat since her last power advancement. Mainly because there were too few opponents. Coincidentally, this zombie, like her, was also at the 6th rank. A rare opponent, perfect for her to practice on. This zombie seemed to have been stuck at the 6th rank for a long time. Only one step away from advancing, so it became so excited when it saw Yu, desperate to eat her. With the little intelligence it had left, it thought of this idea: if it ate this girl, its power would greatly increase, and maybe it could even become a zombie king. A zombie that doesn't want to be a corpse king isn't a good zombie. The 6th rank zombie, full of ambition and confidence, charged forward. Then, was beaten up mercilessly by the little kid. The Bloodvine madman danced wildly, slapping and whipping non-stop. The 6th rank zombie seemed very angry, releasing flames to try to burn the Bloodvine. Fire is wood's nemesis. Countless wood element ability users have died at its hands. The 6th tier zombie had assumed the Bloodvine could be burned away as easily as the other ability users' vines had been. It turned out the Bloodvine was hard to kill. It regenerated extremely quickly, and even if it was burned through, it would soon grow back. The 6th tier zombie was utterly exasperated. Shueting was furious too. Ever since following Yu, it had never been treated so unfairly. But it was helpless too. A 6th tier zombie couldn't burn it to death, and it couldn't kill the other either. This 6th rank zombie is a real sneaky one. Not only does it have fire-based powers that severely counter it, but it also has metal-based abilities for defense. What a devious bastard. But it's fine, the Bloodvine will go back in hell to get revenge for Yu. It's a vine with an owner. Yo-Yo of course wouldn't ignore it. She sought out this zombie specifically to practice. Although Yo-Yo had only just reached 6th rank, she was someone capable of fighting above her level. Killing this 6th rank zombie was a bit of a chore, but not a problem. Don't forget, she also has dual system abilities. Psychic powers are the most terrifying abilities, impossible to guard against, capable of killing without a trace. Many times the opponent hadn't even reacted before they were already dead. 6th tier zombies are like that. He never understood, even to his death, how he had died. He had clearly already used his gold-type ability to defend his fatal point. But it didn't know that it wasn't the only sly one in this world, that it wasn't the only one with dual system abilities. Mental assaults came from everywhere, turning into invisible blades that thoroughly shredded its head. Only 2 glittering, crystalline cores remained. 1 gold, 1 red, radiating brilliance, dazzlingly splendid. Chapter 175. The source of Yuyu's confidence comes from her maternal family Yunmo. As soon as the 6th order zombie died, Yang Guoliang immediately came up to the group and, without a word, first saluted them. The soldiers under his command copied his example. Thank you all for your help. If it weren't for you, would probably have had to pay for this here today. As he said this, Yang Guoliang's eyes involuntarily turned toward Yu, and he was secretly surprised. I hadn't expected this seemingly delicate girl to possess such formidable strength. She was the one who just killed a 6th-rank zombie all by herself. The 6th-rank zombies that had driven them into despair were helpless against her. It was truly astonishing. The zombie henchmen whom Yu had summoned to help hadn't left. They stood rigidly along both sides, and as far as the eye could see, the indistinct heads on the street surrounded the general in a tight ring. But these zombies did not attack them. They resembled well-trained soldiers standing at attention, waiting for inspection. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that zombies could be so obedient. Rather than like man-eating beasts that pounce and tear people apart, these Yang Guoliang pointed at the zombie army. Even he, worldly and experienced, couldn't help feeling a prickling at the back of his neck and breaking out in a sweat. No matter how harmless the zombies appeared, they were still man-eating beasts surrounded by so many zombies, all glaring at them like predators. The group's psychological pressure was considerable. Yu only then reacted sluggishly since all the enemies were dead. There was no reason for these zombies to stay either. Seeing the humans' apprehension and fear, Yu, very understanding, quickly gave the order for all the zombies to leave. The zombies were somewhat reluctant to leave her, but they had to obey their little one's wishes. Very soon they strode away with stiff steps, reluctantly withdrawing from the neighborhood. God knows how they could read that expression of reluctance on those ugly, terrifying zombie faces. Maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. It wasn't until all the zombies on the street had left, leaving only one strong one, that the enormous pressure hanging over everyone's hearts finally disappeared, and they were able to breathe a sigh of relief. The group of zombies had been like a death scythe hanging overhead, making people nervous and constantly worried that something would fall. Thank you. Yang Guoliang solemnly thanked Yu, then turned to look at Yunemo. His face, weathered and roughened by wind and frost, couldn't help but break into a hearty smile. It's really great that you're still alive. Yang Guoliang slammed his fist into Yunmo's shoulder. I always knew you weren't going to die so easily. If the commander saw you, he'd be so happy. He talks tough but has a soft heart. He really thinks about you. Yang Guoliang had formerly served under Old Master Yun and had, in a sense, watched Yunemo grow up. Not a blood relative, but closer than kin. When the end times came, he was the one who helped Old Master Yun build the Jing City base. This soldier, steadfast and resolute in defending his country, fought in his past life to protect ordinary people until his last moment. Given another chance, seeing the relatives who should have died standing before him, Yunemo couldn't help but break into a genuinely sincere smile. Uncle Yang, how are you here? Where's my grandfather? Yang Guoliang and the others' military truck was parked not far away, leading them toward it. He explained as they walked. They took on an rank mission, to deliver intact medical supplies out of the city center overrun with zombies. This mission had been posted for 2 months. Many psychic squads accepted it, but all went and never returned. It could be called a task with a 1 in 9 chance of survival. But the base's medical resources are scarce. We urgently need this batch of medical equipment. Even if it's dangerous, we have to go for it. Yunemo handed him a cigarette. Yang Guoliang took it but didn't light it, just held it in his mouth to enjoy it. Too many enhanced ability teams have died. There are no longer any who dare take it. Only our army can accept this mission. Saying that, Yang Guoliang couldn't help but feel fortunate that they had been lucky. Fortunately, Yunmo's team arrived in time, otherwise they would all have been dealt with here today. Doesn't the Jing City base have a healing type ability user? Yu asked unexpectedly. Jing Rushue. Yang Guoliang was taken aback. I didn't expect you to know her. Jing Rushue is indeed from the capital city base, but she doesn't stay there often. She's busy going around recruiting followers, and besides, Yang Guoliang gave a self-mocking laugh. There aren't hundreds, but there may well be thousands begging her to heal them. She's an aloof esper. How could she deign to treat ordinary people? Judging by this, tensions between ordinary people and espers in the capital city base seemed considerable. Yang Guoliang added, in the eyes of those arrogant espers, ordinary people are worthless lives, ants discarded by the times. Who would care about the desperate struggles of ants? Yu didn't know what to say either. The law of the jungle, the natural rule of survival. Even the zombie world is like that, let alone humans. By the way, Yunemo, you haven't introduced Yang Shu yet. Who is this? Yang Guoliang's eyes were sharp. He naturally noticed the unusual atmosphere between Yun Mo and Yu. Even a single gaze between them seemed to stretch on, cloying and sappy. TSK, young people these days. What surprised him was that he hadn't expected Yun Mo so cold and reclusive, single before the apocalypse to have fallen head over heels after it ended. Uncle Yang, this is Yu. My fiancé. Yun Mo put his arm around Yu's shoulders and introduced her solemnly. Hearing the words fiancé, Yang Guoliang laughed. Good, you kid, you're doing well. He smiled broadly, genuinely happy for Yun Mo. I used to worry you'd be lonely for life, but now I'm relieved Yu is a good girl. You must treat her well, Yang Guoliang said with a ruddy face. Yu, if this kid ever dares to bully you in the future, come to me, Uncle Yang will teach him a lesson. Yu looked serious, her eyes clear. He can't beat me. Zhuang agreed with a hooting sound. Zai's confidence came entirely from her maternal family, and no matter how strong Yun Mo was, as long as he dared betray Yu, Zhuang would be the first to bite him to death. If worst came to worst, she'd call every zombie. Strength lies in numbers. Ants can even bite an elephant to death. These zombies, one bite each, will sooner or later chew Yun Mo down to a skeleton. Yun Mo couldn't help but chuckle quietly. Yes, how could I dare bully young Yu? It's you who bully me. But he was happy to be bullied. After laughing, Yun Mo asked again about old Master Yun. Uncle Yang, how is my grandfather? I tried calling by satellite phone, but it's been unreachable. I haven't had any news from him for a long time. Yang Guoliang's smile faded slightly. Yun Mo's expression instantly darkened. Could it be something at the research institute? The chief is fine, it's just that he's older now and his health isn't what it used to be, Yang Guoliang said, shaking his head. Luckily you came back. Otherwise this base wouldn't last long. I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to hold it either. You don't need to worry about the research institute. You warned us before, and the chief has been on guard. But that younger brother of yours is no good. You need to be careful. Yun Mo's gaze was cold and somber. Of course he knew this younger brother was not a good person. That it doesn't matter. Since he has a chance to start over, the blood debts these people owe him will be collected one by one. Chapter 176. Zhuang is my family all the way. Yang Guoliang kept telling them about the situation at the Jing City base. From him, Yu once again learned about the complexities of human society. The Jing City base is now divided into two factions. On one side was a faction led by the venerable Commander Yun, garrisoned by the military and composed of a small number of psychics. On one side was Yun Mo's half-brother, and the faction made up of the supernatural ability users led by Yun Xiuqin. The two factions had incompatible principles, and their conflicts gradually intensified. The former commander established this base with the original intention of providing ordinary people a safe refuge in this apocalypse. But Yun Xiuqin didn't see it that way. He and the superpowered individuals under his command always wanted to drive the old, weak, sick, and disabled out of the base. Yang Guoliang said in a deep voice that, as a soldier, protecting the people is his duty. Even with the apocalypse arriving and order collapsing, he could not abandon the populace. He did not support Yun Xiaoqin's ideas. Moreover, there were many soldiers in the army who had not awakened powers, and Yun Xiuqin never regarded them as people. In every battle he sent those without powers to charge the front lines. They give it a noble name, to reduce personnel losses among the base's superpowered individuals. When Yang Guoliang said this, the expressions of the other soldiers in the carriage turned grim. They are human too. They have only one life and they have their own families. The lives of ability users are valuable. Does that mean their lives are worth nothing? Yun Mo sneered at the words. This really was Yun Xiaoqin's style. It hadn't changed in 2 lifetimes. In the previous life the Institute kidnapped Grandpa to blackmail him, and later the capital city base fell into Yun Xiaoqin's hands. Yun Xiuqin followed the might makes right approach, completely losing his humanity, driving out all the old, weak women and children from the base, leaving only some able-bodied young men. Even so, the Jing City base wasn't long before it was overrun by zombies. Fortunately, in this second life, he had another chance. Grandpa hadn't fallen into the Research Institute's hands. In this life Yun Mo was reborn and contacted Grandpa early, urging him to be on guard against that ungrateful Yun Xiuqin and the Research Institute. Good thing you're back. Otherwise, who knows how much longer the old commander and I could have held this base. Seeing that Yun Mo is also a paranorm, and a powerful one at that, Yang Guoliang finally breathed a sigh of relief. https www.down8.org. After all, besides heading the Research Institute, Yoon Zayakin's most convincing asset was his paranormal ability. Uncle Yang, don't worry. Now that I'm back, I won't let the base fall into his hands. Yoon Mo's dark eyes deepened. When it comes to Yoon Shochin, old Zhao also grumbled angrily. Both are grandsons of the old commander, so why such a big difference? This Yoon Shochin is simply despicable. After the apocalypse, humanity is already struggling so much. Instead of helping one another, he even harms his own kind. Does he need humanity to be wiped out before he's satisfied? Yang Guoliang sighed lightly and patted his shoulder. By the way, this is... After explaining the situation, Yang Guoliang finally remembered another important thing and looked at Zhuang behind you to avoid drawing attention and inviting unnecessary trouble when entering the capital. Yu took out a pair of sunglasses in advance for Zhuang to wear. Although, this kind of bizarre outfit actually attracted more attention than a children's sunflower pair of sunglasses, a flashy floral shirt and beach shorts, and a green knitted hat on his head. Because Zhuang has been losing hair quite severely recently, he's already bald. Ewing had no choice but to grab a random hat and put it on it. Zombies don't have beauty standards. Zhuang loved how Zai dressed it up, walking with head held high and chest out, very proud like a proud peacock fanning its feathers. Whenever it spotted a zombie on the road, it had to tell people, look. These are clothes Zai personally picked out for it. The low-level zombies were driven to howling with jealousy. They were positively envious and resentful. They wanted to be dressed up by the little one too. Zhuang paraded through the streets so ostentatiously that it was hard for anyone not to notice. But Yang Guoliang's focus was not on that. When Zhuang was fighting those zombies just now, he already noticed something wrong. He recognized at once that it wasn't human, but a high-level zombie. It's called Zhuang, it's my... Yu paused, her gaze serious. My family. Ever since she could remember, Zhuang had always been by her side, taking care of her, catching people to eat for her. Though Yu didn't actually eat people to her, Zhuang was no different from family, except for the time at the beginning when she and Zhuang got separated. After that, no matter where she went, Yu always brought Zhuang along. This trip to the Beijing base was no exception. Heh. Zhuang was so excited he almost lunged forward. Zai said it was family that it is very important. Zhuang was as excited as if had been injected with chicken blood. He let out a string of ho shouts and yelps directed at Yu. You hear me, foolish human? I am the zombie that Zai loves the most. Although Yoon Mo couldn't understand what it was saying, he could still sense its smugness. Uncle Yang, Zhuang is family to me too, Yoon Mo said without changing his expression. Unexpectedly, Zhuang was very angry when he heard this and bared his teeth at Yoon Mo. Human? Disgusting, rejected. Anyone could see how much it disliked Yoon Mo. Chapter 177. Feeling like a total badass, but it's still a zombie after all. For the safety of the base's people, we can't let it into the base. Sorry, Yang Guoliang said with a grave expression. Although Zhuang was family to Yu and the others, Yang Guoliang also believed that this zombie wouldn't suddenly attack people. But a zombie is still a zombie, a natural enemy of humans. Even if there was only the slightest possibility, he couldn't bet the lives of the base's ordinary people on it. It's fine. Yu had long since gotten used to it. It's normal for humans to fear zombies, just as a horde of zombies wouldn't accept a human. It's just that poor Zhuang has to be wronged again. Huff. Zhuang doesn't feel wronged, instead he feels awesome. https www.down8.org. Cowardly humans tremble for it. They reached the capital base quickly. But unexpectedly, as soon as they arrived at the base gate, they saw a conflict spark between psychics and ordinary people. You can't do this to us. We've contributed to the base. To what right do you have to drive us away? You're going too far. Just because we're ordinary people, does that mean we deserve to die? A few elderly, weak women and children helped one another, emotionally furious, and started arguing with the guards at the gate. Yeah, if anyone's to blame, it's you useless people. The base doesn't support dead weight. People like you are a waste of rations. Even if you stay, you might as well die sooner. Those guards were all espers, faces full of arrogance, looking down contemptuously at the old, weak, sick, and disabled. It was as if a powerful person were looking at a few dying, struggling ants. Those self-important espers, these ordinary people, who couldn't lift a chicken, were indeed ants. On what grounds are you driving us away? Where's Chief Yun? We want to see Chief Yun. One of the gray-haired old women tapped her cane and said angrily. In her agitation she couldn't help coughing violently. You old bastard. You'd better save your worry. This base isn't decided by Director Yoon anymore. An empowered person said mockingly. He was a young man, who before the apocalypse should have been the age of a college student. But now that young man's face wore a nasty smile, full of contempt and disdain for ordinary people. Zhang Yang. Yang Guoyang flew into a rage at the sight and immediately shouted a rebuke. What are you doing? Seeing Yang Guoyang and his group, the expressions of those several espers including Zhang Yang all changed slightly. Their faces looked somewhat unpleasant. Captain Yang, we didn't expect you lot to still be alive. They probably hadn't expected that the army who'd been out of contact for so many days could actually return from the city center overrun with zombies. Hearing this, Yang Guoyang sneered outright and said without courtesy, if I hadn't come back alive, how would I know when it'd be your turn to take charge of this base? Zhang Yang and the other espers all looked resentful. The fire in Yang Guoliang's heart burned even hotter. Who told you to do this? Forcing a bunch of ordinary people out of the base, how could you? We're all human. Survival in the apocalypse is already hard. We should be helping each other more. So look at what you're doing. Zhang Yang looked unconcerned. Captain Yang, you can't blame me for this. Those few people have no combat ability at all. I'm just helping the base lighten its burden. Seeing this, you couldn't help but whisper to Yoon Mo, you humans are really something. There are people like Yang Guoyang and the others who, for the sake of their companions, can rush forward without regard for their own lives. There are also people like Zhang Yang and the others who don't care if their own kind live or die, who wipe them out completely. Shut the hell up. With Yang Guoliang's violent temper, he really wanted to shoot him dead. I'll tell you straight. This base isn't yours to command. Who gave you the nerve to act on your own? Just as Yang Guoyang finished speaking, a deep male voice suddenly sounded. It was my order. Yu turned his head and saw a man in a black combat suit, young and handsome, walking this way. On closer look, there seemed to be a three-part resemblance between the brows and eyes and Yoon Mo, and the moment Yoon Mo recognized the newcomer, his face abruptly darkened. Chapter 178. Only she can bully her human. Yoon Shochin, do the old leaders know you're doing this? Yang Guoyang forced down his anger and spoke. Grandpa doesn't need to know, Yoon Shochin said with a nonchalant look. Grandpa is already old. He doesn't have that iron-fisted hand he used to and has grown soft-hearted. You'll see in time that the decisions I make are all correct. Yoon Shochin gave a light snort. Besides, this base will sooner or later be handed over to me. I'm merely implementing the ordinary person purge plan ahead of schedule. Yang Guoyang glared angrily. You, as long as Grandpa lives, you won't be in charge of this base. Yoon Mo stepped forward, his gaze coldly fixed on him. A hint of murderous intent that could not be concealed lurked in his eyes. In the previous life, it was this half-brother who handed Grandpa Yoon over to the Institute, allowing the Institute to use Grandpa Yoon to threaten Yoon Mo. https www.down8.org. Yoon Mo's fate was tied to Yoon Shochin. He colluded with the Institute, not knowing how many heartless things he had done, not even sparing his own grandfather reborn. Yoon Mo vowed to personally deal with him. Yoon Shochin was still as arrogant as in his previous life, haughtily insolent, looking down on ordinary people and upholding the law of the strong, devouring the weak. He believed ordinary people should be culled by the apocalypse. Keeping these people in the base is nothing but a waste of food. But Yoon Shochin of the base expelled all ordinary people, admitting only the superpowered. Yet in the previous life, the Jingshire base still couldn't escape being overrun by the zombie tide. Yoon Mo, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Only then did Yoon Shochin turn his gaze to Yoon Mo, and it could hardly be called friendly. What a pity. Don't worry, I'll definitely outlive you. Yoon Mo's eyes were icy white. To the very least, I'll make sure you die before me. Yoon Xiaoqin's gaze darkened as he launched the attack first. A huge fireball suddenly hurtled straight toward Yoon Mo. Unfortunately, before it could reach the hem of Yoon Mo's clothes, a strange, bewitching man-eating flower appeared and opened its mouth to swallow the fireball in one bite. It even let out a satisfied belch and expelled a wisp of black smoke. Originally, Yu had been casually observing these humans, but Yoon Shochin actually dared to bully Yoon Mo in front of her. That little one simply wouldn't allow it. Only she is allowed to bully her human. Yoon Xiaoqin's expression changed slightly. Before he could figure out what the suddenly appearing man-eating flower was, the next moment his brain felt as if pricked by needles, sending a sharp stinging pain. Yoon Shochin clutched his head. His mind went blank for a moment, and his figure wavered as if he could not stand steady. Next time you touch Yoon Mo again, I'll kill you. A sweet, gentle voice sounded by his ear. Yoon Shochen looked up and finally noticed the girl standing beside Yoon Mo. The girl wore a white dress unstained by dust, appearing pure and innocent. Her pretty face seemed to have a filter in the sunlight, so beautiful it felt a little unreal. She looked somewhat out of place in this drab, gray world, but the moment she stood there, she could capture everyone's gaze at a glance. Yoon Zayakin's eyes narrowed. He stared at her, momentarily distracted and forgetting his purpose. "It's you." He couldn't help himself and spoke, stepping forward involuntarily, wanting to get closer to her, and said urgently, "I've seen you. I don't know you and I don't like you said bluntly, "Come any closer and I'll kill you." Yoon Mo wrapped his arms around Yu's waist in a posture full of possessiveness, his gaze coldly fixed on Yoon Shochen. Get Out Chapter 179. Yoon Mo wants to seize everything that belongs to him. Yoon Shochen ignored Yoon Mo and kept staring at Yu. He had indeed seen Yu before, but only in a photo at Jing Rukshu's place. Actually, he had only looked at that photo once. But the girl's figure was deeply imprinted in his heart. It can be said that, judging by appearance alone, Yu completely fit his aesthetic. She was Yoon Zayakin's favorite type. He liked girls who looked frail and pitiable, as pure and clear as new snow, naive and unversed in the world, and Yu perfectly matched his imagination. Yoon Shochen was different from the aloof Yoon Mo. Women were never lacking around him, and they were all the same single type. But although their appearances matched his aesthetic, their inner souls were so filthy and corrupt. Each of them had eyes full of calculation and ambition. Yet they pretended to be innocent and naive. It made him sick to look at them. So later, after Jing Rushua appeared, all those women disappeared from his side. Only Jing Rushua remained by Yoon Zayakin's side. He had originally thought Jing Rushua was the most perfect lover in this world according to his imagination. But Jing Rushua was also a madwoman just like her sister. She had an obsessively insane soul. This was somewhat disappointing for Yoon Shochen, until he saw Yu's photo at Jing Rukshu's. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul. A person's character cannot be lied about by their eyes. Yu's eyes were pure and clean, as if they could reflect all the world's filth. A girl in a white dress snuggled in her father's arms, smiling sweetly. Her eyes clear like an innocent angel. One couldn't help but want to build a cage and lock her inside to guard this beauty forever. Yoon Shochen stared at Yu with a gaze that was blunt and blatant. At first, his desire to have Yu was not only because she fit his aesthetic. So now there was one more reason. She was Yoon Mo's woman. Yoon Shochen had never seen Yoon Mo so devoted to a woman before. It was clear he had truly fallen in love with her. If that was the case, he should seize her all the more. Yoon Zayakin's gaze darkened, determined to obtain it at all costs. Anything that belonged to Yoon Mo, he intended to seize. If he couldn't take it, he'd destroy it. His whole life he had been compared to Yoon Mo. The existence of this half-brother had almost become an illness in his heart. He could hardly wait to see Yoon Mo's expression of painful anger. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil with excitement. Before he could stay excited for long, he suffered Yu's mental assault. A burst of psychic power struck his mind directly. Previously Yu never went all out. At most she gave those humans a warning to make them hurt for a while. But treating Yoon Shochen was different. Besides his disgusting gaze making Yu very uncomfortable, she also believed she had heard about him from Yoon Mo, how Yoon Shochen betrayed him in a past life, causing him to end up in that situation. Therefore in Yu's eyes, Yoon Shochen was Yoon Mo's enemy. When it comes to enemies, the best way to get revenge is to kill them. This psychic attack might not kill Yoon Zayakin's brain, but it could turn him into an imbecile. Unfortunately, Yoon Shochen was not weak. Otherwise he could not command the many psychics at the Jing City base. The instant he sensed the fluctuation of psychic power he heightened his vigilance, and the moment he detected Yu make a move, he raised his hand and launched a fireball. It flew straight for Yu's face, interrupting her psychic attack. At the same time, the other psychics around him reacted. A mental power psychic clearly serves as the main defense, and he quickly withstood Yu's wave of attacks. But he wasn't doing well either. Suffered some backlash, rolled his eyes, foamed at the mouth on the spot, and his limbs twitched slightly. Yoon Zayakin's face was sullen. He couldn't help but look up at Yu. You want to kill Mui? Just for Yoon Mo? That's a ridiculous question. Of course it's because you're despicable. Chi Yen finally found an opening, chuckled, and said mockingly he had long been annoyed with that brat. If it weren't for being at the capital base, newly arrived and worried about causing big trouble, he would have taught the squad leader's brat a lesson no matter what, looking for death. Yoon Zayakin's anger surged from his heart. He felt his authority had been challenged. He couldn't kill Yoon Mo. Yu was reluctant to. Yun Xiuqian decided to use Qi Yan as the scapegoat. Kill him to make an example. To warn Yun Mo and the others, he wanted Yun Mo to know that the capital city base answered to him. Even if their surname was Yun, it was still the Yun of Yun Xiuqian. Even if Yun Mo came, he still had to obediently lie down for him. However, Yun Xiuqian's supernatural attack was quickly disrupted by Yun Mo. Yun Xiuqian felt the air suddenly begin to twist, visible currents of wind fluctuating. The space he occupied seemed to be undergoing compression. That an invisible force enveloped him, pressing down on his internal organs. Yun Xiuqian's qi and blood surged, and he opened his mouth, spitting a mouthful of blood. He looked up, staring at Yun Mo in shock. What kind of supernatural ability is this? He had never seen it before. Is it wind? No. The ability to manipulate the power of space should be a spatial ability. But isn't a spatial ability just a movable storage? Since when did it have such destructive power? Yun Xiuqian was unwilling to believe it. He had always been very proud, because his ability was powerful and he stood out among the group of ability users. After competing with Yun Mo for so many years, he had finally managed to surpass him in one thing, but now he was told that Yun Mo had also awakened a power, and that the level of that power might be above his. Yun Xiuqian simply could not accept it. In an instant, murderous intent arose. He could no longer allow Yun Mo to live. Otherwise the Jing city base will sooner or later fall into his hands. Chapter 180. If you didn't know, you'd think Yu was actually his granddaughter. An invisible force pressed down on his back. Yun Xiuqian gritted his teeth and resisted, but still his spine bent little by little. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with hatred as he looked at Yun Mo. He had meant to teach Yun Mo a lesson. But who would have thought he'd end up losing face so badly? For Yun Xiuqian, whose pride was extreme, this was nothing less than a humiliating disgrace, more unbearable than being killed. Yun Mo watched him coldly, black eyes full of a chilling, murderous cold. Whenever he thought of what Yun Xiuqian and Jing Rui sisters had done in his past life, Yun Mo was filled with hatred, a cold, murderous intent bursting from his eyes that could not be concealed. Reborn once, this time he would start by taking Yun Xiuqian down first. Yun Mo had completely decided to kill. He secretly deployed his supernatural ability. Yun Xiuqian could not withstand that immense pressure and soon spat out a mouthful of blood. Deputy Base Commander. The psychics Yun Xiuqian had brought saw this and all their faces changed. Without a word, they launched an attack on Yun Mo and his group. These psychics were fairly powerful, but Yun Mo's squad had been surviving in the apocalypse for so long that they were battle-hardened, and besides, before the apocalypse they had served in special forces, so these few psychics were naturally no match. Yun Xiuqian gritted his teeth and looked up, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at Yun Mo. He naturally sensed it. Yun Mo wanted to kill him, but killing him wasn't that easy. Yun Xiuqian spat out blood. Despite his severe injuries, he forced himself to retaliate, concentrating all his powers in his palms and striking directly at Yun Mo. Blazing flames surged forward like a roaring fire dragon. You think killing me will be that easy? Yun Xiuqian stared at Yun Mo with a dark, sinister gaze. Even if he died, he would take Yun Mo down with him. Yun Xiuqian's fire dragon had just surged up to Yun Mo when it was blocked by a layer of spatial barrier. In the next moment it vanished into smoke, as if it had smashed against an invisible wall and been shattered, leaving only a wisp of black smoke as proof it had ever existed. Yun Xiuqian's face went ashen. His hands clenched into fists, veins bulging on the backs of his hands. His strength wasn't weak. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to win the wholehearted loyalty of so many superpowered individuals, but in front of Yun Mo, his full-strength strike couldn't inflict any harm on him. This was a major blow to Yun Xiuqian. He hadn't tasted this feeling of frustrated helplessness in a long time. This deepened Yun Xiuqian's hatred for Yun Mo even further. It had always been like this since childhood. No matter what, he could never measure up to Yun Mo. Even the old master's favorite grandson was him. When the apocalypse came, Yun Xiuqian thought Yun Mo had died. He never expected him not only to be standing before him perfectly fine, but once again to trample him underfoot. He vowed he would not live as a human if he did not kill Yun Mo. All right, Yun Mo, seeing it was about to turn deadly, Yang Guoliang had to step forward to stop it. Half of this Jing city base is already made up of Yun Xiuqian's people. You newcomers shouldn't make too big a fuss with him. If the old commander finds out, it will be difficult for him too. Yang Guoliang comfortingly patted Yun Mo on the shoulder and urged him in a low voice. Of course, The reason he hadn't stopped it earlier was because he wanted to use Yun Mo to chafe Yun Ziakan's sharpness so he wouldn't really think this city base had become his domain, and that even the old commander could be looked down upon. I know, Uncle Yang. Yun Mo had also been swept by a surge of murderous intent just now, driven by the hatred from his previous life. After calming down, he of course knew that now was not a good time to kill Yun Shochin. Why? Yu thought human society was far too complicated. Even when you want to kill someone you have to consider this and that. If you asked her, Yun Mo didn't like Yun Shochin. If it were up to her, she'd kill him now. Obviously Yun Shochin felt the same way. His reason had long since turned to ash and the hatred in his eyes was almost tangible. All of you get them, kill them. Yun Shochin said fiercely, as long as I'm here, don't think you'll get into the base alive unless you're a corpse. This remark was clearly directed at Yun Mo. The two had completely torn off the mask. Let's see who dares. An old but robust voice suddenly thundered. Several people turned their heads in unison. An old man walked slowly over, leaning on a cane and wearing a Zhongshan suit. Though his hair was gray, he was alert and spirited with sharp eyes, accompanied by several soldiers. Just from the man's bearing alone, it was clear he had been extraordinary in his youth. Grandfather. When Yun Mo saw the newcomer, he immediately put away his murderous intent and behaved respectfully. Yun Shochin pressed his lips together, his expression dark and brooding. That old man is here. It seems Yun Mo won't be killed today after all. Yun Shochin, am not dead yet, old man here, the elder shouted angrily, striking his cane. Since when did this base become your domain? Yun Shochin snorted coldly. He didn't argue with the elder. He only glanced at Yun Mo with resentment and told the people under him, let's go. Watching him and several other espers walk away, the elder sighed and shook his head. Yun Mo hurried forward to support old Master Yun's arm and asked with concern, Grandpa, Uncle Yang told me you were ill. How are you feeling? I'm fine, it's just an old injury acting up again, the same old trouble. Old Master Yun waved his hand and his gaze fell on the young girl not far away, his eyes lingering for a moment. This girl is the one you mentioned to me on the phone, isn't she? Old Master Yun's expression softened. After Yun Mo contacted him via satellite phone, besides urging old Master Yun to be careful around Yun Shochin and the Research Institute, he also mentioned you. The signal was unstable at the time, and Yun Mo didn't have time to say more. He only mentioned on the call that he would bring a girl back to meet old Master Yun. That single sentence had old Master Yun thinking about it for months. God only knows how surprised he was when he heard those words over the phone. Could it be that his grandson has finally come to his senses? He actually knew to bring a girl home to meet him. All right. Old Master Yun was both shocked and delighted, to the point he would wake laughing from a dream. Aside from hoping his grandson would return safely soon, what he looked forward to most was meeting the girl Yun Mo had brought back. Besides Yu, there were also two girls in the group, Luotang and Wenyu. But old Master Yun recognized at first glance that Yu was the young woman his grandson had mentioned. Intuition. And his intuition had never been wrong. Yu stood not far away, curiously studying elder Yun with her gaze. These were Yun Mo's family, the people he cared about most in this world. Besides Yu, he seemed somewhat different from the elderly, world-weary humans Yu had encountered before. Although elder Yun's hair had turned white, his back remained straight and he looked vigorous and spirited, apparently not defeated by this brutal apocalypse. That as she watched, elder Yun waved at her and said kindly, girl, come here. Yu was slow to realize for 2 seconds that he had been calling her. The girl's water-bright eyes looked at Yun Mo, and only when she saw him nod did she step forward. Grandpa, what do you want me to do? That sweet, soft grandpa made elder Yun's heart burst with joy. He looked at the little one with even more loving eyes. Little girl, can you tell grandpa what your name is? As if afraid of scaring her off, old Lord Yun even softened his voice a few degrees and began to pick up his words. Not only did Yun Mo look astonished, the other members of the squad also wore expressions of terror. Although old Master Yun was Yun Mo's grandfather, their fear of this old commander was no less than their fear of Yun Mo. In the eyes of several people, the old commander was the kind of person who kept his distance, wielded an iron hand, and never smiled. The furrows between his brows could pinch a fly to death. Even though they were no longer the raw recruits of years past but battle-hardened, excellent soldiers, yet once old Master Yun gave them a look, he commanded respect without raising his voice. They were so scared their legs went weak. Not to mention them, even Yun Mo, the biological grandson of Old Master Yun. I've never seen my grandfather look so kind before. Old Man Yun couldn't contain the smile on his face, grinning so broadly that his face was full of wrinkles with that delighted, Ertoweir grin. Anyone who didn't know better would think Yu was his own granddaughter. After all, when he saw Yunemo earlier, Old Master Yun wasn't this happy. Chapter 181. The little one is not a zombie at all, Grandpa. My name is Yu. The little child quite liked the kind-faced old man before her, and naturally was willing to tell him her name. Although the girl had never had worries like what if Yunmo's grandfather doesn't like me. But seeing that Old Man Yun seemed to like her a lot, Yu was quite happy too. She made up her mind she would like this human too. Yu announced that there was one more human she liked. Yu is good. That's a nice name. Old Master Yun smile deepened a few more degrees. The more he looked at the little one, the more he liked them. Old Master Yun used to dream of having a daughter. When he didn't have one, he wished for a granddaughter. Unfortunately, neither of those wishes came true. Now it's fine. Whenever he sees Yu, he becomes very happy that I feel like I have another granddaughter. Little Yu, you've had a hard time on this journey, haven't you? It's so dangerous out there. Were you frightened? Old Master Yun asked like a doting grandfather, worried that those ugly zombies and mutated plants and animals outside might have scared Yu. After all, Yu looks so gentle and fragile. Has Yunemo protected you properly all the way? If a single hair on your head is harmed, it'll make sure he can't walk. Yunemo, those unaware might think Yu is your biological granddaughter. It's okay, Grandpa,